Into game we go. Okay, okay, let's get started. And yeah, for those of you who are a little bit confused, because things have changed today, basically I found out that the username for Nymaera with no underscore after it is available, so my Twitch stream's name has actually changed. So if the, yeah, I'm not exactly sure, like, and I made a Twitter post about it, I made a post on my Discord, but yeah, effectively it's no longer Nymaera with an underscore, it's just Nymaera, and it looks a lot nicer that way. Yay! Rookie, high shout, trading in the mid lane. You know, the Galio, actually kind of annoying for the Silas to deal with. Oof, Rookie destroying Haicha in the early levels, though. Haicha should be doing better than this. Of course, Rookie Silas, one of his more... Well, yeah, I mean, I remember it from, you know, Season 8 years and whatever. I have to say, Rookie's been more on his mage arc for a while, though. It's another Q there onto Haicha. W was there. Another play into him. Waits until that Conqueror pretty much fully stacks. Hang on a second. Haicha's in kill range. Rookie's been doing really well at getting full channel on target. Haicha has not been able to kind of E out of the chains. Not been able to get that much poke down. Haicha not playing the laning phase particularly effectively. Rookie's been hugely getting the better of him. Top lane. One of the big things... Okay, folks, let's review a couple of things. OMG are coming in as heavy underdogs. They were heavy underdogs versus EDG as well. Now, we did question whether IG were going to be a bit weaker in this play-in stage. However, because they are the highest remaining seed left competing for a playoff spot, they end up facing the lowest remaining seed fighting for a playoff spot. And that just happens to OMG, who are, of course, our group Nirvana team alongside LNG. We have two Nirvana teams fighting for play-in spots, folks. It's pretty insane. Given that Nirvana are meant to be our weakest teams, and OMG were our weakest team in the whole league not too long ago. We keep revisiting that, but it is so important to talk about it because they changed out Juhan, their jungler. Of course, DRX's world champion jungler alongside Pioshik has a Maokai skin from 2022. He was really struggling. Rayo, this kind of rookie who played a little bit in Demacia Cup, came through and played really well. This guy's been playing really well. The whole team looks like it has a leader now. And now Rayo, particularly in stuff like the Shinzo, has been very good at aggressive plays, and in Group Nirvana typically not very good at being decisive. So that's been a big change for them. Duo, you are... I really disagree if you say that. IG are the underdogs. I really disagree. Now, IG were definitely at the start of play-ins not favored. And you looked at, you know, NIP and WE, even EDG in the bracket, we think, okay, IG has a lot of stuff to sort out. Yeah, whereas, you know, OMG, they are very lucky to be here. If they make it, it will be insane. You know, OMG would be competing in Group Ascend next split. IG would be in Group Nirvana. Because, of course, if you lose here today, you don't get to play in playoffs. And you do play in the lower group going forwards. IG have really been held back by the fact that Photic's been struggling. Sobra's been struggling. Sadly, things that we somewhat predicted coming out of this team. Haven't even really had summoners blown so far in this early game. We're really going to wait until our first big fights of the game. Both supports trading an amount of HP. Starry wasn't quite in range for the follow-up auto attacks. Not sure if saying that just based on yesterday's series is unfair. For sure they've improved in some way. OMG have in some way improved. For sure. But I think EDG also played down below the level we expected them to. So to be realistic, OMG, while they have improved, and we've noted that, this team is still going to have to probably rely on IG not having powerful playmakers. And I think one of the big issues which OMG might have is that one of the ways that IG have been falling apart has been through early game lane and bot side and top side. That has been one of the ways where things haven't worked out very well for them. But OMG, I don't think they are laning specialists. That's one of the things about this team. I think they draft very well. You know, you do have the Ambassador Galio here. It's a very powerful combo. So right there, the Ambassador missed the ult on, not missed the ult, but got Gwen W'd on the ult. So IG, I think they would have been really, really quite afraid if they faced either LNG or WE in this bracket. I think before... So if OMG had lost, they would have ended up playing LNG for this matchup. And I would have thought LNG would give a lot of issues to IG. Because they are a laning specialist team. Of course, we're seeing them play later versus Team WE. But I think because OMG won, with them winning, IG faced them instead. Harry's doing fine in this top lane matchup. Sobro does have that haunting guys, though, on that first back. Jway on the Nico, too. Been a very powerful player of this. Yeah, I think Nice does, true. I mean, put it this way, folks. OMG, really impressed in games 1 and 2 to a certain degree in that series versus EDG, but even then, that took some throw-in from EDG for OMG to get over the line. Now, either game 1... Hang on, that's a Galio ult. Oh, he stole it from the Galio. Yeah. Okay, I guess it was just timing out. Use it to basically get a pseudo teleport back to mid lane. Basically using Wei as a teleport back to mid. I appreciate that. Was one of the coolest things about Rookie is Rookie at his best is effectively a second mid laner, and with something like the Silas being able to steal and Ezreal, Galio ult, can get into plays very quickly from quite a long range. New profile pic? Yeah, I changed the profile pic for the channel too, because I thought, well, the old one I didn't like as much. I don't know why. I don't know why I kept it for so long. Hey, Angie, how's it going? My autofill doesn't work anymore? Yeah, that is a problem. Hang on, Way's managed to get behind bot lane. Is he going straight on towards there? Yes, he is, and the Nico doesn't get that far into the play. Not great there from Way. He takes a ton of damage on the exits. Starry down the flash. Double flash is blown for jungle support of IG. Not the best aggressive play there. Wait, did have a good angle, but Moham, good defense there to make sure that Photic and Dre couldn't follow up. What tragedy will befall Rookie this time? That of course is a worry for all you Rookie fans out there. Rookie's career has not... Hang on, Photic going to get flashed on by Moham. Starry does have the skills up and available. Photic's flashing away. And I think with that, they know that Vi could make it into the place they back off. Good turnaround damage from Photic. It does lose that flash. So bot lane from IG, losing a lot here. Dragon started by IG on the bot side. What's going on with OMG? They look like a team. Yeah, I really think that benching jungler and changing in Reo has really changed them. I think it's really changed them. Again, they were genuinely, and I will keep saying this, they were the worst team in the LPL up until second round robin. The problem is we didn't even get to see them play against LNG with Reo, so we don't actually know how they are compared to that. Reo's now going topside, so bro is going to be able to get out of the aggressive play. Good W and flash usage. Flash for flash between him and Reo. Sobro survives. Now, OMG, getting a little more out of bot lane in terms of the summoner. What I expected from the summoner is getting the flash out of way on that bot side. Really saved their bacon, I think. And now everyone's kind of used their big tools across the map for now. Even though there is a Galio ult, even though Rookie can steal a big ult and look for a big play himself, the big ults are now down. We have such a chill day at work today. Hey, Angie. Well, oh yeah, you were saying that the library is closed, so you can just kind of like close to the public rather, so you just kind of get to exist. I definitely thought LGD would come out of that group instead of OMG. Yep, I thought the same right up until the end. It really did come down to that last series where OMG clutched it out. Let's have a look at these lane leads. Very even across the board. Very even in jungle too, which is the one camp difference for now, and you know, Grail will be able to clear through them anyway. There was no way for OMG to face anyone else unless they lost and were out. Yes, that is true. Yes. If OMG were going through, but by being the lowest team in the lowest seeded team in the bracket, they had lowest preferential stealing. Wei realized that he's on vision. We'll clear that out on top side. Do they know that Reo's here? Not sure. Wait, they placed another ward there. He just ends up being cancelled again. So, wait, a lot of his time has been wasted there. And we're really into a slow game here. Rookie going towards that Rod of Ages first. Don't always see that on the Silas, but I think versus the Galio gives you a lot of HP to work with. And one of the big things about Rod of Ages builders in the current meta is that you get that extra level, of course, and that means that you end up catching up the XP compared to top laners in side lanes who are typically level up anyway. Spot out Moham, get damage onto him, but wait, does he realize the amount of trouble that he's in? He doesn't have flash just yet. Rookie has the Alistar ult now. He's trying to use that to be a hyper tank in this fight. Galio coming in. When does Rookie pop the ultimate? Needs to pop it soon. Rookie, my dude, why are you not popping that before your HP's gone? A mistake by him, but he's going to go low. The arrow flashed away from. I think Rookie could have saved that if he just popped the ultimate just a little sooner. Ends up being a 1-for-1 jungler for jungler. You don't see IG beating OMG? Wow. I'm so surprised at that, given that OMG... Look, OMG did win yesterday, but you look at the way that they won those games. They were very exciting, but they weren't clean at all. Not that IG had been the cleanest team either. Guys, I still favor IG in this series. I do. And the reason is, look, if OMG do win this, I want to make sure that people really understand how much of an upset it is to go through this entire bracket. You know, don't undersell IG too much yet, but compared to Nirvana teams. Compared to Ascend teams, absolutely, I agree. And of course, we saw they were worse than NIP the other day too. But if IG were to lose to a Nirvana team in this bracket, that would just be disaster for them. That would just be disaster. Rowe going in for the aggressive play. Now, he has his Crescent Guard. Wei does have his flash available. Gonna walk over, take one. Does have the smite. Going a bit lower. Goes out of vision. Okay, so he ends up taking out of vision. No smite contest. Phaelite's now activated. Good play there from Rayo to secure the buff. IG playing 4v5 with Sobro. The thing about Sobro is that the main problem for him is that his laning phase is poor. Now, when he's actually ahead of the game, the guy's still alright. You know, yeah, I wouldn't... My problem is that Sobro falls behind a lot. I just don't think that Harry's going to be the guy to really destroy him in a 1v1. You know, he's 10 CS up, that's fine, and he's got himself a couple of plates from topside, so the gold lead is somewhat there. Hang on, Dre does have flash. Damage will come through there. Using the stolen Galio ult to make sure there's a magic shield. Good thinking there from Rookie. What that'll do is it'll save the flash from Dway. Poke back towards Rayo. Dragon up in 20 seconds. OMG were really hoping they can get themselves a big ult out of that, or a big flash, and I suppose they did get the Silas ult, which is one of the bigger tools to use. So now Rookie's used the Alistar ult and the Galio ult in recent times. Moham, I think he's just going to kill Photic here. He does cleanse away. Not a bad Valkyrie. Not bad at all, Moham. He does have that ult running, but the tower shots are just going to keep ripping into him. Dway says, look, let's get Starry instead, and they'll kill Moham. Bad dive. Surely with an Alistar ult, you expect to get the kill there. But they can't quite get it, and OMG, they fumble it. The execution, not quite there. Ooh, potential of a combo onto the Silas. E away from the Shinzao W. That's some weird sound effects on the whole clean feed there. Photic out playing under that turret could be very important towards IG. No, Moham now down flash and ults. And yes, Photic also down flash as well, but no, OMG don't get that easy kill onto the core keep. Dragon started. Do IG look to contest? No, I don't think they do. Ways on the top side. Stead might start Herald instead. Does he start it? Yes, he does. It might be a Dragon for Herald trade. Don't often see these objectives start at the same time. Typically, they tend to be a bit desynced. You'll see the Dragon, then the Herald. Blue Trinket put in. Varus and Alistair are moving their way up the river. There is a top lane push, though, and IG will be able to use that to start Herald a little bit more safely. Alistair is looking. Don't think he's going to be able to do anything about it, though. I think people really like the OMG upset because IG has been trounced by the best teams in the league, but they haven't played someone close to their level. Yeah, I agree. I mean, and again, I really want to impress this, folks. I think OMG being here is exciting because they weren't expected to be, but I do think there is a huge difference between OMG and the level of NIP, WE. Well, you expected EDG to be on that level. Clearly, obviously, EDG played played below their level, I think, and OMG took that opportunity. Because, you know, you don't want to undersell OMG's achievement. The fact that they're a team which missed, I think, 7 months of play. You know, they lost out in Split 2 last year, and they were effectively relegated to LDL. You know, it's incredible that OMG are fighting for a playoff spot, given all the things which have happened with this team in the last year. And I'm excited to see if they can do it, but I can't view them as anything but underdogs in this series. You know, IG are a team which have had plenty of issues, as we were saying, particularly with early game. Now, the problem is, IG are now out of that early game. Now, the question is, IG, if they survive an early game, how do we view them then? How do we view them then? Yeah, but Duo, I would argue that IG have been more coordinated mid and late game than OMG. It's just their early game where it's been a problem. No, I think that OMG are much more on the same page than they were. One of the problems that OMG had with Duohan is that they couldn't find proactivity. They just couldn't find it. Now, this team does have proactivity. It does. However, the cleanliness of that proactivity has sometimes been in question. Haichao's managed to pick up this matchup quite well against Rookie now. Got towards that first item, Hollow Radiance. Has the upgraded Merc Treads as well, as his Rookies. Both of them will be shrugging off a lot of these trades against each other. Is there any chance that Uzi subs in next for IG? No. However, funnily enough, I do think that, look, I think IG, realistically, they're still looking at changes for next split. This team, I think they'll expect, I think they hope the Shy will come back. I think they're hoping that Mako will come back. But then what's going to happen about this AD carry role? Do they try Photic Mako and just hope that that works out fine? Rayo does land something onto Jway. Jway will get a bit of poke onto Rayo, but not be able to get that much outside of it. Fighting over a Scuttle Crab, looks like, actually. Potential Ambassador ult coming in. It does land onto Rookie. How does he get himself over the wall? Steals the Shinzo ult first so he can E out to safety. No flash needed to be blown. I've liked how Rookie's been using these kind of reaction ults to say, okay, I can very quickly steal the Galio ult. That'll save my Nico flash. And right there, I'm going to take the Shinzo ult. That means I can bop him back, and it means that I don't have to E away from danger or flash over the wall. I don't think Photic is a massive problem. Ooh, I think if you've watched Group Ascend this split, I think you'd probably change that opinion. I think that Photic's been fine in this game, but Photic's definitely been holding IG back. You know, his early game and some of his team fights outside of stuff like the Kai'Sa has been inconsistent at best. And this is the thing about IG, you know. IG only walked away from two series wins from Group Ascend, and really a lot of that problem does come down to top lane and AD carry. Not the role which a lot of people are having those kind of issues with across the LPL. They're quite unique in that sense, IG. I think if LNG was here, I think 1xN go up Photic. That's the worry. So Dragon now in less than a minute. We're on a Chemtech Rift. Now in this game, of course, you've got things like Ambessa Shield. Hang on, Rookie going towards the Alistar, looking for the pick here. If things do get spicy, he does have that unbreakable will to go pretty much unkillable. Rookie is definitely in a position where he can just kind of run away with this game with the ultimates he can steal. Now I'm of the opinion that I think that Silas, the ults are kind of like a bonus. You don't have to have good ults to play Silas, because his W's are really broken bits. They can dive with the Alistar ult, actually. If he takes aggro, they could just do that for free. Rookie just did choose to do that. I think they can do, but I'm still on that bot side, and with the disruptive CC, we are then still left just the 3 kills so far in this early game. IG Dokla next split? Yeah, man. You know, Lion's going to fall apart, and Dokla's going to return to his Chinese arc. Dragon started. They still have the Alistar ults to use. Teleport coming in, and OMG might be looking for their first big fight of the game. Good chains onto Rayo, and that'll force him away from the Dragon. Flash in. That's not bad. Photic caught out in the engage. Dragon goes down. Rookie forced the flash out of Starry. Both AD carries now down without that ability to escape as easily. Dre goes in, manages to get a 2-man ultimate, but it's not onto the carries, really. First kill will go onto the Alistair. Supports both down, though, and now the Galio's coming in, and it's a real meat grinder. Rookie gets out of the play. Again, Rookie gets a double kill. Way's gone down, so it ends up being a 2 for 2, but the Silas is so damn strong and keeps dashing forwards again. IG find themselves a slim win in the fight and get the objective out of it. That's going to get them closer towards that Chemtech Soul, and it'll get Rookie further ahead now. Harry going in. That was a real meat grinder of a team fight. Pretty much everyone trying to jump into the play, then carries flash out. See right here, very good chain at the start of it. Chunks out, the Shin's out, but Photic gets caught with the wind becomes lightning. It means that he loses almost all of his HP at the start of the fight. Harry misses his ult too because there's flashes away from the play. Now for a while here I thought, well, Rookie's used the Alistair ultimate, isn't that going to be a problem? You know, Dway does find an angle, restarts it. I thought that IG were really playing with fire. You know, the Vi had basically no HP. But this is the value of having Gwen and Silas against this kind of team comp. If they're not just immediately CC'd, their continual fight damage with Riftmaker and Conqueror goes through the roof. Highchat dies even with him blowing that flash. Slim win for IG, but now we're starting to see the issues here with OMG in this kind of comp, which is the Silas and the Gwen. If they get the angle to stack up, stuff like Riftmaker or the Conqueror for the Silas can be so scary. It's the Conqueror for both of them, of course, too. Photic also walking away with 2 kills from that early game. Bin versus Dokler in the LPL would be the funniest timeline. I'm here for it. Does Rookie go up for the crystallized procker on the tower? Does he think he can kill it? No, can't force it into the tower though. Now this is one of the annoying things for the Galio-Silas matchup on the Silas side of things, is that you can never really force the Galio under turret. And particularly when you get the upgraded Merc Treads, you have both your W shield and the upgraded Merc Treads shield, the Chainless Crushers, because you have a ton of magic shield. Harry might have overextended here. Uses the ult to go unstoppable, but there's more CC afterwards and Harry will go down in the side lane. OMG not quite aware of where IG were looking on the map. They weren't making a cross map either, so it's just 1 kill. I mean, OMG don't have a cross map in place. Harry was way too far up with... typically you do want just a play to be happening somewhere else on the map if you're going to be pushing up like that. We're trading back unfavorably against Way's Vi. Way, of course, one of the better Vi players in the modern era. Rookie goes up, manages to break that bottom tower finally. That crystallize really helping him there. And Galio will just kind of stay alive for forever. Way, low HP, doesn't have flash, will get himself out of danger. I think Starry's ultimate landed onto him. Good damage from Photic. Heal has to be used from Moham. Did BLG already play? No, BLG are not playing today. Ooh, jumping towards Photic there. Photic. Bit spooky. Arrow onto him too. And of course the Varus, very powerful in the current meta and has been for the last long time. As I was saying, I'm going to do a video at some point on most powerful... what were the best AD carries of all time? And this is only from a pro perspective. Trying to fit in Varus into that equation is really interesting, because he's definitely top 5. But then the question is, you know, how far up is it? There's quite an obvious number 1. I'm not going to spoil it too much. There's quite an obvious number 1 most powerful AD carry of all time. Best AD carry across all LoL Esports history. Varus, though, you know, you look back to the early years of League, struggled to have that much value. And then he came in as the on-hit god of Season 7. Didn't have as much value in Season 6 or Season 8. A little bit of a poke Varus around here and there. Best AD carry is Nymaera? Yeah. No, Hawker, I don't think it is. I think it's quite obvious if you think about... Okay, if you think about across the entirety of LoL Esports history, who's been the most consistent, the most picked, the most likely to break an item build, there's only one choice. There's only one choice. Blade's got it. Yeah. It's quite obvious who the king of AD carries is, folks. Ezreal is the best AD carry of all time. The question is who comes through 2nd through 10th. I mean, like, in any given patch, Ezreal is most likely to break an item. And if you look at the top level of pro play, he's the most picked champion of all time from Season 1 till now. You know, I'm just spoiling you the video at this point, but... You know, basically, if we have a League of Legends version of Incineroar, it is just Ezreal with a random item being broken. It's like, hello Ezreal, what have you brought into show and tell? I've brought the new item from the patch. Sighs. Dragon up and available, IG. Just the base Chemtech souls mean a lot to them. They do actually have some really nice healing. Oh god, Photic got caught again. Rayo manages to flash onto him. It's good damage, good blast cone. Harry doesn't quite get onto Photic, but he gets onto Dwayne next to him, trying to land the PLCC. On the other side, Rookie gets himself the Unbreakable Will. Just full contact team fighting. Dive both sides of carries at the same time. Photic goes down, as does Starry. IG trying to trade pieces off with pieces. Mohem's ultimate now down as well. Galio's going into the meat grinder. Rookie flashes out. No one gets hit by that grand entrance. Heroic entrance, rather. Hydra, I think, will be able to disengage here just about. Flash away from Mohem will save him as well. So it ends up being 1-for-1. IG better on the HP bars. Rayo, that's the reason he's going towards the Raptors here. Wants to try and heal up. Rookie, level 16. The Rod of Ages really helping him here. So much damage coming through from him. Really wants to get the damage down and uses that Crescent Guard to keep himself topped up as well. Does he have another W for the sustain? Does he need it? Rookie really knowing how he can be the front line in these team fights. He's been playing well so far on this Silas. He's been the game changer here from IG. Now Rookie using every ult at his disposal. That Alistair ultimate making him unkillable. The Shinzao also can do that too. The temporary frontline ults have been fantastic for Silas to still. OMG are lacking damage. I think in an ideal world they're not. Gwen's going to hit get a full channel arrow onto them. The E and the stacks will take him down. Sober, I'm not really sure why you were up there. Why you were pushed up like that. 3 dragons to IG. And what that does mean is that, you know, the healing from Silas W, the shield from the Vi passive, things like that do become very obnoxious. Rookie's going to get even more W healing. Even manages to get the cancel on the headbutt away because his E was buffered through it. Mohem might actually now be dead. Mohem could actually just die here. Chain lands onto me, pops the ultimate, he's just dead. Rookie outplays Mohem in the slight mechanical outplay, at least to a full kill going forwards. Mohem goes down again. Rookie is really on good form here on the Silas. What is Rookie's all-time stats on the Silas? 55% win rate, and this is his 30th game of all time. Anyone remember Burn Ezreal when loners could build jungle items? Yep, the original blue build with Spirit of the Elder Lizard. Then, of course, there was Runeglaive Ezreal back in Season 5 Spring. Pepinero, for those of you Spanish fans out there, might remember him back in 2015 Giants. He was the guy that broke that. Then we think about Death's Dance, Double Tier Ezreal, obviously Blade of the Ruin King, Triforce, Essence Reaver. He's broken too many builds over time. Where's Urgot ADC? Where is Urgot on the ADC list? Oh, the Hyperkinetic Position Reverser. Hell yeah, the Corrosive Charge. Just need one good Galio ult. I just don't think that's enough. I think the problem is, if you end up going into IG and Rookie is really fed, I think you still have too many issues. He's gone for the Zhonya's third. I actually wonder whether Rookie should have tried to bypass the Zhonya's and just go towards raw damage. The Riftmaker really does help him, it does, but I do wonder whether he should be just going for extended teamfight value. I suppose what he thinks is actually the... Well, no, thinking about it again, if you do have just the base armor value from the 50 armor of Zhonya's, you're pretty happy with that too, because it means that most of the enemy team is physical damage. And you can shrug a lot more of it off with the HP from Riftmaker and Zhonya's. Sorry, Riftmaker and Rod of Ages. Red buff steal away. Potential engage coming through from the flank here. Reyes low HP. Rookie pops the Alistair ultimate. And yeah, that's the problem. He's still got that Alistair on. He doesn't take damage. He's taken the damn ultimate. Zhonya's to buy him the room for the next cooldown. He's out of the play. So annoying playing against the Silas with the Alistair ultimate. It's why when Alistair is ever in meta, you have to think about Silas. Whether it's jungle or mid lane, you have to think about it. Now, Rookie does end up losing the Alistair ultimate. Zhonya's is used, but he doesn't have to blow the flash. In any other world, you know, he just dies. Not here, though. Not here. W Zhonya's and W gives you extended fight. That's true. Yes, I absolutely agree, Mabi, as well. You know, if you don't have the Alistair ultimate or the Shinzo ultimate, you know, God forbid you don't have either of the instant invincibility ults, basically. You can W, go into Zhonya's, get your W again. You are going up towards your max levels in the game right now. Yeah, Rookie is really taking over this game. 5-0. Photic's got himself towards 3 items as well. Now, in this kind of game, when you have double AP solo laners, it is actually completely fine to go towards the Collector as 3rd item, much less likely to be facing up against armor stacking on the other side. Haichao on the Galio. I mean, I have to say, Galio in general does tend to be good into the Silas, because even though the Silas can do XYZ with the ult steals, Galios are so good at just kind of actually having a laning phase against the Silas that you can be a powerful carry yourself in a way that you can't be in other matchups. Ooh, Joy spots the recall out. Doesn't manage to stop it, though. Silas is just too scary right now. I suppose on the other side of it, though, you think, well, Rookie makes one mistake, and this game could be thrown to OMG. No, OMG against DDG, they kind of waited for those 1 or 2 mistakes, and it just ended up just about going in their favor. 3-1 for them yesterday, for those of you that missed it. It was a real shock upset. Crazy to see. I've been very excited to see how this team has evolved under Rayo, the new jungler. He's gone for the Titanic Hydra build again, actually, something that Sam highlighted yesterday. Wants that very quick kind of burst and knock-up combo. Rookie, does he look for an ultimate right now? Now he's level 17. He can probably, even at this point, folks, look for 2 ultimates in a fight if it goes to it. We're going towards the Raptor steal. Sometimes you just want to steal the easy stuff. I think OMG will just continually look to dive onto Photic there if they can. I think trying to dive onto the Silas is actually too much of a problem. What do? I guess they just try to poke out someone who's free. Rayo does get that knock up there from the Q, but look at the damage back. Photic and Rookie just return fire. Wave's pretty low HP. Flash away from Starry. Rookie found the angle there. Does go for the Shinzao ultimate. He's been headbutted back into the range of it, though. Rookie might go down. Goes down to Sonny's, but he's still so low HP. Rookie ends up flashing out. Does he live? Yes, no, he goes down. The Silas, the public enemy number 1, does die. Goes golden a little bit too late, and suddenly the meat grinder is working in favor of OMG. The Gwen, good extended fight damage, and Photic is still alive. Remember, if IG win this fight, they get themselves a soul afterwards. The arrow, good damage from Wave. Photic is still alive, though. Rookie, first death of the game for him. Does have the teleport when he comes back up alive. So, Photic, my dude, W's away early, but the fight comes over for the peel. Photic getting away from the Ambassador, but not for long. Sobroke CC down by the Alistair, and he's going to go down too. This could be a full set of kills. Way, can he get on towards the Ambassador? No, he can't. That might actually buy OMG, the Dragon itself. There's still 10 seconds until Rookie comes alive. OMG clutch it out. Gold lead starts to dissipate a little bit. IG losing Rookie early into that fight. We said, look, all it takes is really, one bad fight and things go against them. Joy's coming in. Wei still has that flash. If you can blast cone in, it's still something you can smite. Yes, smite available. Go over. If he smites, he gets the soul. No, the Varus gets it. Varus ends up securing the objective, but Rookie's teleported in. Sorry, has no flash. And now if he dies, he will just end up losing the Baron for his team. He'll jump over the wall. He will die. Now, the problem here is that with the AD carry down, I think IG just go towards the Baron instead. They don't get the objective. OMG, they did clutch out the fight. However, IG will still get themselves one of the big objectives on the board. I think this should really just be Baron being taken by IG. They wanted to go towards mid lane a little bit instead. Haichao's too tanky. Guys, just go towards that Baron. Corky's coming back up. 30 seconds on both bot laners. OMG cannot fight without Varus and Alistair. Just go towards that Baron. Should be an easy call for them. Going over to it now. EDG, do you mean UNIP? I'm actually not sure what I said, so I can't be sure there. Baron will go down to IG. Losing that dragon fight. Showcasing that OMG do actually... They have become a much better late game team fighting team, have OMG. But still a ways to go in this series, at least in this game, before they find themselves on even footing with IG. And this Silas is just so scary. He's so scary. Now, Rookie ends up, stealing the Shinzao ultimate. But then basically OMG realized, hang on, this is not an Alistair ult. If we get inside the Crescent Guard, it doesn't mean anything. I think Rookie, forcing that flash there, very important. Uses his own ultimate to try and burst out Rayo. Moham has a good fight here. Now, normally headbutting a Silas on top of your Varus is not great. But here it makes a lot of sense, and Rookie goes golden just a little too late. Loses all his HP and can't really regen in time. In mid lane, turret will finally go down. Crystallize helping with that. Rookie does not have himself teleport right now. Did use that at the end of that last play. What are OMG hoping for? You're hoping for another mistake from Silas. The problem is Silas has the Alistair ult to steal back again, so you're not going to get quick and easy kills onto him quite as frequently. He's level 18. Moham maybe caught out again. Doesn't have a flash, has an exhaust, but Not going to be dead, though. We'll be able to walk away from things. Rookie, that Alstral, looking for that aggressive E angle. Constantly looking for that this game. Also, there's the death gap as well. Waves, double stacked in bot side. Good wave clear from the Varus. It's the only real wave clear piece they have, though. I'm not sure if that will mean they'll end up losing bits and pieces in another lane if that gets pushed. Sobro is now 1,000 gold ahead as well. 3-item Gwen. Of course, the Silas is the core of this composition from IG, but Sobro on that kind of meat grinder champion as well can be a real threat. Late game Gwen, disgusting. 4 items on Photic, almost at 5 for him even. Starry's going for a GA, that might help him buy a bit of time in a team fight. You're hoping for OMG that they can punish a mistake from Rookie. You know, they managed to get him to blow Zhonya's early, that one of his ultimates is misused. IG no strangers to late game tragedies, but also late game heroics as well. IG has spent just a lot of time in late game in general. They tried to drag things out late game. Now versus NIP, they did get that huge turnaround. 14, hang on, Breo is on the flank here. Maybe able to catch out Wade, caught out with that Q though. Galio ult's coming in. It doesn't really lead to that much. Can't get anyone locked inside for it, so the hero's entrance not really doing that much here. Of course on the other side, well, if Rookie wants to, he can summon the villain's entrance. Steal it from Galio. Make the story about himself. I'm the antagonist now, the protagonist now. Death cap. Rookie has a nice hat. 5, 1, and 3. That one death was important, of course. Yeah, the Silas angle was just too good this game, wasn't it? I think that OMG missed that in draft. I think they really missed that. I think they banned away, you know, when IG banned away Akali LeBlanc, that actually should have signaled the Silas, who, especially looking at the ultimates on the other side, those were the matchups which could be a real pain. Because I was thinking, oh, you know, you're banning away lane bullies from mid lane. What do you want to pick there? Do you want to pick like a weaker laning mage? And I just forgot that Silas is one of the champions which really struggles versus them. Teleport into mid lane for OMG. This would be sold for IG. OMG looking to deny it once again. Had a decent play of it last time. Rayo trunked out by that big one coming through from Photic. Has a full complement of artillery. Sobro on that flank. Teleport from Silas onto that flank as well. Enough vision in place for OMG to see it coming though. They back off and they'll reset. Flank temporarily dissipated from IG. Way not liking that very high level Ambassador. Of course, Ambassador scaled into this game too. Perhaps Harry can be the guy who runs these team fights. Rookie has the Alstral, much harder to kill this time. IG playing things slow. Varus landing more poke, that one was blind. Gets some quite good value there. Harry, I think he does win the 1v1 versus Rookie. He needs to be quite careful here. Taking a lot of damage versus the Ambassador. Rookie, my dude, popping the Alstral early. Has to do so. And the fight goes across the place. Rayo goes into his GA almost. In fact, he forces way down into it. First, Ambassador into the pit. Here comes the Galio. Rookie goes golden, but he doesn't have the ultimates to throw. I actually think IG are in a lot of trouble here. But Harry goes down. The late game Ambassador has not been able to deliver on the promised flash into the pit. Rayo goes down, and IG managed to escape the danger scenario with the Silas caught out. And Wei losing the GA, IG get themselves the Chemtech Dragon, and they'll be able to walk away with the soul from that. No Baron for them to push in. IG just better late game team fighters in this scenario. Rookie initially caught out on the play, but Harry, after a good start to that fight, ends up going a little too deep, gets a little separated. He can't finish off that late game fight himself. And, you know, this is the thing, right? You know, from folks in chat, you know, being hyped about OMG, saying, okay, OMG have a chance, which I think they do. I think realistically they have a chance. But this is why I look at them saying, well, you're not an early game team. And IG, when they do get ahead early, or they're even early, are a different team. In Group Ascend, that just didn't happen. We even saw in the first match, but it didn't even happen versus NIP. NIP were rolling them early for the most part. IG is still a good late game team fighting team. They're just most of the time down a lot of gold when they look for them in Group Ascend anyway. Baron started from IG. And they'll get taken down fairly easily then. No contest by OMG. The problem here now is that a lot of the members of IG were already hard to kill. Now they have extra healing and extra shielding. Now for Silas, that means that his W is now getting an extra 18% heal on it. For Sobro, with stuff like the Rift Maker, it'll apply to that too. The extended fights now, the meat grinder, when you get below 50% HP, when you get the extra 10% damage reduction and 10% damage, is disgusting for IG as well. Smite put onto Mo. Oh, it blows his shield, the Celestial Opposition. That's why he smotes him. Full AP Galio, by the way. Well, it's, yeah, he's got the tank item first. He doesn't have something like a Death Cap, though. Haichao's ultimates have needed to be better in this game from OMG. Or rather, the play around those ultimates. There's been no CC to lock someone into them. Starry's been doing a good job poking. Starry's been doing what he can. The problem is, there's just a bunch of things forcing his flashes. Rookie's been very good at getting that. Oh, God, Photic's caught out. Photic's going to die on the top side. Photic's going to go so too far forwards. Mohem is going to get caught out by that E way over the wall. You got to be careful. He's going very, very deep. It's this fight problem. OMG, IG, you can't be giving up plays like this. 2 dead for them. IG massively out misplay. Now, Photic caught out on that top side. Sure, I guess that'll happen once in a while. But wait, what was that? What was that way? 2 kills to OMG. The first one was of their own making. The second one was a gift to them. Photic over pushing. Had no flash for that play. This is like the 3rd or 4th time he's been caught out in important moments, and this is why when we talk about IG, you do have to focus on the negative impact of Photic on this team. Now that has made this game probably extend to the Elder. Now this is with the Baron, folks. They had all 5 members alive with the Baron, and IG taking in turns to make huge mistakes. OMG, they're not going to be able to push for anything more than the inhibitor, than the inner turret, I don't think. But that's still so much more than they thought they were owed, I think. Oh, Photic and Wei. There's a GA available for Photic now. Next time that happens, he'll have an extra life. Wei, his GA was still on cooldown. Hey Corella, how's it going? OM magic? Perhaps a little bit. So what happens here? He just gets... Oh! The clone ends up activating the Xin Zhao Q. And he used it for the instant flash knockup. So Rayo inspired engage from him there. One of the most dangerous things about playing against that Xin Zhao is just tracking his Q as a carry. Because if you get within flash E range and his Q's been stacked up, it's instant knockup. And of course with the Titanic Hydra, it can happen even from a single auto attack as well. You Q once, you wait for the second auto, and actually you can just flash in and auto reset for the knockup anyway. Godly's still in IG's favor. Soul's still in their favor. The basic dragon's working in their favor as well. Elder Dragon now spawning in a minute. IG might be forced to late game teamfight again. They clutched out the last one. But, I mean, there is still a late game Ambassador. There's still Varus who you need to deal with. If you don't shut him down quickly in a teamfight and he has a GA, that can be a problem too. Of course, with an AD carries getting that extra item slot, you're not giving up that much damage to have that defensive item on your 6th slot. Haichao, building up towards the last item for him, as Rookie's completed his build with a Crypt Bloom. Sobro is full build on a Gwen. This is a full build Gwen. Getting to the point where IG have capped out on gold. Now, if everyone gets 6 items, who wins? I mean, I still think it's IG with the soul, but it's not a done deal. Again, as we were saying, Ambassador, scary champion, potential fight over here. The Ambassador is not at the play. We need to teleport in. Rayo does have that GA. Wei's GA is available too. Just where you're going for the flank. Teleport coming in from the Gwen. They're going for it. They get Starry up into that knock, but there's no follow-up after that too. Nico will die, but has she done enough on the engage? Here comes the Galio ultimate, but the GA is blown already. Rookie is very hard to kill. It's into the meat grind out. I think IG are turning OMG into sausage. Ground meat. Ambassador Can't escape that either. IG finally find the fight. Joy sacrifices himself. Oh, God, no, he doesn't even do that. He somehow lives. Okay, so Joy doesn't even sacrifice himself for the game win. IG find themselves the engage they need as OMG push out onto the map, looking for a position on Elder. And IG, after a 46-minute game one, will take the lead in the series. OMG, they have been the late game team fighters in their series, but IG, that's something which they are always comfortable with. IG get themselves that first game on the board, and I think that we'll have to, you know, for those of you who are buying into the OMG story, it's a bit of a reality check there too. They are very lucky to be here in some sense. And IG are still a team that, despite their failings as perseverance teams, needs to be respected. Game one done. Okay, right, let me, I'm still confused about TT thing. LoL Esports website says BLG beat them 3-0. That wouldn't have been today. That would have been... No, it wasn't BLG that played them. No, there was LNG that played them. Is this a LoL Esports wrong? Does LoL Esports have BLG beat... No, it was LNG that beat TT 3-0 the other day. It's kind of a draft if, not gonna lie. I think it was still playable for OMG. I mean, you had the Ambassador in late game. But yeah, I think the Silas was such a good angle, right? The Silas was disgusting. I still think having Galio into that, and you have Galio Ambassador, you should still be able to be competitive. Oh, you read they were both logos? Yeah, so it's not BLG, it was LNG that played them. To be honest, IG's loss is showing more of how good NIP is. IG shouldn't be seen as weak. I think IG should be seen as weak for an Ascend team. Durex commercial for League players? I mean, if you look at the demographic of people who go to watch the LPL and the LCK, it's actually a lot of young couples go to watch it because people just go and watch something of their shared interest, you know? I think actually you'd be surprised how many... yeah, I mean, I actually don't think it's a bad thing at all. Okay, I'm gonna go put on some adverts. Nymaera, thoughts on... I thought tasty, I'm not gonna lie, I thought you just said thoughts on... thoughts about, and just had no topic, and I thought, that's just my thoughts. I'll answer that after ad break. Okay, I need to, I was gonna say something. I need to put on the breakings. Oh yes, the compliment for Duo as well. Yes, sorry about that. Sorry, I had a lot of tech issues at start of stream, so I had to figure things out pretty quick. There is no late game ambassador, she gets outscaled by Gwen. Yeah, but then you still have to have a late game ambassador versus a Corki. Duo, are you a card game enthusiast, Duo? Do you like TCGs? You are? Well, you'll know then, of course, people in TCGs, they shop for singles. They do. They shop for the single cards, and I think that there should be a new meta evolving. I think we should be shopping for duos instead. Of course, so much more valuable than singles. Who needs that single, you know, Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier, or what have you? Go for duos instead. By far, the better way to shop around. Just buy dual-sided singles, exactly. just buy duos, you know? Who's the best LPL mid right now? Well, in their prime, Knight, 100%. Who's the best LPL mid in their prime? 100% Knight. I think that... Well, oh, in their prime, but hang on. In prime, that means you're dealing with Xiaohu and Rookie as well. I still think Knight. Isn't the problem that they lack damage while having the same amount of engage for both sides, making IG the better pick? Oh, yeah, but then you have to consider stuff like Galio and Alistair Disruption. Now, Galio tends to be the game breaker in most of these kind of fights, and I think that Haichao had a bad game on the on the Galio. Typically, Galio ends up making the difference because Galio stops you from dealing damage. Yeah, I think that look, IG had the better comp, but it should have been a more even game if the Galio was better, had a better performance. I think Haicho, not great from him. Roast for Blade. I bet you're a foil. I bet you're not even an epee or a saber. I think you are the worst kind of Blade. The one which everyone picks up because everyone else uses it, but is by far the worst of the fencing blades. You know? Change to the better weapon, Blade. Don't you be bringing that foil around here with that tiny little saucer guard on the sword. Well, Dermby is pretty insane in his prime. Yeah, for sure. However, I think if you're looking at like peak level of play, at that point it's either rookie or knight. I would personally choose knight. Yeah, I think that one's actually. I don't want to just like brush that one off. It's between rookie and knight. It is between the two of them. Okay, so there was a question earlier. Who was it? Who was it? Someone was asking for that. Tasty, you still around? You were thinking about, right? You still around for that? Aluminium foil blade? Yeah, okay. Thoughts on about. So, I think about is definitely one of our better poke AD carries when he has a lot of range. I think that about has struggled to... I think he's struggled to play out difficult games. Now, if he's in a really good situation where he can just sit back on a Varus or an Ezreal, he's actually bringing a lot of value. But whenever he has to go into a difficult team composition, play very aggressive, I think he's really struggled to land important plays. Compliment for Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, EN. You know, oh, hang on. Rookie gets player of the game? Yeah, of course he does. CPUs, that's the wrong thing. Sorry, just what is that? Yeah, sure. What is that? There's just a lot of random stuff on this scene I need to get rid of at some point. Yeah, compliment for Mobile Legends, Bang Bang. Well, I'm glad that you're a game that, you know, came out in a good time span, you know, caught the audience, was an early mover. I think you're an early mover, you know. You know, I'm glad that you moved early and definitely didn't wait too many years too long to get your game out. One of the observers voted for Photic. What? Photic is not player of the game there. Photic had like, he did put out good damage, and he did have that one dive under turret, which he outplayed, but yeah. Have you wondered why people in League don't use resolution advantage like in Counter-Strike and StarCraft, like smaller screens and not have your eyes wander more? Some people do. Some people use window mode, some people play in 4x3. Some people do, yeah. Because technically on League, you can use like ultra-wide monitors and stuff like that to try and like make sure that you're taking in the information which is actually useful. What are your predictions for WLNG? It's a close series, that one. That should be a close series, really. Because one of my issues is that I do think that LNG have some real mid-game stumbles. I think W are probably a weaker early game team. I think they're probably a weaker laning team, although Karras is quite good on his day. So I don't think that's necessarily hard and fast true. So, yeah, I don't think that... Oh, yeah, by the way, folks, for those... I haven't done my shilling yet so far. But yeah, if you'd like to support us for free, if you are... if you're someone that's just looking for... if you're shopping around for a new browser, I'd really suggest Opera GX. They're our sponsor for this month. And, hey, how's it going, Habsrock? For once I say good morning, it's actually morning in Berlin. True. Yeah. It's very early here. But yeah, if you'd like to support us for free, think about downloading Opera GX. And if you'd like to throw some money our way, you can either subscribe or you can donate to our Ko-fi. Which, what is that? That doesn't... The Ko-fi bot doesn't always answer on time. Where are you? Coffee. Maybe there's a time limit on it or something. Then maybe there's a time limit on it, but... Huh. Maybe the bot's just asleep. Weird. Karis fraud? I think Karis has actually been very good for WE. Especially for, like, from their perspective, right? Is Karis the best mid in the league? No, absolutely not. But he's definitely been an important playmaker for WE. And if he doesn't play well, I think WE fall apart a bit. If you look at the first round robin, Karis was really doing some crazy team fights. Okay, I don't know what's happening with Kofi. Huh. Oh, maybe Moobot. Hang on. I wonder whether Moobot doesn't have... Wait, has anyone seen Moobot in chat today? Oh, it is there. No, it is there. That's fine then. I don't know why that's the case. Oh, I have to log into Moobot again because I've changed my username and stuff. That's fine. That's all good. Cool. That's all okay. Where are my commands? Custom commands. Oh, Moobot's not in Anivia. That'll be just on my one. Where's Kofi gone? Did I replace my Kofi command or is it just gone? Did someone delete my Kofi? did someone delete my Kofi command? What's happened here? Did I do that? I didn't do that, did I? Whoa. Okay, you're talking about these being fraud offs. So, no, there's a difference between, like, if they'd be frauds if people thought they were very good and they actually weren't. People don't think that IG are a flawless team. It's not their assault. Yeah, that's why I'm like, has someone deleted my goddamn Kofi command? Okay, I'm just gonna create the Kofi command again. I drank it, sorry. It's alright, I got it right now. I've figured it out. Why are the games so long? Because both of these teams are not very... They're not very... Well, I think OMG... Well, both these teams are bad early game teams. That's why you have to start, right? They're both early game teams. They're both poor early game teams, which does not help. And that means that they're often having to play around big objectives. And then sadly, because they're both that... Overseas, I've just mistyped that. There we go. Cool. So basically the command got deleted somehow. I'm not sure how. And yeah, in this game, it's like you can't really do much against a Varus that wave clears for forever. So then at that point you need Barons. BDD and Rudy are sorry, BDD and Rookie are my eternal pain junkies. Yeah, they've definitely had a lot of pain their way. Fun fact for Brackish Brett. Let me have a think. Fun fact for Brackish. God, my brain's still not really online, you know. Compliment for Hawker. Okay, I've got a couple of things I gotta go through. I think I've managed to get everyone. I think I've managed to get everyone so far. Oh, it's your birthday today, Hawker. Well, thank you for spending another year with us on this planet and making our existence a little bit more positive. Thank you, Hawker, and a happy birthday to you. Welcome into chat once again, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Hope you have a wonderful day. Have you got any plans, Hawker? Any plans? I'm still thinking about that fun fact, Brackish. If there are rocks in pottery when you put it in the kiln, they explode. That's a fun fact. So you got to make sure you don't have like little pebbles and stones and stuff, because you will actually explode things in the kiln. So if you're like digging up clay and you're making clay pottery and stuff, you need to make sure that if you're getting it straight out of the ground, it does need to be filtered well, otherwise it will just pop. That's what I hear, quite bad for pottery. Going to eat all-you-can-eat KBBQ in a bit. Nice, cool. Thoughts on KC losing to Heretics? I really don't think that the players would ever agree to something like that, because that would end your career. If you participate in something like that, it ends your career. Neither the coaches nor the players would ever buy into that. I think it's yeah. There's no way that the players would ever do that. They screwed over LR. No, I mean, it's just the rules that they are. The thing is that they used to play tiebreakers for playoffs, and they haven't this year. That's the big difference, right? Because I think that LR will feel pretty hard done by that there isn't a tiebreaker. But the reason they're not doing the tiebreaker, they weren't doing the tiebreakers for either NA or EU really, is because they don't want to add on another broadcast day. One of the things that happened, I think it was last year, was that we had to have like we had to have tiebreakers on the day after the games normally. And that meant that there was another broadcast day, which increases your broadcast kind of costs. Okay, let's get ourselves into this draft for game 2. Now, last game, IG walked away with a better draft. That Silas angle was disgusting. Malphite Jace banned away. Yunara's gone as well. Still have Orianna Azir. Azir went all the way through the draft last time, and the Rumble is the big thing up right now. They had a tiebreaker, and well, the tiebreaker, yeah, there was like a best of one tiebreaker for NA, but it's more like for, no, the problem they had was not tiebreakers in terms of games, that was the seeding thing. But the problem is, how do you fix a Swiss 8-team seeding issue? Swiss is just not good at accurately seeding, unless you have like 10 rounds and like 60 teams and shit like that, you know, or like hundreds of teams. Poppy ban, where's that Rumble ban? Where's the Rumble ban? IG have first pick on blue side. Oh, so OMG chose counterpick. OMG have chosen counterpick. Jarvan's banned away. Rumble first pick for Sobro, pretty easy. Then Rayo probably, then Harry probably goes towards what? Cassante. What are the safe matchups into this? You have Sion, Cassante. They're the two which you typically tend to see. So you expect that on pick 2, like pick 3, I suppose, or pick 2. Now, typically on red side drafting, you tend to want to. Sorry, on like counterpick drafting, you tend to want to still answer that first pick with something. Yes, you'll pick the Cassante on 2, even though technically I think you should save the Cassante till 3 if you want to get some power picks here. The Ashe is locked in, now threatening the Ashe Seraphine, so Photic and Joy will have to pick something in lane which can stand up to the Ashe Seraphine, and that's a difficult thing. Ryze is a fine lock-in. Ryze is good. Ryze Rumble is a really nasty kind of like early game set of lanes. And then Haichao will have to think, well, okay, I'm either locking in a Ryze counter or we're losing the Ashe lane partners. So now on pick 3, if you see the Ryze, you either have to pick the Cassiopeia and Nivea or you pick the Seraphine. Why is blue side banning Malphite with Silas down? Is it just the ADC Azir Pro needed to? Yeah, I'm not exactly sure on that, actually. That's a fair point with Silas down. I think Malphite is just a powerful champion in general, really. And of course, Malphite's very good versus stuff like Jarvan and Jace. So if the Malphite's gone, the Jarvan really enjoys life a little more. Wukong locked in. So no bot lane champion locked in for IG just yet. Do you lock in the Seraphine or do you lock in something like the Anivia and Cassiopeia? I think you lock the Seraphine. Ashe is so much better with the Seraphine. It's the reason you pick the champion right now. Is Ashe that high prior? It's very high prior in the LPL for Ashe Seraphine. Yeah, Ashe Seraphine is a very nasty duo. OMG won a game with it versus EDG just yesterday. And it has been a pick which BLG have used. We've seen a couple of teams try it out. YCX, one of the biggest supports which ends up playing the Seraphine. I don't know why they're doing these formats, because they're very constrained in terms of time for first stand. No, basically, yeah, you've got first stand on what, the 10th of, is it 10th of March? Yeah, so then you've got to get things kind of done in your region very, very quickly, and I think they feel pressured for time. So I think that's why we've got the formats the way that they are. Yone banned away from Haichao. Nautilus away from Jway. Your Photic probably would have looked for a Kai'Sa, I suppose, but even if it's worse in lane, you might just say, we're going to lose lane and we'll scale up later. Thresh for Thresh of Phelios. What do you do here as Photic and Jway? You don't want to go melee support here. You could go Lulu, but then what do you do? Sivir Lulu might work for IG, actually. Yeah, Sivir Lulu might work here. You have that Wukong already, which helps you get into the backline. Cassiopeia ban away from Haichao. So now in terms of lane counters, you're looking at the Anivia for Haichao if he plays it. Or the Malzahar, but no one's really playing that right now. I guess, is it Showmaker that only really plays that? He played that in ASI. OMG are maybe looking for some good poke mid laner. They probably just want the DPS. They want to play front to back Deathball. So they're going to go towards the Azir. Oh, no, they're not. They go towards the Mundo. So Mundo's going to come in to be that tanky front line. Ends up getting a bunch of value out of the Seraphine behind them, because Mundo survives through like a second shield from Seraphine a lot of the time. So what do you do here? Do you go towards the Sivir? I think you need some scaling DPS. You need something that can kill a Mundo. I don't want to see a Jhin into Mundo Cassante. I don't want to see the Jhin. Ezreal is fine. Ezreal's okay. I don't want to see that Jhin though. It's good with the Rumble, I know, but I'm just worried now. They do lock in that Jhin. Now tank killing duty will be on the solo laners. That Jhin is not going to be that happy. Maybe they're afraid of Anivia. If you lock in a Sivir, then the Anivia is very, very dangerous for you. Jway thinking about that Rakan. Now that one's a fine playmaker. So IG, I think in the team fights, the 5v5s aren't going to look as good from IG this time. It's a pretty easy Azir angle for Haichao, I think. You just need to have a good laning matchup versus the right... Well, you want a good laning matchup, like a stable laning matchup, and then just go into team fights. OMG say, look, we're going to 5v5. We're going to 5v5. That's the way of it. Let's get ourselves some Outbreak on. Draft chest? Yeah. Whole lot of that. OMG I've just said... Oh, look, we know our teams here, folks. OMG definitely want to be a late game team fighting team. Who won this draft? The thing is, I think IG are trying to play outside of the team fights. You do still have Jhin Rumble, which is a very good combo. I think OMG walk away pretty happy, though. I think the front line feels very good from OMG. You know, yeah. I think that the Jin's going to struggle to have value. But I think the power picks of the Ryze and the Rumble are going to have a good time. The Ryze and the Rumble have fine lane matchups, even in side lanes. Rumble's not too bad into Azir even, where Azir gets pushed, but if he gets hit by an E, the Equalizer can really threaten him. And let's get into game. You're forgetting that Jhin might not be the fastest Mundo killing ADC, but he's one of the few that hardly ever dies to him. But then the question is, what's the worth of Jhin being alive in a team fight where he can't get the front line down? At that point, you're just looking for W ults onto the back line. And I think that Cassante Mundo are just going to stand in front of your skill shots. I think that you're picking the Jhin for the laning phase. You're picking the Jhin for the laning phase, and you're saying, look, we're still probably going to lose lane, but, you know, Jhin is a very powerful laner. You hardly ever get to get much value from denying him CS, because he's always able to get it. See right here, losing the push out. In fact, Starry and Moham might have over pushed a little bit here. Pushing in very quickly in this early lane. Mom did land a little bit of that Q in that first one, in that first double up skill of the game. Watch him go collect a rapid fire cannon, true. I mean, maybe if Jin goes Storm Razor LDR, maybe he'll have a bit of a better time. Did I get through everyone's... I think I got through everyone's compliments, fun facts, and roasts. I think I did. I need to figure out some other channel points rewards. I don't really know what to do during game, though, to make it... I mean, gimmicks are gimmicks, so we can do gimmicks wherever, but... If you got any ideas for channel points, you let me know. Sorry, that's not the pro player approved Jin build. Hey, we've seen a couple of times where it's been locked in. It's not completely all doom and gloom. Sometimes people know how to build champions. Sometimes. Tax? Just have a tax thing in there. Yeah, pay your channel points for that. You should compliment YouTube chats too every now and then. Yeah, but I don't have a way to... Well, this is the thing, right? I mean, the Onivia is not my channel. I stream on it. But it's not my channel. And I need to have... You know, I need to have stuff which kind of convinces people to, like, go onto my own personal platforms instead, you know? Because that's the stuff which actually gives me lasting benefit. The interview stuff, I get the, you know, it's nice to have that audience. It's a very big audience, but one, the integration isn't really there for channel points on YouTube, and then also it's not my channel for me to benefit from as much. Not everything has to be a transaction, true, yeah. But what you'll find is with chat, sometimes just having a button to press for that thing tends to work pretty well for the whole chat engagement thing. Where are you streaming? Twitch? Yeah, in fact, if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you can actually see a lot of my socials there. And yeah, I stream on both Twitch and on YouTube at the same time. Multi-stream, basically trying to win the algorithm battle. Sobro, not a bad early set of trades there. So Harry shouldn't be taking that much damage on the early levels. Hawk shot. Ooh, trying to spot out recalls. Interesting. Oh, were they going to try and spot out where Way's moving next? And they do spot him there. Redeem for recommendations? Oh, that's fair, actually. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. I can give you like anime recommendations. That's what I can do. Watch enough of that. More like video game recommendations. That's a fair point. Hey, Poison, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. So bot lane control from Stario Moem has been achieved, but they're not causing any CS deficits for Photic. That's kind of what we expected here. Anime, book, movie, video game. That's true. Food recommendations. Damn, that's a fair play. Yeah. Rate my MTG deck. Yeah, I don't know enough about MTG. Sam can do that. Essentially, Seraphine is modern Sona. They do some... Ooh, rookie. Good trade onto Haichao, who will be able to slide out. That's true. Yeah. I actually managed to get my proper username on Twitch now for a while, so I need to update some stuff, though. JRPG recommendations, Xenoblade 2. Yeah. What's your favorite non-top LPL team to watch this season? I think Weibo. Weibo are not a top team, but they're kind of like, they're definitely in like 4th, 5th. I think Weibo are really fun. They're just a very chaotic team, and Elk has been exceptional. Elk is so good right now. I also think JJ has been... JJ and Air have been real surprising as a jungle support duo. But if you think they're still a top team, then probably LNG, right? Because of 1xN is very, very good. It's my favorite LCS team this year. Ooh. Well, knock-up stops some of the follow-up damage. I think it's pretty easy to answer, like, just the top team is C9, right? C9 have actually been very exciting to watch in team fights. I'm quite excited to see what happens with Sentinels, though, because Darkwings has really surprised me. Dragon taken by OMG here. Slower early game again, just playing through laning phase. Rookie and Sobro both with 10 CS leads. Bot lane is even. So we're probably going to get into mid-game fights, I would imagine, based on what we saw in game 1. Hey Zodiac, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. This is NIP's split. NIP looked pretty good the other day. They did. And I think that Care is a player which has been vastly underrated for some time because he's a very streaky player and his lows are so low that people tend to forget to praise him for his highs as well. Are you and Sam into the Marvel movies universe? So, yeah, I mean, I've kind of dropped off the MCU. Sam actually plays a lot of Marvel Rivals right now, but yeah, no, I wouldn't call myself like big on Marvel right now. I think I burned out on it. I think the quality really dipped around phase like, I don't know, was it 3 or something? Hey, Pintos, thanks for the sub. We appreciate you. More map hacks from the Ashe. You know there was a build for a while, which is Flicker Blades Ashe, where you basically get a free Hawk shot per wave, because you just reduce the cooldown by so much. That was a time. I think it was Pillow that was talking about Flicker Blades Ashe. Okay, flip under turret, but Rookie doesn't take aggro, and he got the phase rush. The phase rush meant that he just gets out for free. But did they just point out that Haichao missed an important minion? Did he miss cannon? Hello again from YouTube. Hey, good to see you, Zodiac. By the way, I genuinely don't mind where people watch. You can watch through or other. I will say though, if you're not watching on either Onivia or on Twitch or my own YouTube, so if you're watching on a third-party site, I would really appreciate if you come and watch it through on the main channel, because it just helps with the algorithm. Oh, Asharo used early for that extra bit of CC and damage. Encore doesn't manage to do that much, though, because the cleanse comes through. Ash Seraphine putting down the damage, but you will again notice there hasn't really been that much used, gained in terms of CS advantage. Rookie did blow that Ghost. Realm Warp is on cooldown. I missed where that was used the first time. I watched them both on the same time. Hell yeah, Coldgrave. You algorithm warrior, you. Disguise is my favorite LCS team. I love that squad. Didn't Disguise lose a lot of their roster and have to rebuild again? Wasn't that the whole thing for them? Damn, Ghost. Damn. Hey, Sam. How's it going?
Not so bad.
Well, we're well into game 2 now, so hope your voice is recovering well.
I think it is feeling a bit better, actually.
Sure. Do you want to take this game off because I'm kind of sat in already, or would you? What's your... Sure, okay, fine. Right. So I'm going to have to... Oh, Sam making me shift around stuff mid-game.
I know.
Inconsiderate.
I know.
You know, I told him, like, yo, by the way, you know, you don't have to, you know, risk your voice and blah, blah, blah. He's like, no, I'm going to do all of this. And shout really energetically and everything because it's what I enjoy doing, which is very good at. But then his voice blows. I'm like, okay, well, if I knew there was someone who could have told you this would happen.
One more day.
Oh, God. Sober 20 CS up. He's looking pretty fine. And this is one of the big problems for OMG in this matchup. One of the ways which IG really have lost games before has just been Photic and Sober are not good enough in lane. As you can see here, Star and Moem, they're not bad in the laning phase, but it's probably not their specialty, really. And Harry as well, he's not really a laning top laner. That's not really where he gets his advantages. So now we're seeing, you know, what happens when Sobero is even in a game, really.
Yeah, and again, like we got a little bit of this right at the start of the year, but that was like Demacia Cup. We made the whole,
coming towards bot lane there. Where's that arrow? There it goes. Blows the summoner though out of Starry.
Nice route there as they came as well, but again, does get that flash, does get that heal. Good Realm Warp in the end, even if it doesn't lead to the kill.
So I need to figure out where I'm going to put this for chat, Sam. Because if you want to sit the way that you normally do, basically, I'm not going to be able to have
That's completely
up, but I also don't want to... Basically, folks, when we're sat and we're kind of cramped up in this desk and we have both of us here, ends up causing some knee problems for Sam, actually, amongst other things. So you know, I don't know, just a gaze behind the curtain. Cerberus doing fine in this matchup again, up here in top lane, as you were mentioning.
So, what else do we need to think about with this game? I heard the conversation about the Mundo. Might be some truth that Sobro is there forced to flash.
Yeah, Q3 was on target. Sobro, you know, doing well in this laning phase, as we were saying, but it's not completely without worries there. Cassante can actually kill the Rumble here.
So, Dragon's about to get started. Rayo will be on it. Ways around, obviously on the Wukong, able to slide over the back of this wall if they so choose, and I think they may well do with the Gert getting called.
The steal flashing. Oh, it gets the steal! Might have to flash back over the pit. Has the Cyclone if he wants to commit to the fight.
Deadly Flourish will take the passive off Rayo, but won't be able to stick around and do anything more. Haichao sliding forwards there as well could have been quite
genuinely
nasty.
Huge. That's genuinely huge, because OMG, they're a team fight comp with this bot lane control. They wanted early Dragons. Rookie might get shuffled into town. Needs to be careful here.
Does get phase rush, so it doesn't really take anything. Duel wasn't in the middle of taking turret aggro, so all is fine.
Yeah, Rookie's had a couple of times where Haichao's kind of flicked him under the turret, but sorry, Hydra's flicked Rookie under the turret, but yeah, he has been timing that phase rather effectively so far. 10 CS up here. Haichao, that first game needed to be better from him, really. He had the Galio into the Silas, and yes, Silas is a very good draft, but Galio, we saw, you know, from HLE, BLG back in Worlds 24, you know, the Galio can absolutely outvalue a Silas in those situations, even with Silas having good ultimates, and yes, still a good, I still think IG won that draft, but I think if Haichao had played better, they could have won those late game fights potentially.
Yeah.
Right here, you know, he's down on a very well-known matchup here. Well, he does have the Cyclone if something does start to arrive. Remember, no flash on Starry.
This could get very interesting. Slides on in. Cyclone, Starry's got nowhere to go. You are a dead man.
No flash, uses the barrier, goes down anyway, and now suddenly OMG, they really wanted bot side control. That was the lane that was pushing up. They had a slight gold lead there, and they lose Dragon, and they lose their life. So OMG, their early game really not what they wanted here.
Yeah, and again, it's not even like Starry had a lot to do there. You had this Wukong wrapping around via Gromp. Look at all the wards in the blue side jungle for OMG. There is lit up like a Christmas tree. Because it's all blue, not red, which would have been very funny. That's the better option. But either way, it is very lit up. There was no one else around. What do you do there as the ashes hide from die, really?
Well, I think you answered. I think that's rhetorical, Sam. I don't think you want to answer that question.
Oh,
Maybe you could fill in a Sudoku. You could play hit video game Uma Musume on your mobile device.
You could do patty cakes with your duo partner.
Yeah, true. Damn, I hadn't even thought about that one. Yeah, you see, Sam,
real
the
good
more we
moment.
think about things, the more we discover.
That's exactly it, isn't it? Incredible phrase of all time.
I think I've set it up so Sam can finally see chat.
Hello, chat.
Sam, your voice is really not... There was a squeak there,
There
Sam.
was a squeak, yes.
I'll tell you what, doing, you know, 9 games a day, we sometimes do this to you. Potential... Ooh, Rune Prison does land, but Hydra sweeps out in time. Rayo came down to defend.
That he did. And again, it's only the 1 kill over to IG. The problem is the gold underneath that is 2,000 in the early stage, and that really has just been from lane. A lot of it's on Sobro, you know, a player we've been criticizing fairly heavily, particularly for his performances against some of our better top laners in the league. But here, right now on this Rumble, don't get me wrong, the strongest top laner for a very long time is still doing very, very well.
I just fill you on some of the stuff that we were talking about earlier, because we were trying to see the correct perspective for this game. Because I'm like, okay, OMG, it's really cool that they're here. Great story against EDG. No, we didn't expect them to win that series. IG are not a strong group Ascent team. They're clearly the worst of them. However, hang on, we might look for a flank here. Might have to talk about that. But IG, definitely still an Ascent team. Still have some of that team fighting.
They still don't have the flash. Oh, she does have the flash just up. I take that back. I was lying to you. Rookie's still going to look for a bit more. The curtains get called. And Mom's going to have to flash out. Just get the root as well. Now, Way's in danger. Rayo and Hydro coming across. They get the shuffle back. This isn't looking that bad for OMG. Rookie goes in looking for some more damage. Sobro's here. That wall between them all causing chaos. The equalizer down as well. And suddenly IG find 2.
Yeah, as much as IG have had their issues in Group Ascend, they're still an Ascend group team. They're still a rookie team. IG had that team fight in hands, really, when they managed to get all of those summoners away from the bot lane. The Ash Seraphine not really able to stand and fight. This is a problem. If the Ash Seraphine can't stand in a death ball, I don't really see what they achieve in this game. And right there, losing summoners for free, IG getting that creative flank, it's causing issues for them. The problem for IMG is that they're just not a good early game team.
Yeah.
If they get to late game, they've beaten JDG in late game. They've beaten teams like Weibo. Well, they won the series, I think it was versus Top Esports instead, actually. But they've had good late game team fights. The problem is they're typically like 10,000 gold down, so they don't get to that point. However, OMG, they're not early game specialists. It's sad for them. I just don't think that IG are like stylistically a team which they get to kind of have this huge advantage against, where EDG, we knew they weren't great late game team fighters, at least in their flawed state when they played in the first round robin. This team of IG, they are much better in the 5v5s, and now suddenly, you know, IG potentially getting themselves towards this Dragon 3 as well. They stole that one earlier, which meant that OMG are not going to be stacking towards a stole early.
I know it's not the collector rapid fire chat was worrying about earlier, but it will still be the Stormraiser you chatted about. It's still looking like it will be a rapid fire second. Bit of extra move speed, not necessarily the worst thing into all the slows from Starry Moamp, potentially a Rivalry in from the Azir as well, depending on build choices. Does get that additional slow there. Photic will need to bounce away and does so.
Yeah, has the Storm Razor first item, as highlighted by chat. Photic is going towards the Rapid Fire Cannon second, but basically Photic is saying, I'm going to have a lot of move speed, and isn't going into that kind of collector trap against the double frontline hit. Sam, did you say that already? Okay.
Exact words. It was brilliant.
So basically, okay, alright, okay. Well, sorry, I was just checking chat on the other side at the same time, and just wanted to make sure that we're kind of all up and running on places. Had a couple of tech issues earlier, so we're still catching up with some things there. Dway potentially on a flank. Remember, no flash here for Starry, but Dway might have been spotted out.
He has now. There comes that control ward. He's kind of between tiers 2 and 3. Where is he going?
I don't know. I mean, he does have another W cooldown coming up. Rakan's cooldown's fairly long, but do they want to commit that amount of time? There might be a dive onto Hydra if they overcommit here.
There is going to be that dive regardless. Way standing a ways back to prevent the easy retreat out. Does manage to get the flash and the ult away. The Herald Genset after him.
Dway? Dway, what is Dway doing? Dway going on holiday, Sam. Dway realizing, look, this whole... I've always wanted to see the enemy Nexus. You know, this is a place I'd love to be.
Call him Bilbo Baggins because he's going on an adventure. You're absolutely right, Ghost.
There and back again. The tale by Rakan Baggins.
Zaya's like, where have you gone? Why have you done this? Please come home. I miss you.
Alternate universe where instead of Samwise and Frodo, it's Zaya and Rakan going to Mount Doom. Probably would still have as much like romantic tension, actually. Oh, God. Alright, Photic, go towards that fire cannon in a second. Does mean that his frontline damage is going to be not fantastic, but his ability to kite the front line will be pretty effective. Dragon is up and available, as we said. Wei did steal that last one, which means that IG could get themselves an early 2 dragons themselves now, actually, depending on how they set up for this fight. Sobro on topside has 2 items. He's 2.4k up. If this Rumble rocks up with the Bloodletters to start allowing extra damage from the Rise as well by shredding magic resist, I think OMG are in big trouble.
Yes. Yes, they are. Bloodletter's Curse, as you noted. Second items beginning to come on forwards, basically on the people who are ahead of the curve, namely the Jhin and the Rumble, doing quite a lot of work with that one. Dragon's up. Mind that last dragon did get stolen by Wei, so that gets them to the second dragon here, and OMG a long way off anything resembling Soul.
That camera pan of Dway dying in the next, I was just so taken aback. It's like, why is he there? I hadn't paid enough attention to the minimap before that last play. Speaking of the minimap now, you'll notice that OMG kind of pushed in across the map. IG do take the dragon. A little bit delayed on that, I suppose, but Rookie will take the bot lane turret.
He does indeed. Sobro, upper level, did get to the role quest a little bit earlier. So that extra experience definitely helping there. Mid lane, chunk onto Starry. Photic just gonna fire off there onto the Ashe. Curtains get called. Hang on now, this gets a bit more interesting. Looking for a bit of something onto the AD carry. Moan will body block. Won't prevent anything more, but it does delay the reset. Starry at about half HP, and therefore really able to stop that crystallized proc coming on forward. One of the things that rapid fire does allow you to do. He's even into the fairly ridiculous wave clear of an Ashe Seraphine. Just get that occasional auto off on the turret.
OMG are really struggling with this 1-3-1. We did say, actually, well, I said in draft that one of the problems that OMG might run into is just these side lane matchups. And Sobro being this far ahead now means that I just don't think OMG can deal with a full court press. You know, OMG are trying to scale into 5v5s, but IG's top side of the map had a good early game. I think the individual lanes early were good enough now that OMG are just really struggling. And then, of course, bot lane then ended up losing their own pressures. It's not like they can be the pressure valve. OMG, one of the problems for this team has been they're just not laning specialists. Equalizer even dropped on top side to make sure the next one's coming through there. The arrows on targets.
Good flash away, but now Rayo can just run at him. Is
The
there
teleport,
enough
there's no
CCC?
cancel.
He's going to get there in time with the Cassante, so he's out.
Sobro. We're seeing a little bit more of the good side of Sobro this series, folks, where he's not demolished in lane and he can start playing more creatively around the map. And what that means is he does lose both summoners and that ultimate, but the full court press is still achieved from IG. 6,000 gold ahead of OMG now.
What does Rumble do on the next play? Well, he buys, there we go, not buys, that's not a word. An Oblivion Orb. It's back to lane.
so that'll help against that Mundo, of course. Seraphine, less about the healing, more about the shielding, actually. Seraphine doesn't really have a crazy... So the thing about Seraphine is she doesn't have a crazy amount of actual heals and shields in her kit. It's just the items which then buff up things, and she has those auras to kind of empower things.
Dway again on these flank angles. We're one for one.
They don't see him at all. Areo coming around the corner. Not spotted is Dway right there. Did use the W cooldown. We'll have to wait a handful of seconds until that comes back up.
Sober also coming on down. So 1 for 1. I meant 1 and 1. Has have one very good one. One where he's had to die to Nexus.
They still haven't seen him there. I think they maybe think someone's hidden about that because they don't spot him again with the Hawk shot, by the way. Could jump onto Mohammed. They still don't see him. Oh, Dway, what a flank.
Wonderful. Won't actually lead to anything. It was a great angle, I know.
Okay, look, basically, IG are like, we're actually outside of Realm Warp range because Rookie's gone for Ghost, not Teleport. Maybe we don't go for this fight.
Wait, now potentially in the spot of bother as Highchow will throw down a couple autos. Not too much more.
Highchow going for the sweep. The Cyclone comes out and Highchow is forced to ult. Doesn't even land it on Wei.
Rayo down to half. May well have to force ult and flash himself. Wait, can't get the second Cyclone onto Rayo. There's the maximum dosage
and the
out of the Mundo
as well. So the double kind of clutch healing. Of course, it's denied somewhat by the Oblivion Orb, but still going to get him out to safety. And while all this is happening, Rookie just keeps pushing.
Keep pushing. Keep pushing. I've thought about that song in a while.
Who even sang that?
Bit of a one-hit wonder if I remember correctly.
Ooh, ow. Yeah, well, that's Fire Cannon Storm Razor onto a squishy. Target's not going to get killed here. Mundo will be here. Body block duty. A little bit spooky. Starry's dodged out in that fourth shot. The good damage from Photic. And this is why they picked the Jhin, and I thought, look, realistically, if this comes to 5v5s, the Jhin can't deal with the Mundo and the Cassante. But OMG have not made it to the 5v5, so IG, credits to them. They've managed to make this draft work for them very, very well. The individual matchups that they picked for getting value. And now Baron started. OMG, they're not... Well, can they contest at all? Well, they don't even have a flash on Mundo for him to steal.
And no blast cone either, so this is basically no way in for the Mundo. Red side Mundo does run into this issue. How do you get into the pit? Well, you don't.
Whoa, even using the equalizers for that DPS. The IG, get it. And now, OMG, they wanted 5v5s. They wanted to play through, team fights. They're not going to be able to do that. IG take the Baron for free. They'll be able to go into the 1-3-1. And unless the Ash Arrow and the Encore lands, they're not able to land easy engage across the board. You can't even really do that against Photic with Cleanse Up. So OMG, their options already are so slim. Dragon's coming up now. IG might even choose to let this go and just say, screw it. We're just gonna go for 1-3-1. Dway's trying for another flank, is on vision this time.
Indeed, there goes that Dragon start. We're going to force that fight. Teleport is now available as well, reminder for Rumble. There we go. Comes in with that. Harry with the Q3 stack can look to interrupt the Rumble. We'll get a decent double path make. Actually, just keep Dway and Sober a little bit isolated from the rest of the fight. Photic's also taking a bit of a chunk from the Dragon, I think.
I actually think IG needs to be a little careful here. This is the first 5v5 that we've seen. It's 7k down, up of course for IG. They're in the favor there. Rayo might look for a steal.
Can certainly look to do it. It will be the flip at least. The equalizer is down and splitting Rayo off from the team. He dies. The flip goes the way of Invictus Gaming. Now the Realm warps in. That'll mean the body blocking gets tricky. Flash for the Encore is good into the shuffle. Hightown needs to get out of there, and Starry can do not that, as they also picked off the Seraphine with a last minute harpoon.
And now with 3 people dead, IG keeping everyone alive and a minute and a half left to Baron buff. They should be breaking inhibitors now. Azir doesn't have the shuffle for a big play. This should be at least the inhibitor going down in mid lane. IG, this has been a good game from them out of the laning phase into the full court press to deny OMG an even 5v5. By the first time OMG really saw the light of the death ball, the game felt like it was already over. I think Rookie and Sobro controlling the map so well, of course Way in there too, as well, making his own plays along the path, have meant that OMG never saw the promised land of that 5v5.
No, they did not. The equalizer tags 3. Rayo split off from the team. Look, it was a flick on the Dragon, but in the end, even if IG had lost the Dragon, really they're there for the fight as much as anything else. Realm Warp with the quickness on top of Moam does a good job of flash encoring there, but it doesn't actually save anyone, really.
Yeah, the engage has already really happened. And then the Baroned up minions. It was the Baroned up minions that killed him. Thanks for firepower from those little buddies. Ends up taking down Moham for his first death of the game.
Now, I thought it must have been a harpoon, and then I hadn't realised he'd taken minion aggro. Unfortunate there from Moham. His first death of the game. Problem is, his team is still down 11,000 gold. And Harry is being cycloned. And the Black Cleaver shreds quite a lot of armor.
So death for Joy in the mid lane, so he will go down. So it's only OMG's 4th kill of the game. Of course, the crushing blow from the Wukong as well. It gives it, what, another 25% shred? Realm Warp in to make sure that rises under the turret for wave clear. He has the upgraded Merc Res. He should be able to wave clear here. Yep, that'll help.
Arrow from downtown is what caught off the Rakan.
It caught off Sobro. Did he die for that? Huh.
He might have done, you know.
I guess I just missed that. Damn. My bad.
Curtains get called. That would be quite something. There's the Encore, not fantastic, but will force a disengage.
Yeah, Sobro did die. Alright, I just missed that. You can tell it's early in the morning, folks. 3 days of back-to-back of like 6 a.m. starts is seeing my head in, folks. I need to learn how to become a morning person again. I used to be for LPL, but what I used to do was I get up at 5 a.m. for sound check, and then I go to sleep for like an hour, and then I go back in for the LPL cast, and I'd be okay that way. And also someone else was doing production, which really helped, believe it or not.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is when you're doing all your producing yourself, turns out half your brain is taken up doing that. And Sam, I only got the one brain cell, so it's got to ping pong around like a little pong wall.
You know, like those screensavers
yeah,
with
the
the DVD logo? Yeah.
So let me know when the brain cell hits the corner perfectly, chat. Of course, we all share the same brain cell here, of course. As you know, if you're on chat, you're aware of such things. 12k up from IG. Inhib goes down. And yes, they did lose a kill here or there in that last push. They lost Chue and they lost Sobro. OMG, it's still... They're too far behind. Yes, you have a 3-item Ash, but realistically, the damage now from the Actualizer Rumble, 3-item with a Rift Maker, Sobro, who is Oblivion Orb, is doing tons of work onto the Mundo as well. It's too much for OMG to really handle. Ash Arrow misses. Starry and Moam, they'd hoped they'd get lane control, and they'd be able to kind of always be able to contain at least one lane and say, we're going to get push here and be able to make plays off of it. That's just not been true because Photic and Dway managed to take control of that lane going into mid-game.
Yeah, again, a couple of really nice wraparound ganks from Wei and the likes helped set things up, but once the damage was done, it was really done, and from that point, Photic has played a mean Jin game, it must be said. Involved in every kill, actually, so far, 100% KP, good for him. Wei's not far off himself, actually, on the Wukong. Here comes with a Realm Warp play. They're going to try and get on top of someone as in comes Sobro with the TP. Starry is being run out under his own tier 3 as Rookie's in there. Starry just about surviving. That's a lot of sustain. The quickness is there. The Encore as well. And actually Starry survives.
Oh,
for
the Equalizer burning him down. The 4th shot still available from Photic.
And even through all of the healing, the shielding, the disengage, the death ball, IG still more deadly than the Seraphine shielding.
Yeah, Moham does make it back towards base, but he won't be there with his AD carry pairing. IG just continue to just push the game forwards. It's 20 seconds till Dragon. That'll be an Ocean Soul. And OMG are already not killing IG. What are they going to do now? Not kill them even harder?
Definitely not kill them.
Yeah.
Supposed to just not kill them. Like, you had to put an adjective in front of it.
Absolutely not kill them.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, you know how Absolute Batman is a comic. There's a lot of talk about comic chats in Nvidia right now. It's like absolute not kill them. You've got like Batman who's got like this giant axe, which he does have that, by the way. A lot of the Absolute villains are really scary, by the way. They're like proper like horror designs. Bane's like as tall as like a 2-story building. It's crazy.
That does sound quite scary.
Yeah. Joker is like some real like Cthulhu-esque horror clown. Sobro getting jumped on. The Asher misses again.
Might not be quick for Sobro here. He's a bit trapped off here. I think he's gone.
Might be. Doesn't have that flash. So Sobro goes down. Cost of that for OMG though is the give over soul. Ocean Soul gained by IG.
Baron is up though, and you've just lost a significant amount of your gold lead and your solo lane there in the top lane there. So this might be OMG's last and best attempt at the game.
Well, they don't have a great amount of ults there. The Realm Warp not going to be used from Dway, used for vision rather than anything else. Rookie, if he gets good spell flux in, is going to be crazy. High Chow needs to find a sweep, I think.
Look at Dway, still unspotted, coming for the flank angle. Moam's in danger. Yeah, that bot lane's having a horrible time. The Actualizer is on, and unfortunately, mana is made oh so real for OMG this game. Out comes another few spell fluxes, an overload, a deadly flourish. And OMG find themselves aced in the Baron pit.
IG will walk towards the Nexus, and I don't think there's anything that'll stop them. With the death time as being 30 seconds long, IG I think they looked at the results of yesterday and said, oh, thank God we don't have to play against LNG. OMG, they're a team which has been plucky. They've had a great rise up in our expectations. But IG, look at a team which they can actually survive through into late game against, get through that laning phase, and we see what IG can do when they get on the board early. 2-0 up in the series, and OMG floundering here in this qualification match for playoffs.
Nexus broken, IG 2-0 up. Some of the sins of yesterday being undone. Not yesterday, the day before. Indeed, it's all blurring together a touch at this point.
Hello everyone. I didn't change the camera over because
That's fine.
I didn't change the camera.
That's fine.
Hey Sam, can I ask for a coffee?
You absolutely
I would love
can.
a coffee right now. That's what we're. Are we really co-casters or are we actually just coffee runners? For
Yeah,
each other?
I'm here as a coffee runner.
Hey, I do the same. We do the same. Thank you very much, Sam. Appreciate that. So yeah, OMG now down 0-2, and sadly for them, just a lot of what made them a powerful team is that they were better at late game 5v5s than EDG, and it looked like Rayo was very good at those aggressive plays. He's not really able to get as much done in the early game now, as you see though. That's that me espresso, yeah. That's you know, they call him Sambrina Carpenter. That's what they call him. I don't think he heard that. I'll have to repeat that joke when he's in earshot. That would have been quite funny. Okay, like folks, I talked about this before, but if you'd like to support us on the channels, we do have a few free ways for you to do that. So if you'd like to download Opera GX and try out a gaming browser, it's really, really cool. It's got a lot of customization, and I've been enjoying using it myself. So let's Bleeding Love. Yeah, that was the song that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, and we also, if you think about dropping stuff on our Ko-fi as well, that would also make a difference to as well. And also, if you're just enjoying the show, think about dropping a like, subscribe. Those things do matter to us as well. IG quite confidently cleaning up this series. Dway was pretty good too. Dway's flanks were really, really good. In terms of the actual MVP, might be Sobro actually. Not sure. That Rumble was kind of crazy. Some people calling for the reverse sweep already. Damn. Very confident, I see. I think Dway was pretty good, but I think probably Sobro walks away as my MVP. Those equalizers were kind of disgusting. Harry did nothing that game. Every game Photic doesn't run it down as an MVP for Photic in my eyes. Damn. Wow, really harsh today, huh? Are you a fan of the Gundam franchise? I do like Gundam. I just haven't really delved into it enough. I like the mech. I like a lot of mech genre stuff. So I like Gundam 00. I liked. Was he 86? Rookie gets MVP. Okay, yeah, he was really cool with those realm ops. Yeah, I do like Gundam. I just haven't watched enough shows of it. I've watched a couple of sporadic things here and there. I did give the original series a try and it was a little. That was a little rough. I do need to give that another try though. Because I'd like to make it through to like Gundam Unicorn and Gundam Wing, which I heard were pretty good. I think it's one of those two, which is pretty good. You thought that Rookie was relatively quiet? I thought his laning phase was really good, and his realm warps are really good, so I think that's fair. You know, he was very good in the late game team fights as well. One of the big things is that, you know, winning the Ryze versus Azir matchup, you don't expect that from early lane, and then he just used that to just roll across the map. By the way, I'm craving some human drama. Can you recommend me something that I can watch in one sitting, like 12 episodes? Do you want an anime recommendation or a show recommendation? Because if you want like an anime recommendation, there's I think that there's an anime called Thermae Romae Novae, which is basically like all baths lead to Rome. If you just Google Roman bath anime, that's genuinely very entertaining. It's basically about a bloke in ancient Rome who, when he goes to the public baths, wakes up in like modern day Japan, and he like takes information from modern day Japan to build baths in ancient Rome. Oh, anime, right, yeah. So that will just search the Roman bath anime. Genuinely, it's a strange concept, wonderfully executed. It's a great show. Sorry, I misread that, Shinobi. Yeah, that show is genuinely kind of crazy. So OMG choose to go second pick again for counter pick. Nymaera, do you think this year's top LEC teams are better than top LCS teams? No, actually. I think C9 look better than a lot of the LEC teams right now. No, I think C9 look better. FlyQuest, not as convinced on them because I think that their late game shot calling can be a bit skew. If I don't think they have the experience right now. But then again, the top teams in LEC do not look great right now, besides KC. Oh, it's not on Crunchyroll? Ah, damn. Obviously, wait, 12 episodes? 12 episodes. So, funnily enough, Angie and I have been watching through a really nice slice of life anime, which is called Solo Camping for Two. It's effectively it's camping propaganda, folks. It's just trying to get people to go camping, but it's actually a very good, just chill show. It has like 24 episodes, but Solo Camping for Two is genuinely quite a good show. I've enjoyed that quite a lot. Who are your top 3 candidates for Hall of Legends this year? Well, it has to be someone that sells well, and it can't be a mid laner or support or AD carry. So it has to be support, jungle, top lane. The Shy is actually probably on there because he needs to sell well. So the Shy is probably on there. Beyond that, it's a little bit. It's quite hard to tell who would sell well is the problem. Have you watched Eurocamp? I watched like a couple of episodes, then dropped it. But I did think about. Funnily enough, when I was watching this other anime, I was like, oh yeah, I watched this anime a while ago, and I dropped it. But I did think about that. Score would maybe be my pick, or Bengi. Again, it has to be someone that sells well. The Bengi probably is up there at some point. Problem is, do you want it to be people who are still playing? Because, I mean, obviously the Shy might come back. People like, well, you could choose Mako, but I think Mako might come back as well. Again, it needs to be like a player which will actually sell globally is the problem. I didn't watch that Shinobi, no. Human drama as in trying to cry and so as in like is this like natural? It's basically not supernatural, I'd imagine. Diamond Prox loved in EU respected and KAR. I'd love Diamond Prox to be in there, but I just don't think people will buy stuff for a player that stopped playing like 10 years ago at this point. You know, just got to hear how are IG playing. They're getting through early game and they're stomping OMG late. Basically, I mean, they're just better laners and then they're slightly better team fighters. So OMG are not a good enough early game team to punish IG's weakness, which is they're not very good at early game play. Hey, hold it up. How's it going? Damn, that's your first. I saw you either follow or subscribe the other day. I was like, I don't know why. I don't know why I'm surprised that's the first message. Anyway, good. Welcome to chat. I hope you're doing well. I love Christian Bale as the Dark Knight. Didn't mean to compare the actors. I mean, I liked Christian Bale in the Batman trilogy. I thought that was a fun trilogy. Don't think it was a bad thing. Super lovely and wholesome. Awesome, cool. I will give that a try then. Cool. Mum and I saw the latest Captain America, weren't impressed, enjoyed Thunderbolts, thought it was funny. Yeah, I haven't watched any of those recent movies thinking about it. I'm trying to remember the last MCU movie I watched. It's been a while, actually. It's been a while since I watched them. I'm just not sure I have the motivation to catch back on MCU again, really. It's the same kind of thing with, like, a lot of the Star Wars shows. They just started churning out some just lower quality stuff. Like Mandalorian Beyond Season 1 I didn't think was fantastic, and then obviously it really fell off with Season 3. Book of Boba Fett was just not good. The Obi-Wan show had, like, 2 good episodes out of the full state, which was just not enough, really, to... And that was fine. I tell you what, the Goonies in Space thing, the Skeleton Crew, that was genuinely pretty good. I like that. And then Andor was exceptional. But like Andor has saved the quality of Star Wars for recent releases for them, really. I like bits and pieces of Visions. So stuff like the Duel from Visions was very, very good. Tales of the Jedi, Tales of the Empire and stuff had some good moments as well. But really, they focus so much on this like Mandoverse stuff, which is just not high quality. You know, it does just somewhat dissuade me from following more of the Star Wars releases, despite being a huge fan of that. There was a Marvel fighting game, like a mobile game for the Sentry Void character. I didn't even realize that. Didn't Marvel just release a fighting game? Which is also kind of funny because it was just announced on the same day that Riot announced layoffs. Didn't Marvel just release a fighting game or just announce one? I love the thing with Ezra. That was Asuka, right? I thought Asuka was kind of meh. I thought it was mediocre. Same with the Acolyte. I thought Acolyte was just mediocre, right? So there were a lot of big releases which just didn't land well for me. It was announced a while... Tokon was announced a while ago. Right, okay. It's releasing later this year, right? Oh, Rebels. Right, yeah. Rebels was quite spiky. It had some good moments and some poor moments. This is a while ago, though, Rebels. Like, Clone Wars... The end of Clone Wars is worth watching. The start of it's quite a drag, actually. But yeah, Clone Wars was pretty good. Rebels was fine, I suppose. Had some good moments. The lowlights of that were kind of meh. Thrawn was a good part of that, at least. Andor Season 2? Andor Season 2 was absurdly good. Oh my god. I mean, that's the show, if you have friends who don't like Star Wars, Andor's the show you get them to watch to like Star Wars. Good news, everyone. You didn't like Asuka? Yeah, I think that the choreography in Asuka was not great. I think that they regressed a lot of Asuka's character in quite unsatisfying ways. They've switched to using like NeoPixel lightsabers, which they just don't look very good, really, for like movie/TV show quality. A lot of the visual design I thought was quite flawed with that too. So for instance, you had like grey lightsabers on grey background, which just didn't visually look striking. And all of the contacts that the characters are wearing they look like contact lenses. I think that a lot of the it looks like cosplay. The outfits they're wearing don't look lived in. So visually I'm not particularly impressed with it, but in terms of the character, I'm not that impressed with it. In terms of the choreography, not that impressed with it. The only good thing, the good thing about that was Balin Skull, which was played by the actor which now passed away, sadly. But that's the weirdest pronunciation of Asuka I've heard. Oh yeah, 'cause it's Ahsoka, isn't it? Which is very Americanized. Ahsoka,
yeah,
which is like it's very Americanized. Ahsoka.
Yeah, to my British sensibilities, it should be Asuka. Ray Stevenson, that's the one.
Ray Stevenson, yeah, which he was fantastic, and so obviously rest in peace to him. He was really, really good. I liked his story arc where sorry, I had to mute that up so I wasn't like leaning at the chair. So you have to spin that
yes.
around.
Oh yes, I'm with you. Yeah, sorry mate.
Spin the things around. But yeah, no, Asuka I thought was firmly mediocre is the problem. I thought that there were a lot of things which just weren't special about it. I thought that the choreography was good for, I think it was good for Balin Skull, who I think his fighting style was pretty good. I think that Asuka, I think that the problem with Rosario Dawson, who's the actor who plays Ahsoka, is just not athletic enough to transfer the. I'm gonna have to quickly actually turn the camera off and then change the lens. But I don't think she's athletic enough to pull off Asuka's fighting style, which is a problem.
Yeah, because again, I liked her in the downtime, right? Like, on the whole, I thought she was kind of wisely contemplative as a latter stage Jedi often is.
The problem is they just made her into like someone that's like pauses, then speaks very slowly, and then it's just like, you guys are just you're just doing fucking like TikTok dialogue in terms of people can just watch on their phones so they can slowly take in the dialogue. Asuka is definitely one of those shows where I'm like, they designed this for a TikTok audience. You know?
Yeah.
Where like people are on their phone and they don't quite understand what's going on in the story. That really annoyed me, actually. Like, do I think it was like an awful show? No, I just think that it should be so much better when you've got shows the quality of Andor coming out, you know?
I'm gonna put it out there. I actually preferred the Acolyte.
Acolyte at least was more ambitious, I think.
Yeah, and I thought the choreography in Acolyte was actually really good. I enjoyed the lightsaber fights in that one.
Like, there's that one bit where he like headbutts the lightsaber with a helmet. I'm like, okay, that's aura farming. That's really good.
And there's the Jedi Master guy who kind of just doesn't bother pulling out his lightsaber and just dances around the fight. It's great.
Asuka as a character doesn't exist without Anakin, and that's the flaw with how she was designed. I also think that realistically, her story should have ended in Rebels with that fight against Vader. It should have ended there. I think that that's probably just one of the issues with Dave Filoni, where Dave Filoni just has Asuka as like his favorite character, and she's the character which he really kind of like championed. And I think that really that character needed the character to regress to give them they'd had the perfect story arc at that point. And I feel like I don't actually. So the thing about Sabine becoming a Jedi, basically I don't think it's a problem with the Mandalorian becoming a Jedi. I just think it's the problem of everyone needing to be a Jedi. Like Andor showed you can have a good Star Wars show without actually needing all of the lightsabers all the time. Anyway, let's get into the draft. Is Game 3 IG on match points? I will pause the check.
Episode 3, Revenge of the Draft. Invictus Gaming find themselves on blue side as the evil OMG Empire attempt to ascend from Group Nirvana into playoffs. It is war here in the LPL, and other such Star Wars opening crawl kind of sentences. First pick, Jarvan on the blue side, by the by. Unusual we get that kind of old school side select siding.
Yeah, OMG chose to counter pick for the last 2 games now, so they're really trying to use that second pick. Jarvan goes over, one of the best priority jungles left in meta. You don't have left in the draft rather. The Poppy's been banned, so you don't have as much anti-dash potential available.
Rayo loves Elise.
Oh, okay.
Rayo loves Elise.
And it's pretty good into the Jarvan. It's a pretty fun matchup. If you dodge away from the flag drag, you feel pretty good. But the Jarvan obviously better for team comp. You're going to go full skirmish now from OMG, it looks like. Locking in lane priority for their misfortune as well.
And I will say, Rayo, when he's been at his best, has felt empowered to go for picks that are his picks. He was playing AP Zac yesterday, guys, and got a win on it. Was pretty ridiculous. There's the Rel in for Dwayne. So the big AoE is there. Also denies the Rel from the misfortune, which can be very, very dangerous because it's very difficult to get outside of the bullet time because the CC is so extended with the Magnet Storm. Sivir to go with the Rel and help her get through lane.
Obi-Wan show killed my Star Wars hype. It had like 2 good episodes, and if it had just been those 2, I would have loved it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm thinking so much about Star Wars. Just thinking about draft.
We'll come back to the Obi-Wan conversation.
We shall, even though it's match point, Sam. This is important.
That's very
important.
Yeah, exactly.
Haicha does get the Akali, so now Rookie will have to think about what matchup he takes into that. We still have stuff like the Syndra available for him.
Yone, I suppose he wants that route as well.
Yeah, Aurora Yone. I mean, Yone's bad into Akali. As if in fact it's actually Akali is Yone's hardest matchup, especially with current nerfs. Some stuff like nerfs to Doran's shield and second wind make it a very hard matchup.
I'd actually forgotten about the fact that he used to do the Shuriken flip into his Q3, that kind of when Yone was much more meta, and Akali became a bit of an answer to him.
Also, just right from the level 1, your Q is just slightly lower cooldown and just slightly better before, slightly better really at level 1 really, so it's just...
I'm just better.
Yeah. Yes, you're going to lose this lane. Who decided that? You seen those memes, the who decided that memes? They're good. Good aura farming, Sam. It's good aura farming. Yeah. So, Twisted Fate banned away from Rookie. Of course, one of the better things against Akali for revealing her in the Shroud and then CCing her. OMG have some scary skirmish already. So, IG do need to pick some self-sufficient champions, which can kind of survive Akali, Lee Sin, looking for those aggressive angles.
We did see, I want to say, WE pull off the Poppy TF combo the other day when it was very volatile bot lanes and absolutely mash it around. Took them all to get going. While you were doing Power Spike, so...
Oh, right, cool. Sorry,
sure
Poppy TF bot lane?
The Poppy TF mid-jungle to attack bot lane, basically.
I thought you said Poppy TF bot lane. I'm like, when did I miss that?
No.
Zarhan away from Harry. So OMG do have a bit of that 5v5 in the Misfortune, but they're really looking at this mid jungle to pop off. Now, Haichao kind of diffed by Rookie pretty heavily here. I think Talia is probably the pick here for Rookie on the whole. What? Is that legit?
Okay.
Do we have what I assume to be a Rammus support? Now, folks, about 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, we had a misclicked Rammus in the LPL from Ultra Prime. No, it wasn't a misclick. There was a proper Rammus support.
IG are so freaked out. They don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they don't know what the hell's going on. They still need to figure out what's going to happen in the rest of this. There's so much point and click CC now. But Ultra Prime ended up, you know, what are they doing? They don't know what to do. What are they locking? They lock in the Aurora. They don't go towards the Talia. Rammus. It's a legit Rammus.
Could that go top?
It will be even bot lane. Look, they're not going to blind pick a top lane matchup. I suppose it could be a flex pick. I don't think you want to do that. Renekton, I think, is fine for Sobro. Rammus just can't really deal with the constant poke of the Renekton from that Q. And the Renekton will be locked in. That will be a Rammus support, I presume. Yeah, you'll lock that into support. It's point and click lockdown, and it'll be able to be very, very... I mean, you just... this has to be a pick which they practiced for a little while, and they're pulling it out. We have a legit Rammus support.
Mom is playing Rammus support. What?
I'm going to have to look up the stats. When was the last time we even saw Rammus?
In fact, excuse me. We've got a Rammus support, guys.
This is the first Rammus support of the year. That is absolutely absurd. Beryl played a single game of it last year. He played it in 25 season playoffs. That's the last time we saw it. Beryl played it. It's the first Rammus support of the year. Only the fourth one we've seen in the last 2 years. You go back a couple of years ago, OMG tried to play it against double AD carry bot lanes. Of course, the Rammus is very successful at kind of shutting down AD carries. There were some changes to the champion. There was a change to the champion. There's more magic resist on it than it was before. It's not just a armor tank now. You can do a little bit more against magic dealers as well. This is wild though, Sam.
I am genuinely perplexed. Okay, so you've got a Sivir who's going to hate it. Jarvan's not going to enjoy it. Renekton both at a certain point probably going to have a great time. You know what? If you're going to cook, you're going to prove me wrong on this one, then here it is, I suppose. Season potentially on the line. Certainly playoffs and group ascend on the line. Rammus support, Lee Sin jungle. Let's go.
That is ridiculous. So, OMG pulling out something a little bit special. Now, they're against the wall, folks. They're currently 2-0 down, but, you know, we have a legit Rammus support. That is just wild. Sam, that is just wild. Onto the riff we go. Let's hear some of those gyros.
Some loud OMG gyosing.
Okay, so Mario's going for the level 1. He's going for the shield curl level 1. Now, that one I didn't expect. I think he was trying to hope that they'd auto-attack him and he got some Thorns damage onto them. Of course, you got that power ball for great gap close, and you have that taunt as well, which will become very powerful later. Sivir can struggle with that. Rammus does have that, you know, the giant kind of ground slam as well. When you're kind of in your power ball, you can get that huge engage. You're not great at AoE engage, but if you want to CC someone into the bullet time, it is a pretty long duration of CC. Photic has the cleanse, that'll help. I don't really think that Joy wants to go towards the Mikhails. Having that point and click CC does mean that, you know, what's going to happen, folks, is Moham's going to try and win lane, and then get out of lane, and just CC someone in the enemy jungle for Rayo as well. I actually think Rammus Lee Sin as a duo has got to be some pretty crazy unexpected burst damage. Moham gets himself that taunt there for the Aftershock, has gone for the Aftershock. But Rammus did have, he's going for the Durian, by the way. It's the Durian Rammus, which I love.
I do remember Rammus' ability names, Al. Rayo.
I just mentioned there's the power ball.
Yeah.
There's the defensive curl, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And Rayo's going towards top side. They're looking for the dive, but Rayo's here to counter gank.
Oh, misses the Q onto Sobro, so get to the wave, hold, clear that up. He gets knocked up and potentially just knocked down. There's a good safeguard, denies that.
Yeah, the cooldowns had run out by that point, but it's a good response from IG. I think Rayo showed himself a little early.
Maybe. I think with Wei coming around, he wanted to be there in time. But I think if he'd landed that Q onto Sobro, it might have been a different kind of beast.
He wasn't aiming for it, though. He was aiming for the minions, is the thing. He's like, oh, I just want to get under turret. Maybe they just thought that he needed to be under turret immediately. Appreciate the sub there, Gerard, by the way. Hi, Chow in mid lane. Eating a lot of damage early to Rookie, who did counter-pick the Akali with the Aurora.
Indeed. Wait, putting a ward down as Moam, in his durian form, meanders through mid lane. He's so okay right now.
Just love he just walked up and like ignited level 1 with a power kill. Oh, God. Oh, the power ball into mid lane, rather.
Oh, can look for a potential taunt there. We'll get something, but not a lot.
He's going to try and snowball the game. Just get control over bot lane. Now, what's happened is, the early levels have gone well enough that both supports are now roaming. And basically what Moam will be hoping for is that IG don't understand the Rammus well enough to get away from this. Flashing in, gets the knock up onto the Rel, but Rayo's been caught by the crash down.
Oh, he's taken a lot of damage. There's the heal. The weirding goes wide, but it won't matter because a final Dragon Strike will bring down the Lee Sin. And you zoom in on the Rammus, who goes, aha, I've got to play. And no, you don't in the end. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, Moham flashes, doesn't really get that much going. And I think what happened was Moham tried to flash onto Wei. Instead, the Powerball ran out on Jway instead. Jway's now on top side. Has the flick back available from the mount up of the Rel. Meganar's coming in. Wei's coming towards the top side. They might try and dive the Meganar. Rayo's going to be spotted here. I think they might call this off now. We'll see. They're going on to Rayo instead, who did just die.
Trying to stay alive. Misses that Q. He's been struggling to get some value. Photic now left in a difficult spot, though. The spell shield ignores the defensive. The Powerball, rather, will then have to cleanse out of the frenzying taunt.
I just love this little durian guy. So.
Have you seen the ability icon for frenzying taunt, by the way?
No.
It's literally Rammus pulling a bear face with an nana.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's it. That's how he's getting his taunt off. No magical abilities, just literally pulling a face and people going, I need to kill that little armored armadillo. He must die. Oh no! 1 HP. Then gets taken by a standard. That's so disappointing. Won't Powerball in there. The Durian stays Durian shaped and not splattered on an AD carry's face.
Okay. Man, I'm trying to remember. Was it Doggo that played the Rammus in 2024? I think it was.
Ultra Prime. The Rammus Yuumi bot lane.
Yep, that's the one. Rammus Yuumi. Oh, what a time. That's ridiculous.
The fact that this is not the first time you've cast a Rammus in bot lane is slightly unnerving.
Yeah, in LPL. I mean, if I were to have, you know, $1 for each time, like a bottom tier LPL team tried to play Rammus as a random counter, I'd have $2, which isn't much, but it is strange that it's happened twice.
I do remember having to cast a Hail of Blades Rammus support.
Oh
once.
Yeah, it was Rammus mid.
Rammus mid.
It was Hail of Blades Rammus mid into LeBlanc, because when she tried to W onto him, she just immediately tap Q, cancel a W, and then get this huge trade afterwards. So there was legitimately a LeBlanc counter as Rammus for a little while if the LeBlanc didn't know the matchup very well. Hang on, Rammus is going 1v3.
What is he doing?
What are you doing? Moam is 1v3 over Dragon!
Yeah, the Photic takes a bit of damage, the spell shield's down, in comes Highchild looking for potential perfect execution. Between worlds we go, the Rookie goes, guys, what are you doing? Photic flashes away from potential Shuriken Flick. Starry has to flash out. Rayo lands the Sonic Wave, will not take the resonating try because Rookie cycles through some Spirit Abjuration. Misfortune lives up to her namesake. Rayo will have to safeguard away, but I don't think any safeguarding issues are being properly
Q's
resolved.
Gonna come through. Triple kill.
Oh my god, can he get a quadra here? He might be able to, you know.
Haichao has flash, unlikely, but Rookie, I don't think he particularly cares. Rookie's walked away with 3 kills, but Sam, he's back. Do you want some durian? Sam, would you like to talk to us about our fruity savior, Moham?
He's got no mana. This could be hilarious. All right. No! Frenzied Taunt tries to get the Shuriken Flip. Should do turret shot.
Durian diff!
Durian diff!
Do I care that the Akali, that the Aurora gets a triple kill? No. Shh. It's durian diff, Sam. It's a durian diff. He just rolls into lane. Just fucks him up with fruity goodness and gets a kill for his mid laner. Do I care that the 2,000 gold behind? No, Sam.
Rolling.
Oh my god.
Sudden urge to speak like Fred Durst. Go fight at the dragon pit.
Welcome to the Durian support. Oh God. You know, Fred Durst in German means Fred thirsty. Durst is thirst in German. What can I say? Man, it's
Durst.
Oh God. Sam, this game's gone quite silly, it's Durian Diff again! Durian Diff!
Yes,
oh
baby.
my God! Sober, you better run, you little toy, you toy crocodile. Get away from the Durian's lane.
What's going on? Starry's in so much problem. He doesn't have the Durian Diff, that's why he's gonna die.
No, the true problem of OMG's draft is that they just don't have the Durian at all places and all lanes at once. I'm so sorry, Starry. You have not been elected for your government-mandated Durian today.
What is this? Some socialist Durian?
Whoa! No. So you just gotta, you know, like sign up on the Durian chart, Sam. You know,
right.
Whoa. I mean, you just gotta be prepared for your Durian, Sam. You must know when you're allotted Durian time.
What is your Durian time, Alex?
Well, I haven't signed up for it, which is the problem.
Well, why would you not sign up for it?
I will do now.
Well, I've already signed up for it.
I didn't think it was important. You too should sign up for your.
The problem is I'm on a 2-year waiting list.
That sucks.
The access to Durian is quite limited in these days.
I can't wait for my Durian time, Sam.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be fantastic. Reminder, folks, that we do actually have another series beyond this, but truly, why would you watch anything else but this now? Because later in the day, we have W versus LNG. I don't think they'll have a Rammus there, Sam.
No, I think that's very unlikely. And the Rammus has been of mixed success. He's only died the once, but we've seen a few of the many plays that have been made. Only one has been successful, and the one that was successful was onto an Aurora that had just got a triple kill.
Photic choosing to. Why would you hurt the Durian like this, Photic? You've got to. He's trying to get through that spiky exterior. Rayo is down here, Sam. I was actually wondering if they go for the flash powerball. Not choosing to here. Look, is the Durian actually good? So weirdly, I can actually see some twisted, perverted logic here, Sam, where you try and win that early levels, and then you roam across the map, setting up for the point and click Lee Sin. Sam, the point and click Lee Sin is now 0 and 2, so it doesn't actually matter if you land that Q on target. You probably lose, Sam.
That's your coffee. I didn't bring my own through. Oh no, wait.
That's mine. I've got that. That is yours, Sam. You're very tired, Sam. Perhaps you should use some Durian to wake yourself up. Sam's like, oh my God, I've drank Alex's coffee. I have mine just over to the left. It's because Sam. I've put my laptop where my coffee normally is, and I think I've confused you with mind games, which are second only to the Rammus support.
The Rammus support.
Could I talk about other things in this game? Yes. Will I?
Probably not.
No. I won't.
I will mention briefly that Rayo's Lee Sin has not been particularly successful so far.
I think Rayo in general has not been successful in this series. The game one was his best one, and of course, OMG are a team which have really got a lot to thank this guy for. He came in for Juhan. The only reason they're here is because of Rayo. I will say though, Rayo, he's definitely got some development that needs to happen. He is a rookie player. He's been fun to watch. He has been. I've enjoyed watching this guy, but you know, it's hard to step into shoes like this against EDG. You look at the game 3 and 4. He was very ambitious, and his early game was not great actually in either of those games. Sober popping that dominance takes a bad trade there against Harry.
Yeah, we'll have a lot of rage to work with, so particularly another empowered ability could be good, but Harry's nearly at Mega here, so I think actually Sober's ability to attack this wave will be somewhat limited. Bot lane Wei now around as well, as Rayo, and in fairness, Rayo's counter-ganked Wei a number of times. The problem is Wei has been incredibly successful. He's been involved in everything so far that IG has done.
And Wei has always been a very good Jarvan too. When he has played it, has been successful for him. Rayo does land that Q, but of course he can't lead the charge time. He must wait for his lord, his savior, his fruity
Overlord.
I was trying to think of like a. No, I can't think of something else. Anyway, he's got to wait for the Rams to go in.
Fruit Messiah?
Yeah, that's great, Sam.
There
We'll
we
work
go.
with that. The Fruit Messiah. I don't know. I just can't think of like a landed noble or something like that, which has like an F in it. Because Viscount is, or Viscount is with a V. It's not an F, Sam.
I'd have to think about that
His
one.
feudal lord Fruits. He's going. He does have the level 6. Does he want to go for it? Powerball's off. Of course, to get that giant ground slam, you need to be in your Powerball first, and that allows you to hop over the front line in some ways.
Yeah, the Soaring Slam is basically Rammus' only real dash. Powerball, a bit weird on that front. Out comes the attempted. Oh dear. There was a bullet second. I won't call it a bullet time, as it was immediately interrupted.
Run!
Rayo is
Run,
dead
little
as well.
Tyrion! Run! You're not meant to fight this
No, I'm
yourself!
not doing bad here, to be fair. The Puppets are now in a 2v3, and it's being a bit tricky. That's not bad from Hightower. Moan will still be splatted, and that's a triple kill to Photic.
It's a triple kill to Photic, much like the last time that they tried to fight on this bot side, rather. This is such a whimper from OMG, and this is why, coming into this series, I was like, okay, realistically, IG lose to teams which are very good in early game skirmishes. OMG are not good enough in lane, and oh god, he flashes to get cancelled there. Starry had a great series yesterday versus EDG. He did come away with the player of the match there across the entire series. That was really bad. Flashing into cancel range of the Ral, losing everything, and really, you want OMG to open up a fight with an instant pick. You need to have, the pointing glyph and the Ram. Legitimately, the Rammus, what they're meant to do is they're meant to find someone out of position, get the Lee Sin to just dunk on them. Rayo's fallen so far behind, and there's no real great follow-up damage beyond that point. That the combo, it never got off the ground.
No, it never really did. Rookie in a great spot this game. Photic just picked up a triple kill as well. Like, you're feeling very happy there. At the very least, Akali did pick up a couple shutdowns. She's now 3-1. Haichao at 3-1 with a Gunblade. Well, maybe if the Lee Sin can't do it, the Akali can.
Well, Haichao, we do know him as Chow. Yes! Gets him with the Powerball, yes! Cleanse forced away, respect the fruits.
Yes, the soaring slam. He is the fruit ninja.
You're not allowed in hotel lobbies, they're too stinky, but you're allowed in bot lane.
Ooh, flash for flash. Is he gonna get out of here? No way is Sobro escaping.
Oh, Sobro. Harry, I thought he deserved that so much.
No.
He's going very deep under turret.
He's dead.
He dies basically like, screw this, I'm going 1-for-1. Does kill, well, we have double casualties in the Kaiju fight in topside, that Renekton Gnar matchup. Probably one of the most historical played matchups in all League of Legends, actually.
I still think one of my favorite segments ever was Pick or Nah.
Pick or Not, yeah.
Shout
For
out
those
to
of you that didn't follow our early career, a guy called J-Real was one of our hosts over in LJL when we were doing like our fan broadcast, and he did just do this segment of like Pick or Nah in terms of all of these creative picks, and just would you just prefer to have a Nah?
It was so good.
So it's like, would you like this, like Zac top lane or Nah? And we're just like, nah, probably. It's fantastic. He had like a load of graphics. We did this for like a finals at some point. It's like, why have you got all of these graphics? Perhaps like because I asked production, like, what fair play? No, little Jurian, run! Roll for your life! Roll for your life!
You're not supposed to be edible. Curl more defensively. Starry, not having a great time. We'll bullet time again, but again, the bullet time is over, and the age of IG's bot has begun.
Sam, by definition, Durians are edible, Sam. That they are meant to be edible,
no,
Sam.
not in this case. This Durian is supposed to be firmly against death.
Sam, it's part of IG's diet, Sam.
Nah.
It's like Invictus Gains. They've got themselves some extra calories on the table.
Content of a Durian.
High enough in this one, Sam. It smells like rotting flesh, but it tastes really good when you send them to 0 and 3.
Durian?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, me too.
Don't smell it, folks. Durian is a stinky fruit. Rare's going in, but you don't have the durian. You're not winning these fights.
Well, Raya will get a decent kick through. That's not bad, actually. And now Way's dead as well. There's a Gunblade on this Akali.
And Rookie's coming down. Flash away from the skill shot there. Haichao not being able to get the on target. Rookie going forwards for the burst.
Should get the kill there. Not quite the little bit of healing, but there's a safeguard onto a wall, which allows the kill to Photic anyway. That's not bad from OMG.
Sam, the one fight in the game they've won has been topside. Sam, the one fight in the game that they've won. So, bro, one more passive kills him. Of course, that one was Durian's if. Sam, the one fight in the game which OMG have won is when Rowan wasn't there. The Rammus wasn't there for the one fight they won in the game. So, I've got heretical thoughts. Perhaps it's not about the Durian after all.
Well, the Durian made the diff top lane instead.
Oh,
so
okay,
actually,
okay. All right.
While they were distracted elsewhere, drawing the Eye of Sauron, our ring bearer managed to get a play top
Aragorn
lane.
there, just outside the Black Gate, turns back for Moham. Right.
Exactly. You're getting it. Also, Rayo managed to go from like 0 and 3 to 2, 3 and 3 after that play.
That's important because he does have a good lot of burst against quite a squishy team.
Starry not having the most amount of fun and just dies.
Yeah, well, Starry very nearly turning things around onto Photic, but then onto Rookie, but Photic comes around with that Essence Reaver Sheen crit.
Counterpoint,
Yes.
0 and 5.
Yeah, it would have been 1 and 5 at that point, So this is after, God, I mean, Akali Lee Sin is a terrifying dude, and you can say that after the combos come through, Rayo actually manages to survive pretty well. It's a good kick out to isolate Jue in the front line and allows Haichao to get kind of like a series of 1v1s. Akali is at her best when she can break down a fight, not into a 5v5, but into like a 1v1, then a 1v2. Right here, does get the 1v2 and it loses it, but then they split, allowing Rayo to do the same thing. Both these champions liking to do the same thing, finding out isolated targets, and they do manage to get something there. However, 2 dragons to IG still, 3,000 gold ahead, bring down the hilarity very briefly. There's some individual agency now from OMG. I think the top side of the map is going well. However, if this ever comes to a grouped up fight, IG are going to kick their teeth in.
Yeah, basically because Photic is so ridiculously ahead. He is the gold lead. He is the 3,000 gold. It was looking really good in mid lane, and then Haichao picked up like 2 shutdowns plus 4 kills. Rayo also got a couple big shutdowns as well. Like, that is a big chunk of gold that allows them to come back into a game that was well out of reach. It's still not great, but at least they've got some ways to fight back now. There's the arrow. Not the arrow, the Sonic Wave fired out. Ashe was last game. But the mid lane turret will indeed fall there to the Herald. That's the second turret for Invictus Gaming. And extends their gold lead that little bit more. And poor old Starry has got his flash back up, but I don't know how easily he'll be able to keep it.
I never want to see another skin on Rammus again, Sam. Durian Ramen is... Durian Ramen. That's probably a thing somewhere, but I actually don't want to try that. Durian Diff. Forever will remain in my heart. Teleport's coming for them. Here comes the Powerball.
We're going to try and jump onto Way. Can't quite keep up with the Jarvan.
Like we can get ourselves, channel our inner medic with the Here Comes the Crow Storm. It's a Powerball now.
Here comes the fruit salad.
No, Powerball scans better. It's coming again. Q charged up. What? Backing off again, though. Look at the fear. He strikes into their eyes.
Just get a frenzied taunt onto a Rel. Is that really the person you want to taunt? Well, who am I to judge? Attempted Magnus Storm angle between worlds. Bullet type.
Sam, they're winning the fight. Photic's going low. They're winning the fight.
They do get the other AD carry. That makes things a bit interesting. They blow up Starry, but is the 0 and 5 Lee Sin really the card target?
I mean, Photic ends up getting soloed out in the backline. He just doesn't find himself into the right position. There's Jue, I think he failed his combo. I think he flashed, then W'd the wrong way. I think he fat-fingered his W, and now suddenly the gold lead goes a little lower. OMG get themselves a dragon, and IG, they're starting to get a little bit flustered here now. So Rookie comes in on the flank, but watch as everyone goes forwards. They don't quite get themselves the combo they want onto the Misfortune, and Photic gets left alone as they dunk Starry. But when both AD carries are down, you remember, actually, your gold leader's on your AD carry. If you kill the Misfortune, it doesn't matter as much. It's the Akali which is actually the problem. I think IG misjudged the threats in the fight.
Yeah, they do. And again, the Lee Sin is now in the game. The Akali is very much in the game. Don't get me wrong, it's not like Rookie's having a bad game here himself. He's 5-1. He's doing a great job.
There's a restaurant in Malaysia that serves durian ramen inside a durian shell. That's wonderful. Not to be confused with jackfruit as well, by the way, folks. Make sure you get your spiky fruit correct.
Yeah, it's just Jack Black's own brand of durians.
Haichao on topside might be getting dunked onto by Rookie and Jue. He doesn't have flash. Ult's coming up now.
Does have the Twilight Shroud, dodges the Shadow Strike and the Crash down, and just gets to back away.
Alright, so little looking from IG. They don't use any cooldowns themselves, really, but not great for them to now see a 2-item Akali across the rift. He's 500 gold. Look, Rookie has 5 kills, and he's still behind in gold to Haichao, who still has that same amount of kills. He's kept up wonderfully in this game.
Yeah, again, a lot of that for Haichao is the fact he picked up a couple shutdowns with his kills. They were from behind the curve of the game. It's got him to a ridiculous position now.
Starry is the new support. Yeah, he's a 0-6 Misfortune. I mean, again, he is not the carry in this game, folks. Hang on, Haichao could go forwards here. There's the Powerball coming in as well.
That's a lot of damage. The Powerball indeed is
Durian Diff! Moab gets the kill!
Execute more perfectly, Haichao. And in fact, he got the kill as well. My God, Moab.
That's why I'm screwed up. Moab gets the kill. The Durian finally gets his just dessert, Sam. The Durian dessert.
Oh, it's beautiful. The Durian. If Rammus support wins a game, Alex, I genuinely gonna have an apoplexy.
I don't even know what that is, but I'm sure you deserved
it. It's a conniption.
Oh, yeah, I know that one. Yeah. Gonna have like veins popping out of his forehead.
Yeah, apoplectic is that? It was when you
apoplectic rage. Yeah. So when you're like, he's so fast, man. He's so fast.
He's got protoplasm.
Yeah. In fairness, a lot of supports do just go for that because it's just such a ridiculously cheap item. And Moam, he gets a lot of resist for free from his W. Oh my God, they're gonna try and camp this top lane turret. If they actually stick around, they actually could kill Rookie again. He's on his way to the wave.
They have cancelled some resets. He's coming up. Oh, no.
If they spot him hit, they actually could kill him. Turret goes down. Rayo's going to go over the wall looking for the kick.
Oh, there's the safeguard, the kick, the sonic wave, the taunt. He's gone.
He's gone. Doesn't use his flash. A little too late for that. Rookie goes down, not understanding the power of legitimately a very scary point-and-click assassination combo.
Yeah, it turns out Akali, Lee Sin, Rammus is actually a good combo.
It is. If you're playing around split fight... Guys, so... Oh my god. The gold lead is even. The gold lead is even. That's a Sivir ult pop, but they can't catch Moem. He's just going to powerball away. I don't think IG know what they're facing here. They had an early game lead. They did. But now suddenly Harry has a 1,000 gold lead on Sobro. Haichao has a 1,000 gold lead on Rookie. Photic has the gold lead, but typically for IG, they don't win when it's Photic with the resources because he's been struggling to use his gold that well. I can't believe that it's coming through this because, of course, the last player to play this in Tier 1 was Beryl last year to knock them out of the season, which ended up going very poorly. OMG, I mean, you could call it a troll pick or whatever, but you can see the logic of it. It didn't work well in the early game, and right now, in mid-game, they're now even again. OMG, they're a team which are also good at their 5v5s. They're an aggressive team now. They found their ability to make plays after Rayo joined the roster, and that Lee Sin is in a good spot.
The fact that Rammus support is not just a meme, and don't get me wrong, the memeing will continue until morale improves, but is legitimately providing value is kind of crazy. Now, that said, Sivir is still 6-2, is 2,500 gold up, will nearly be at a third item, and for all been saying, yeah, but, you know, this is looking like they've managed to come back in all right here.
Sober, I'm a little bit worried for. I actually think this Renekton is going to do nothing this game. I think that the Akali can 1v1 him, the Nora obviously can as well. IG need to settle down. They need to settle down if they want to finish this off in a 3-0. OMG, of course, did win against EDG despite having some difficult situations earlier in that series. Dragon is now here. IG would love to get themselves that third dragon, threatening us all.
Indeed, doing that powerball forwards. Wei is taunted up. Will have to come back. Buffers through the CC by flagging and dragging away. Moam gets Chunk quite low. In goes Rayo! Wonderful angle onto Photic, trying to execute him, but the Magnet Storm disengages. Well, tries to get him anyway. He gets the heal, flashes out. Haichao golden, but look at the rest of the players. Rookie comes in with a rocket bell. Megadar into the wall though. Haichao dunks, trying to get his way through. Doesn't have enough Omnivamp to get out, and IG finally win the fight. It is a close run thing. One death only, but now Starry. Alas, Starry, there's nowhere really for you to go, is there, mate?
He's not exactly been the constellation which OMG were looking for. They'll have to search again sometime else in that celestial calendar. IG somehow clutch out the fight. Photic lives, and Haichao goes down because Wei still holds his CC for the end of the fight. And OMG will see the dragon go over, the gold lead open up again after fighting back to even. OMG had done so much of the hard work, but the 5v5s, while they do have the good single target damage, are not easy to execute still. There's still a lot of ways that you can get disrupted on the way in. The Rel, the Jarvan, even the Renekton if he's there, can be a big problem. Great kick. Awesome kick. Almost wins this fight for himself. Rayo, a player who... There are many things you can say about Rayo, but you cannot say he is not looking for the play. And the last Q missed onto Photic would stop the kill going over.
The Ignite was cleansed off as well. He gets out, and then that's so close. That is nearly. It's an absolute genius.
I will say, though, even if they killed him, this fight probably still would have ended the same way. Because the same way, Sivir was going out of the play, didn't commit any more damage to the rest of the team fight, and they still managed to get chased down. It's awkward. I don't think it actually changes things there. I think that IG very good on the follow-up to that play.
And in fairness, Rookie this time around gets to have a major AoE fight. He's not on one target. He gets to put a lot of value in and do some really good stuff. Looking towards that mid lane. Sonic Wave lands on the server, they won't take it.
I think now the problem is IG can push and roam so easily. OMG aren't going to be able to force split fights as much in ways on the flank. Starry still has no flash. It's going to get dunked down on Photic using that ultimate to speed the rest of the team forwards. And Misfortune, yeah, the name sometimes feels very apt.
Yep, there's not a lot to be done there. Rayo tries to come and save them and will not. And that's your jungler dead. I think they go to Mold Sparrow. And look, the hype is kind of dying here. IG come towards the 3 items on the Sivir, and life looks a lot different.
Why is there a Rammus on my screen? Don't worry about it. He's just getting inted by his AD carry.
That's what's happening.
Whoa, this is not the Durian prop. This is not a Durian problem. The destructive force of the Durian is so powerful, but sadly, Starry at 0 and 8, he's not able to contribute to the play.
Yeah, they're going to try and 3v5 this. I don't know how feasible that will be. Between worlds they go.
Meganar's coming.
Chow can look to maybe go back in here as well. That'll be a lot of damage on the Sober. A good stun, though, and there's Sterex buys all the time. The Meganar doesn't really get as much value as I think they were hoping for. And now Chow in a 1v5, I fear, has little option.
2 dead on OMG from that fight. No chance of a steal. OMG, they see their playoffs chances slipping away from them. Invictus Gaming, when they saw the results yesterday, saw OMG upset EDG, realizing that they would play against OMG and not LNG. I think they breathed a sigh of relief. The only way that they wouldn't have faced LNG is by OMG winning, because of the way that the seeding works. It's the lowest remaining seed, which faces the highest remaining seed, which IG are coming from Group Ascend, and Top Esports already securing their slot. IG, this has not been the perfect series from them. They have been fairly dominant when ahead, but OMG have given them some issues. IG, if they'd lost this, would have been playing in Group Nirvana next split. Disaster for this organization. But they've just about managed to slip through that, and they should be securing this series now.
Should. Again, maybe there's another twist or turn to happen here. I'll note Photic now with the GA really stymies what things like the Akali want to do. You don't get that immediate execution. You have to do it all over again, and that's not so simple on the Akali when a lot of your damage is kind of a burst window, shall we say.
It's a sad series to Starry too, who has been OMG's best player before Rayo came in. Rayo came in and obviously made the team feel more cohesive. It's been a bad series for him.
Yeah.
Even against an AD carry and Photic, who we have criticism. Oh, looking for the kick! Doesn't get it! The spell shield is excellent!
And I don't blame him for looking. I really don't. That's a nice idea. The angle is cool. The mechanics are on point. But the problem is Sivir has the outplay button.
Rayo, never a coward. He has been revolutionary for OMG. And while we're likely bidding farewell for them in Split 1 here, fond memories were created. And a spark of hope, a glimmer of light by this jungler coming in to resurrect their split. OMG might be falling to IG. Don't say they didn't find themselves with any hope.
They have certainly been creative, haven't they? Maybe it was a Durian Diff. In the end, the Durian Diff was the friends we made along the way. The soaring slam comes on in. That's not bad. Haichao, though, ends up taunted up. And unfortunately, Harry goes down. Haichao will attempt an execution at the end. Alas, Invictus Gaming, implacable, unstoppable. To the Nexus they go. To playoffs they go. To Group Ascend they go. And OMG, Durian Diff or not, will remain in Group Nirvana.
A farewell to Oh My God, who will be playing in Nirvana next split and lose out on that playoff slot. But it was still a team, I think, which gave us a lot to be happy about. A team which I think punched above expectations by beating EDG. Of course, EDG will also be now in Group Nirvana as well. OMG can't get it done against IG, who I think breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that their season could have been absolutely destroyed with the worst result here today. IG will be in playoffs. They will be in Group Ascend next split.
IG get the bow. And again, look, this is not giving me a lot of hope for IG in playoffs. They're going to be probably going out first round, likely. I mean, we see some of the stuff, like Rookie's still playing pretty well here, but
this means IG locks presence in summer. Yes, technically as well, because if you finish bottom 2 in Nirvana, that's when you don't get to play in Split 3. So IG, if things had gone wrong today, it would have been abject disaster. There would have been no way to phrase it anyway. Well, yeah. I'm sure they probably, that's actually quite big words. So there would be different ways to phrase it, but it would have been really bad. I have to say, OMG, definitely one of the teams which I have enjoyed watching, though, if nothing else. Sam, I'm actually going to go on a quick break because I actually have been sat in the seat since the start of the stream.
Go forth.
And I need a break.
Go forth.
Very quickly.
That's fine.
But now we get on to the interesting series, though. W versus LNG. Yes. That one is the interesting one, because I have to say, so OMG upsetting yesterday completely threw this bracket into disarray. We were expecting IG, LNG, and OMG, and then EDG versus WE, which would have been, I think, much more even matchups. Now we get to see probably, I would say, the 2 best remaining teams in the bracket in W and LNG facing off for one last playoff spot. Whoever loses this is going to feel awful.
Man, and this is one of the flaws with this system, right? It assumes that the people in their different groups are they're accurately seeded, right? And I'm not sure that's true. In fact, how was seeding done for Perseverance Nirvana? Was it off Demacia Cup, or was it just last year's results? So it's just last year's results. And the thing with last year's results, right, is that was a long time ago. These rosters are not the same. They are not anywhere near the same levels of strength. Everyone's changed. And that means that some of these teams got, actually, should WE be in this group? Should LNG be in this group? Probably not. And it means that actually potentially your year is decided for you before you even get there, and especially when it leads to seeding moments like this. Hey, Gaffel. Can OMG win? No, because they just went out. 0-3. They are done. Unsurprising result? Yeah. Not really, I agree. I'll move that way a bit. Marky, just a quick heads up. No stress with it in the Twitch chat. Again, you're new, so it's not that big a deal. But basically, we try to keep outright betting chat out of Twitch chat, purely because we've had some issues with stuff beforehand. So feel free to ask questions about the game. Feel free to chat about stuff. And if you use whatever you learn elsewhere, not a problem. But just like odds, odds and stuff, we try to keep out of the chat. So don't stress too much about it. But it's just a rule to keep chat on the right vibes. We've had issues with people getting really salty before, so we just said, yeah, we're done with that. Let me stick this on so we can listen to the interview. I'll turn my camera off so you can listen in without.
其实我们大家都是就刚开始磨合嘛，所以我们其实磨合当中可能找不到我们自己想要的样子了，然后就发展的方式也没有弄对。但现在的话，可能我们通过前几场的惨败之后，我们现在稍微了解我们怎么打游戏，怎么打比赛比较好，所以今天的话可能在这个方面做得比较好，所以才赢下。
一边比赛还可以一边从这个比赛的过程当中去汲取一些经验。提到磨合，其实大家也可以发现啊，今天 Several 的状态还不错，尤其第二把兰博进步很大。作为队长，要不要夸夸他？
他作为一个新人来说，其实也挺想夸他。他在这种压力的情况下，还是今天有不错的发挥嘛。但是他还是死的比较多，所以我希望就回去好好说一下他。
希望淘汰赛能够好好的提升啊。那再问一个跟游戏有关的问题，第3把对面选出了龙龟作为辅助，也是 LPL 龙龟在辅助位的出场，当时他们锁下的时候，你们是一个什么样的感受呢？
其实不只是在 LPL 没有出现过这个英雄嘛，但是我们会在其他赛区看到这个英雄在比赛上出现，所以那个时候看起来觉得这个英雄就比较极端嘛。这个英雄前面没优势的话，其实就慢慢的就没有。
Hey Rhythm, good to see you.
今天拿到前期优势之后。
Yeah, we finally got the name back. Yeah, no, there is indeed no underscore this time around.
后期龙龟在抓分的时候还是给到 IG 一些小小的压力或者麻烦，但是你们最后还是。
No, yeah, you're right, Rhythm. No worries about it. It does happen, but we've got the proper name now.
结束之后就是选队仪式了。对于淘汰赛的对阵，包括对手有没有什么样的期待和展望呢？
首先我们现在状态并不是很好，虽然今天赢了，但是我们有好多地方要进步。然后就接下来的比赛的话，我们就尽全力加油嘛。然后就粉丝们都就是支持我们，然后就希望我们以后有更多的努力，更好的发挥。
希望IG能够。
It's an awful mic.
那最后一个问题，马上就是马年的春节了。
Yes, it's a 7 a.m. start, Darren. Yeah, really, really early.
要不要在这个舞台给大家送一些春节的祝福
And you missed Rammus support.
快过年了，但是大家
Have you kept track of the endgame trailers? Yeah, I have. I'm quite excited. I am quite excited. Also, good to see you, Ezreal.
就大家过好年吧，然后我们之后再见。
IG 今天比赛的
Apparently, Wonder Man was actually really good. I need to tune into that one, but apparently people were saying it was actually a really good bit of media, so quite excited.
下面把时间交还给解说喜。
Nice little interview.
Turn that off. And bring back Spotify. I'll come say hello briefly. I'll make sure we've not had any issues with YouTube because I put the interview on and that sometimes happened before. We're fine. We're fine. Phew. Life is good. Life is good.
Hall of Legends being commercialized is to such a mid decision. Can you explain by right as it values popularity over influence? Yeah, I think as well, because basically it's only there is an issue of it only really doing players who are still known super well by people today. Because I agree, people like Diamond should earn a Hall of Legends spot at some point. Again, and the guy who created counter jungling and was the greatest jungler in the West for a very long time, and that team of Gambit realistically should have been world champions in Season 2, and I stand by that. It's tough, right? It's tough. Actually, I'll turn this off, guys, so you can see the stats there. But I agree. I still hope we get those players make it to Hall of Legends. Whether they do it as a bundle with other players of similar kind of, like you do a Gambit bundle or whatever, that might be a way through it. Who won the last time WWE played LNG? We've not seen it. We've not seen it. They were in different groups. This will be our first matchup this year with these rosters. So it is purely speculation. X only. Hall of... what was that sort of thing? Can you explain how the LPL groups work and how a team moves from Nirvana to Ascend and Perseverance? Yeah. So, in short, you got seeded based on last year's results. Which, for me personally, I think is a really dumb system. Because it doesn't actually take into account anything along the lines of roster building, because actually the teams basically all changed over the offseason. AL is the only team that kept their 5 players together, which means that actually any team that put anything together resembling a competitive roster, but happens to be a bottom tier team or vice versa, you know, a top tier team theoretically has just put together a crap roster, still don't get to seed properly, and you're basically reliant on this one tiny little tournament at the end of the split to find out whether you make it into playoffs or not, and therefore group ascend. So you got split into the 3 groups for Winter Split, based on last year's results. So Ascend being the top 8 teams, and you had like 6 and 6, something like that. Or 5 and 5. And then you... What was it, 6-5-5? Yeah, it was 6-5-5. That's what it was. There we go. Hey, Andrew, good to see you. But then the idea is for splits going forwards, there will be no group perseverance. There will be no middle group. Instead, basically, the teams that get into playoffs, so get through Night's Rivals, qualify directly in, they are the teams that will be in Group Ascend next split. Everyone who doesn't make it to playoffs, either by dropping out of Night's Rivals or not even getting to that stage in the first place, will be in Group Nirvana. So there was a world where Invictus Gaming could have ended up in Group Nirvana. OMG, who've been on a massive rise, could end up in Group Nirvana. LNG, who for my money are better than a number of teams who've made it to playoffs, could well be in Group Nirvana. One of WE and LNG are going to be in Group Nirvana, which I think is bloody stupid. But there you go. That's the way the system works. Was the Croco Jace Masterclass a Demacia Cup? Might have been, actually. It was a very good Jace game. Yes. Because it was the blind pick game 5, wasn't it? And we saw the insane Jace v Jace scenario. Player of the game's way, he was involved in nearly everything. It's all except 1 kill. Did a lot of work on that. It was him or Rookie for my money, so that makes sense. Yeah, that's my problem, right, Mecha? Like, actually, if LNG want to really level up, they need to be in the next group. And I don't know how simple that's going to be. Yeah, it was Demacia Cup. Yes, but it was the Jace v Jace mirror match. Thank you for the reminder there, Miss Arce. I'd forgotten about that. It was a good time. In fact, let me go look that up. There you go. Player of the match, Rookie. There you go. Get the split. Silas, Rise, Aurora. The Durian humbled Rookie's Aurora. It was pretty good. And next bits of Nirvana should be 1 round robin. Yeah, so it's worse. Oh, dear. Monkey versus Croco. Don't know which to choose. On the whole, I think Croco's been better than Monkey of late. I think Monkey's been really struggling to I think Monkey's been overforcing a bit, has been my issue. I think there's been a bit of anxiety to make things happen, and that's not always been fantastic for W. And I get that Monkey is the primary playmaker, but still, there you go. I just want to see 1xN against top ADCs, so I think I'm leaning LNG. I'm kind of there with you, Darren. That's my take as well. And I think, I was chatting with Alex about this yesterday. If LNG don't make Group Ascend, it's going to be a Thunder Talk scenario from last year. 1xN will get sniped. There is no way a top team doesn't think to pick him up. I would be so surprised if he's not. Morning, Soikron. Have I not run ads? No, I did. I can run some more. I'm going to run more ads. Ha! 1xN to IG, please. Honestly, apparently it was a debate, and then basically because they don't like 1xN's agency, they said no. If you don't want to see the ads, guys, subscribe. That's the deal. You don't want the ads, subscribe. You know, you can throw Twitch parameters. Make things a bit easy. Do teams often come back from being 2-0 down, or is it pretty rare? It depends on how good the teams are. League of Legends has a phenomenon called the reverse sweep, where you come back from being 0-2 down to winning 3-2 in a best of 5. The general rule is that if you're 2-0 up, the most dangerous game in the series is that third game. If you lose game 3, your win percentages drop dramatically. And if you, God forbid, you get to the game 5 scenario where you lose that game 4 as well, you end up in this position where your win rate in game 5 is like very, very low realistically. So yeah, it happens often enough, at least a couple times a year. Certainly not every time, and again, sometimes it's just strength of matchup, right? Like you're going against, like, this team is just clearly better than the other team. You get blasted. But if teams are close, yeah, it happens. It happens. Or watch on YouTube. There is that too. Thank you for the sub, by the way, Mr. Volvo, Mr. Popham. See? This is the reason we do the calls to action. It makes a difference, guys. It does. It does. I think full Fearless is hard to reverse sweep. I would, but that is true. That is true. I am curious to see whether reverse sweeps have gone down with Fearless or not. Which team between IG and the top group are in desperate need of a new ADC? AL could consider switching out Hope. It'd be a risk, because Hope's actually been very stable for them. But if they wanted the potential upside, that is an option. Top Esports have got Jackie Love in the back quarter. They won't do that. BLG, you've got Viper not happening. Weibo, Gala, no. Sorry, not Gala. Elk, no. Who's got Gala? Who has got Gala? What am I? I'm forgetting. Oh no, brain fade. JDG. Hey mate, are you and your brother in Berlin or somewhere in the UK at the minute? We are out in Berlin at the minute. JDG's got Gala. That's the one. Thank you. Yeah, that's not happening. It was Gala. There you go. Thank you, Slayer. Thank you. I was like, I'm saying, it is JDG Gala, isn't it? I genuinely second guessed myself there. Been too long. Thank you, guys. Also, good to see you, Slayer. How you feeling about the Durian diff in the bot lane? How did you feel? Hope was second best ADC in the Ascenders split. Do I agree with that? I think he was third or fourth. I think I still had Viper above him. I think Hope was fine. But there was a couple Kai'Sa games where he should have carried and then fucking ran it. Like, there was some bad ults. Like, he was fine. He had that one really good outplay on the Varus bot lane, I remember, which was very, very good under the turret. But I think I have him third. I think very clearly Elk was the best AD carry. He was carrying harder than anyone else in the league. Still has some Elk moments, but like when he got a lead, my god. But I think Viper was on average better in lane. I think BLG's flaws later on in terms of their team fight execution being what it is at the minute were problematic. But I think on the whole, Viper and On were slightly better. Or well, the Viper was slightly better. I think Kael and Tarzan were a better duo. And that helps bot lane a bit. Whereas I think Hope was good. I don't want to say Hope was bad. That's not true. It's the reason I'm saying, like, if you did want to take a risk, maybe it's Hope. Diablo would win LPL Worlds, just saying. Honestly, wouldn't be a bad chat. But I think if you wanted to stay to local talent, then go with 1XM. That would be the idea. If the Mandalorians from Star Wars were cheered for an LPL team, which team would they cheer for? Well, considering they have a Mandalorian helmet as a logo, it's top Esports. Come on now, dumb question. And what about Maul's team? BLG, all about violence and power. 1XL would make me buy a ticket to try just to buy an AL1X engine. Mate, I would be there with you. We could make a team trip out to LPL. I'm just saying, we get visa-free travel now to China because I'm from Britain. Great, I'll take it. It's time to go cheer 1XL on in person. I have been huge. Yeah, the thing is, the problem is Jachi is just holding the place for Jackie Love right now, isn't he? So realistically, you don't get that one. NIP, but I do think Assume has been good and one of their carries. Yeah, he had a very good Draven game, but again, I think 1xN is better, right? Like, if you wanted to step up, that'd be the choice. Not that Assume has been bad for the team, and he's done his job, but yes. Think top esports could use 1XL? Yeah, we're just having that question. Yeah, I mean, the honest answer, if Jackie Love doesn't come back, then yes, you should pick up 1XN. Team WE, Cube, Monkey, Karis, About, and Yao Yao. Karis has been back to being a little bit good again. A bit good again. About had a few good games as well, actually, which was great to see. Yao Yao on some of those enchanters had some good moments. I fear for WE's bot lane into LNG. The only thing I will say is, we have seen Croco and Missing in mid-games in particular get caught out for a variety of reasons. Partly LNG a little bit unwilling to collapse to support plays happening around their own jungle or mid lane. So if a play happens against them, sometimes they just give someone up for dead, and that's given a couple free Barons over. Sometimes it's flank angles that just don't work out, and Croco is a psychopath. He will always go for a play. Yeah, Mecha, I'm completely there with you. Why do you think LPL's chance to win in first? What do you think about LPL's chance to win in first round? Who have we got? Cube versus Shearer is the matchup. You know, I could see that. What are the, I think Shearer won player of the match the other day. Had a fantastic Rumble game. despite the counter pick of the cannon. He's been playing well this year. He's been playing well. And again, this is a player who was really, really, really hyped. I mean, I know there was some arguments for him to be the rookie of the year when he was first coming. He was splitting time with Flandre, and there was some debates about, why is it that Flandre's starting over Sheer? Shouldn't it just be Sheer? He's just mechanically so much better. And then he kind of just fell away from playing to a pretty good level. He's kind of having to redeem himself here on LNG, and has done so pretty successfully. Hey, Qatari, good to see you. Yeah, GENG about is in LPL now, yeah. Yep. Playing for WE these days, getting cube. In fact, let me go. Let's see if we can listen in on this.
我们失误还是比较多，
We'll have a listen.
把那些失误改掉就好了吧，我觉得。
减少失误。那其实说到你们的对手苏州 LNG 最近也是士气正盛，昨天也是3比0赢下嘛。那这场比赛觉得着重
Easy win for IG, totally not stressed at all. Liar. I think LPL have got decent chance at first stand. I do think GENG, T1 are likely going from LCK, one of those two, and they're both imperious. Imperious, and they likely win just off raw strength of form right now. They just look better, don't they? Whereas I think pretty much all the top LPL teams have fumbled to some extent, even if we have seen upside from them too.
Hello， 大家好，我是苏州 LNG 的 AD 选手一猜。
其实觉得两个队伍都是进攻性蛮强的队伍嘛，那觉得这场 BO5需要着重在哪些方面小心应对呢
？WE 也是喜欢打下野的队伍吧，然后我们需要做好准备。
那其实现在距离淘汰赛真的只有1步之遥了。今天抱着怎么样的心态来到赛场，同时想和密信选手在下步有怎样的一个？
They're not great mics, are they? I agree. I don't know what's going on there.
心态吧，然后跟密信的话，就希望就打出一点压制力吧。
好的，希望你们赛场加油。
To the stage we go for our second and last series of Night's Rivals today. Last series overall. This is going to be a huge one. One of these teams is going to Group Nirvana, and I think neither of them really deserve to be there. WE going to be slightly frustrated not to just make playoffs directly.
LNG Esports.
Monkey v Croco should be a fun matchup, make no mistake about it. Interesting that the official broadcast highlighting top lane Cube had a fairly okay showing this first round. It wasn't enough to get them over the line. They'll be very frustrated to be here. Now LNG, early on in the game, their laning phases have been very, very dominant. Very dominant. It's the mid games where they've thrown and given up a number of barons that really shouldn't have happened. They won 3-0 yesterday, but it should have been simpler from the positions they were in, and I need to see them tighten up those mid games, not have Missing and Croco get caught out. The team to be a bit more responsive and less lethargic, and plays are happening to them. It has led to some tricky scenarios. For me, the matchup to watch is actually in the jungle. Monkey and Croco are the beating hearts of their teams in terms of the playmaking engines, and when it goes wrong, it doesn't look fantastic. BLG is BLG. AL's chance of beating either team is slim because Flandre's advantage of being better in team fights than in lane is effectively neutralized by Keen. And against T1, I don't see any reasonable world where Kyle isn't forced to babysit Hope in the lane against Pays and Carrier. I agree, that is a stylistic problem. Like, Flandre would just need to be better. Like, AL with, like, Bin, 369, I think would be in a better spot. That's just not been the case. Yeah, there's a good read, actually, from Jethro over in the Twitch chat. And that's the Huya ad. 1 second, guys. Let's get rid of that. Basically, chatting about the issues of Flandre perhaps struggling against Keen / potentially Doran as well. And that being tough because his strengths are in team fighting, not in laning right now. And also the fact that Kyle's strength is often in linking up with Tarzan. But can you really afford to do that against Keria and Pace? You might have to play for lane, and that locks Kyle's real strengths away somewhat. Into draft, though, for game 1. LNG versus WE. LNG blue side, WE over on the red. They are the ones with side select, well, not side select, first, like, pick select, I suppose. And they choose first pick. So they'll be on red side with that this time around. Cassiopeia ban game 1. Unexpected, but against Bulldogs being quite strong. Is that suggesting they just want to rise really early here? Jace is allowed. Jace is through. Huh. So is Malphite. Jace and Malphite are allowed through. Yunara is first picked by WE to deny it from 1xN. For the record, guys, 1xN over the off-season and during Worlds was scrimming so well in some sort of scrim teams around Worlds that he was basically perma-banned Yunara as a result. He was absolutely devastating teams with that. So Rise gets locked in despite that Cassiopeia ban. Interestingly, for LNG...
Well, I think that would be because of that, really.
No, the reason it's banned, though, by WE, who are looking for it.
Sure. How I think on the other side, it's still to the benefit of picking the Rise. So I think LNG say, well, you banned that. Sure, we'll pick that out ourselves. They don't have to pick the Varus themselves right now. They can lock it here just to kind of... What we tend to see is, when you see a first pick, the other team rarely does 2 blind picks in response. You tend to still answer that, and they do lock the Varus in there just to make sure that they're still answering like for like without giving up too much information.
I really want to note, though, Al, Malphite got through draft, but look who else got through. Which little jungle champion's been a menace?
True. I have to say, Jace, not fantastic against the Jarvan, but if you have a Varus and a Jace...
Brutal.
Really, really strong. I do wonder whether you go for it anyway here and just say, match jungle, we get double poking.
The last time we saw these two teams face was a Game 5 blind pick in Demacia Cup where Monkey and Croco were trading Jaces, and Croco's Jace was just better.
We might give it up here, though. I think it's quite dangerous to lock it in.
Okay.
We can have 2 follow-up pieces of damage. Shinzao might be the answer instead. Just say, look, we want that temporary front line. Make sure that the Yunara doesn't just tear through the front of the fight.
I can sort of see that thought process. Nautilus instead the decision. Okay, well, there's your lockdown. It's very good.
And that saves your bot lane laning phase a little bit because you don't want to take other melee supports into the double ranged. It still gives you that engage, but the hook still has very good potential versus the Yunara Lulu.
Also implies to me that the Jace getting on through that both teams are a little wary of a potential answer for the Jace, because that can be the other thing, is like you can feel like you are trying to think of a word here. The thing with meta picks, especially ones that are banned so much, is when they are let through, you just wonder whether someone's got something special planned for it.
That, and sometimes people let them through just being like, yo, have you actually planned a draft around this team? I think some teams get a little bit surprised when the champion's on the table. That Jace is still going to get banned, though. Do you ban the Malphite out too, despite the fact that Yunara is actually okay against it, and Lulu's actually quite good at saving you from it? I think you probably still ban the Malphite here, actually, as WE.
TF away from Karis, I think, is wise. They did play that TF, and Karis was a real monster on it. Really helped them come back in the mid game with a lot of his own Herculean efforts, despite some early game woes against Jachi and crew.
Shinzao gets banned out. Of course, they hovered it earlier. Does this mean you slam the Malphite now? You'd have quite a short range mid jungle at that point, and you know you can get cataclysmed and caught out yourself. It's still such a powerful pick, though, especially against a lot of the DPS AD carries in meta.
Other option might be to do the Kiana. You've got the Rise, you've got a lot of lockdown, you've got Jarvan Wall to work around. I actually quite like that in there. They're debating instead of Nocturne or a Vi. Both good dive options.
Now, this gives you some targeted lockdown. The thing about the Malphite is you can flash away from it. The Vi, that ult's still going to hit you. You don't have a spell shield. Now, Galio's fine here for W. You'd have the Jarvan Galio combo. You'd be quite low damage, though, outside of that Yunara, and you kind of have to pick yourself a higher damage top laner at that point, though, I believe.
Sometimes we see the Gallios go for like Riftmaker Rocket Belt builds, especially if your name is Knight. So that can help a little bit, but even then you're quite burst heavy and quite conditional. Still not locked in. They are debating a couple other champions like the Ahri, which does end up being the decision here.
Okay, so it's safe against the Vi. You can dash back when she ults towards you, and you've got good follow-up range with the Jarvan. Gives you a bit more of that early game power, gives you a little bit more damage than Galio as well. Top lane pick for you will have to be blind picked. Is something like a Renekton available? No, well, you could go towards that Cassante, just play towards that front to back. Cassante looks good here. You can go W onto the Vi, kind of Vi Nautilus engage, the Varus as well. You can kind of just go unstoppable, bring back the front line backwards. Does open up shit to go towards Nardo.
Okay.
He did play this the other day. Versus, sorry, I'm forgetting the team, TT, sorry,
Yes.
of course, there as well. And now, I do think that LNG have good side lanes, and that might be a worry for WE. Now, Ahri's pretty good versus both of these, but really the Rise and the Gnar can cause some issues to the Cassante if they get ahead of the game, especially with Crocker heading to that lane.
I agree, and while the Ahri can manage it, does she necessarily win so much as be kind of safe? And I'm not sure that the answer is we win these, absolutely.
She wins against the Gnar. You know, mini Gnar, if you get hit by a charm, dies. You do
Free.
die, so that one I think is fine. It's more about how you coordinate with that. This is a competitive draft. I think WE have the better front to back. I think LNG probably have better map play with the global and the side lanes. So LNG, they'll want to play through strong laning phase. That's been one of their biggest calling cards. And I think that if they manage to brush up on their mid-game macro, which has left them a little bit more vulnerable, missing getting caught out before Barons, Croco falling behind the game at points too in the mid and late game, they should be a threat here. This should be a close series. We're expecting pretty close, close ran race. I'm not sure who I favor here on paper. I'd like to say LNG because I want to see 1xN succeed, what have you, but it's not like WE are any pushover or a layabout. They are a team which have, yes, taken a couple of L's in this split. They've had to build up towards form again after losing a lot of port members from that previous season, but you can't mistake that for WE aren't a powerful team on their day.
Absolutely not. Kurumas, I see you in chat as well. Yeah, the picture got changed last night for the channel, and the name as well. We've lost the underscore. Alex has finally got their proper name. Isn't that exciting? As we head on to the Rift here. Our first showing here. Let's listen to the Gyos. We are indeed in LNG's home arena for their chance at Group Ascent and playoffs. WE chant leader, I appreciate your energy. Your fans following you though, that was a bit lackadaisical who was next to the microphone. You joined in and I give you that.
Yeah, I wonder if change. So yeah, I did end up getting Nymaera without the underscore now, so I have like my proper username. Hook at level 1 into the hook. Damn, Yao. That's not great. About wasn't even in range really to DPS back onto 1xN. Trying to get some trading back now with the Q available from the Unara. That's a very good level 1 hook from missing. But yeah, I changed the channel name, so we've actually got the proper name there now. And then also, I changed the profile picture because I didn't like the old one as much. But yes, that probably has actually annoyed some people. So oops, the autocomplete is, yeah, a couple of people say, hey, the autocomplete doesn't work anymore. But hopefully what that means is if people are looking for us, they'll still find us.
That's very nice. Indeed, you'll find us, I promise, guys. Monkey, we'll go towards these Raptors, is pathing towards this bot lane. And again, guys, just a little Nate as well. You can, this could be a fun matchup in the sense that, the winner here goes towards Group Ascend for next split. The loser is going to Group Nirvana, which is kind of crazy.
Especially, I think, with both these teams, on eye test, I think that both these teams are better than Victor's Gaming. I think they've walked away with... The bracket really got twisted around with the OMG victory over EDG, because it would have been LNG versus IG, and I think they probably favored those, actually. Potential jump in towards mid lane. Bulldog on the wrong side of the lane.
Does manage to dodge away pretty well there, actually, with the Ghost.
He has to blow it, but you know, his jungle is going from top to bot. Maybe afraid that Jarvan could come out of the bot brush as well. Monkey low HP now, and he's been seen on his clear and slowed down a little. So Vi will be at that level 4 mark at the end of the clear, a little quicker than Monkey. And that also, with that HP advantage, maybe helps them go towards that bot scuttle as well, which of course is also helps out with the fact that 1xN missing, particularly missing with those hooks early on, giving them that platform they need to fight for the bot scuttle crab.
Early reset from About and Yao Yao, so theoretically they could come and fight with that kind of back and HP for about and for Yao Yao, but 1xN being very slow to clear this wave. Going to be a nice, strong, slow push coming with a big wave stacked when the Scuttle Crab is spawning. Actually, the Jarvan has skipped out on his camps to be there at Scuttle Crab spawn to try and rush it before the Vi is there. In fact, I think he smoked and got rid of it.
Yeah, but does that mean you then have a smite fight onto Gromp? I think it does. You don't have your level 4, you don't have your blue buff. So basically, Monkey was like, I need to get this Scuttle now. As you were saying, he wouldn't have been able to fight it. Bot lane's walking over. There's this helper coming in from Karis. WE1 to fight, hook misses.
Oh, this gets spicy for all involved. They're going to go jump on forwards. The Vault Breaker lands onto Monkey. There's the heal trying to flag and drag out, and they will flag and drag out. What about Karis? It's now a 4v3. They're trapped in here. The charm doesn't necessarily under the main target. The blue buff does go over to the side of LNG with a little bit of killing back and forth, though. Flash over the wall from Croco. 2 for 1. Sorry, 1 for 1. Apologies.
1 for 1, but I think as you were saying, well, I actually didn't see who secured that buff, but given that it wasn't a level 4 for the Jarvan, I imagine it was actually Croco that walked away with it. This is just Croco in a nutshell. He always wants to go for the early aggressive plays. Was that unwise? Yeah, probably. Actually, Monkey getting that. I think Monkey got that because he has 23 CS. I believe he did. Actually, oh no, hang on, no, guys, I think I'm just trolling you. Who ends up getting this smite? We'll see in the replay. I'm not going to call it right now.
It was close.
Yeah, it did go down to very low HP. So first smite comes in now. Second one, I still don't see you got it, by the way. I still don't see you got it. What the heck?
Croco, I think, has it. Although in fairness, Monkey died.
Yeah,
so.
I didn't see the buff on their feet. You know what? It's obviously just still too early in the day for me. So need a lot more caffeine before picking up that stuff. Monkey still behind in gold though. The gold went over towards Croco. However, about picks up the kill from the early lane for the Nymaera.
Croco will know. I do know. Will be the one with his flash down. Missing also the burn theirs and about got a kill of his own, so that can be quite nice, especially with the cull already picked up. TP back in from 1xM with the tier and the longsword.
Chat confirming it was Monkey that got the buff.
Thank you very much.
So, yeah, that's why I was like, I'm not sure it was Croco actually, despite both smites coming down. It got very close. Then, of course, he died and the blue buff went over. Anyway, Croco is still half a level above. Monkey, reminder that he slowed down his camp respawns by taking that Scuttle Crab first as well. So Monkey is still going to be strategically behind in the jungle matchup.
Very much so. Still, invade occurs, bit of damage down, and again, forcing that teleport out, all those kinds of things. Still feels like it's all right for LNG, who have been very, very dominant in the laning phase. It's where they've found a lot of strength so far in Knight's Rivals here. But the other side of it is their mid-game woes have been notable. Maybe a Baron or two that should never have been given up.
Potential for missing to land a hook here. There's flash available, doesn't land it onto a bout.
Staggering blows still there. Vault Breaker onto Yao Yao. There's a Realm Warp coming as well. This could get interesting. Are they going to make a flash happen? They are.
Yeah, the Bulldog not going to help into his own ultimate. They get the summon away from a bout, missing the hook at first. Does he get the recall? He uses the barrier to make sure his recall goes through. He sees the arrow flying at him. He's like, I can't afford to get this stopped. Loses the extra summoner to make sure the recall completes.
Yao Yao does have theirs interrupted, though, because the Comet stopped the back.
So annoying for him. You're right. The Comet did stop him. At least Nymaera gets to go back and fully heal up and lose less from this push in than you would have done. It's one of the most annoying things when you are losing a play, you have to recall, and then you get that delayed. And LNG, this has been a strong early game from them. LNG have been a strong early game team. Their laning has been good. We've seen that from bot lane and top lane as well. Actually, Shea getting ahead there. And they have got ahead of the game. WE, not necessarily the early game team here from Group Perseverance. They've struggled with that a little bit. But they are a team which can mount some pretty nasty comebacks. So LNG, who've had their mid-game issues, will need to still have their heads on a swivel and make sure that they're playing this game out cleanly.
Sheer running down the river, has hopped. Karis could look for a really good angle here. That's such a good bait on the honey fruit.
Nice run stuff from Karis, who gets that charm out of Fog of War. Croco doesn't have level 6. Karis ult's about to time out. Red buff is available. With no Ahri ult, I think that Croco might just say, look, we just lost Sheer, but we might be able to fight with Karis' ult being down.
Yeah, actually, the Ahri not having ult means this invade is going to come on through.
Charm of the Wall, maybe.
Nice smite there. Monkey's going to be forced to flash. The level 6 comes on through. Charm after is good. Pulls him away from the turret. Does go for a 1-for-1.
1-for-1, Raptor Steel to Croco. It's a good charm from Karis. You know, it has 5 Dark Seal stacks. Whenever I look at an Ahri game, I look at how far do you accelerate the game, how far ahead of the curve do you get. Karis now has those 5 stacks. It's about an extra 350 gold just from those stacks, which isn't shown in the mid lane matchup as well. So he's actually closer to 700 gold ahead of Bulldog in terms of raw stat value. And he's also gotten himself, 100% kill participation. So he does have 3 ultimate hunter stacks too, to give him a bunch of extra ult cooldown.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. And again, the level 6 came on through for Croco partway through that play, burns it immediately, and Monkey flashes just about in time. It has been a knife fight between these junglers, going very even in that regard. The thing is, though, without the ult on Karis, maybe we could see something about those grubs going on down. Unlikely at this point. I think Sheer is going to feel a little bit aggrieved that the Ahri managed to slip into that pit and punish him on the honey fruit. It was very a heads up, mate.
It was, but also, you know, Sheer did go mini and get caught out by that bad trade from Cube, so I guess he's only really got himself to blame for that. I thought he had a bit of a freebie with the fruit in the river. See, that Jarvan is on top side. Sheer can't really commit to a hard trade onto Cassante, knowing that he is on the weak side of the map. He's still 10 CS up in the matchup. Cube getting that assist gets him a little bit more from this early game. The Gnar wants to be ahead. The Gnar always wants to play from ahead. A champion that doesn't really do well from even or behind, of course. Bulldog, waiting to see what he's doing with his next Realm Warp. I think that Karis, going for the Blackfire build, going for a little bit more consistent DPS rather than the accelerated playmaking. Already has those Dark Seal stacks and the ult Hunter stacks, as you were saying, though. Good ult there from 1xN.
Youch, loses about half his HP bar. Barrier, that's just the Whimsy coming on forwards. Crocker will nab away this blue buff. I think there is a few ults coming up and available very shortly. This is looking dicey. Bot side, teleport coming on in. They're still going to flash on forward. The depth charges in. Missing tanks it well. Just about alive for now. Goes down. The TP finally arrives. Karis looks for the charm. Can't quite find it. Will now get the angle onto Bulldog. And unfortunately, the damage still comes on forward. Bulldog will be traded, I have no doubt. But still a 2-for-1 in favor of LNG.
Karis not able to follow up anymore. He does get the kill, so now he's on 7 Dark Seal stacks. And that's another ult Hunter stack. He's 4 out of 5 now. So this is actually a very accelerated Ahri, who is very scary. I like the Realm Warp, though. Lots of low health members here. They're going to jump onto him anyway, though. They might not have HP, but they have damage.
And they get the shield. Forwards, there's no chance to Cataclysm. He's dead. Karis still sticks around. I don't know how simple this would be without the ult for him to do much more than get that one plate, though.
He can't, yeah, I mean, the charm's threatening, but doesn't even have the Q to follow up. Well, it does now, whatever. It's not kill threat. 1xN has the teleport, though. He won't care. LNG, on the whole, getting a little bit more out of these early skirmishes. 1xN very far ahead now, 800 gold. Matched by Karis, though, as we were saying, that Ahri starting to accelerate. And I think Karis, when he's been on form, has been very, very important for his team. He had a bit of a duff end to the split. That's why we were worried about WE. Karis actually was falling off quite heavily towards second round robin from Group Perseverance. Seems like, though, from his series the other day versus Top Esports and then coming into this first game here, Karis is looking very threatening, and that does signal good things for WE.
Yes, it does. There goes another one of those turret plates for Bulldog, who's doing his best to stay involved in the game. It's not like he's playing a bad Rise game here. 3 assists, decent amount of farm. It's just that Karis has picked up a lot of gold. The problem is, for WE, you look at the jungle, you look at the bot lane, you go, oh lord, about got first blood and still down 1200 gold, and a lot of CS at this point. 1xN and missing have been so oppressive down there.
Top lane matchup really hasn't factored into anything so far in this game either. Early game skirmishes don't tend to. See if Cube, who's been on front on duty a lot for WE over the years, really. Whether he'll be able to peel for about, even though he's behind in gold. Even though the Yunara is behind in gold, you do have a Lulu and a Cassante helping you out. Jarvan standard as well, giving extra attack speed. Maybe that'll be enough to fight back in the mid game. They are, behind right now by a significant amount. Not game breaking, but an amount which makes you a little bit worried for them.
Indeed. Dragon is up in about now. Worth noting, the Monkey did get the early grubs and the early dragons. So the neutral objective game, currently WE's. Over comes Karis, just threatening here. If he lands a decent charm here on a Bulldog, this could be a bit dangerous. Missed his Q.
Q just off target there. Means he loses a lot of the damage he could have had. Important there. Now he's given up that brush control. You want to make sure you make as much use of them as possible. Level up on Bulldogs, only level 9. Here comes Karis again. Misses the charm.
Oh, and he just gets CC. Does get wild growth, buys a lot of time. Can look to ult away and will need to. There's the dragon. Took it to get into the background. Monkey flag drags and kills off 1xN.
Good fight.
And actually the cease and desist after not great from Croco, who can't stay on top of Karis. Finally gets a vault break and gets the shutdown. That's not bad. The problem is the fight back end as Yao Yao goes down. Bulldog trying to trade out. Will need to realm warp away. Does escape.
Oh, and solo HP 53 is the number. And that'll be 52 HP more than he needs, Monkey.
Can't reset here. Surely
if
don't.
If he lands a flag, he will kill. If he lands the flag, he'll kill.
Oh, the last order of the smite! He's gonna get it surely. He's got between turrets. And Monkey gets another. That makes it the 4 for 2.
Move speed advantage comes to play, and LNG don't get that fight in their favor. Even though it looked like Karis had not found the right first angle, WE end up rolling through the fight, I think with just 1 kill advantage?
2 in the end
okay.
by Monkey getting that last one.
Okay, so that ended up being, what, 4 for 2?
Yes.
At the end of it. So Karis, not great first charm, not great second charm. Then, you know, the disengage comes through. I wonder whether 1xN should have... He fired the arrow at Yaya. He should have fired it at Karis. I think it's a mistake to throw it at the Lulu. Ends up getting dunked after. It's not a great flash from him. Probably should have flashed the Nymaera W. I don't think it really helped flashing the Jarvan afterwards. This is the problem with blue side dragon fights from stuff like the Varus. You're stuck against the wall, and the terrain's not great for you to escape those kind of plays.
Indeed it is. Either way, they still get the dragon. It's not the end of the world for LNG, but considering, actually, with this kind of pick comp, you often want to be making more moves in the mid game. Gets a little bit harder to confirm that into teamfight wins later on. Not necessarily the best start there, and about getting some gold is great news because he was behind a significant amount of gold. Now it's only 300 odd.
Game is very even. Now, LNG, they've been a good early game team. Their mid games where we've had worries for them. Now they're going even into mid game. I do get quite worried. WE, this is where they tend to pick up the slack a little bit. Sometimes their early game is a bit more rough, and then they pick things up after that point. Of course, Karis, still on 5 Dark Seal stacks. He's not unhappy with that. Got himself those upgraded Lucidity boots as well now. So even though he doesn't have the Malignance with pretty much well, he didn't get the... Yeah, he got the kill on Tashir as well. So in fact, he has the 100% kill participation now for the Ultimate Hunter stacks. He's still very, very happy in terms of overall ult cooldown reduction. He's probably heading up to about, like, 80 now, something like that, between that rune and then the cooldown boots and the item as well. So Karis is at level 11. His ult is probably going to be at about 70-something seconds, I'll say.
Yeah.
Probably close towards 80. But
Even
that's
on a non-Malignance build.
Yeah, he's going to be on a really happy point of power.
Wow, takes a bit of damage there from Bulldog. And I think the other thing is we've seen Croco's ults have sometimes dragged him quite a long way away. It's a very mobile team in some ways.
There's no flash on 1xN. Monkey's going forwards. There's the dunk. The Ari's here. Is there any peel? No, there isn't. You can't be stood there. Really good engage from WE's mid-jungle, noticing that the flashless AD carry was there. And this is why Varus hates this kind of mid-jungle to play against.
It's tough. I wanted to see what was... I think Missing was trying to put some wards down to spot out people getting in, but they were already in the bush, so it was a bit late.
And that still doesn't excuse 1xN standing there. You know, at the end of the day, you're a flashless Varus. This is exactly the kind of play that you fall prey to. LNG, you know, a team coming in from Group Nirvana, we are wondering, okay, just how good they are. They're a good team. The question is, how good exactly? Where does that needle point to on the scale, really? WE punishing them with the aggressive playmaking, which LNG haven't really had to face that much so far.
No, they haven't. And again, Karis getting a lead is such a big deal. Monkey and Karis are the beating heart of this team. If they get ahead, they feel so much better about playing the game, and they are very, very strong now. Monkey going from 0-3 to 3-3 and 5, feeling a lot better. They're jumping onto Bulldog here with the bout coming around, but again, there's a phase rush coming, so I think he'll be out to safety just fine.
No Cataclysm. It's just looking for the chunk there at best, trying to just bully Bulldog away from the river. Getting a bit of defense on the vision control. So WE, now they're 1,000 gold ahead. Karis is getting great side lane. He's going towards the Leandru second for help against most of the HP stacks on the other side. We might even see him go towards the Bloodletters after that because he does have burn build to make decent value of it. Herald into mid lane though. LNG trying to get some control.
They'll try and maybe turn this around. They'll try and jump onto Croco, but not quite in range for the flag and drag. First turret still goes the way of Karis on that split push with the Grubs.
Yeah, it's quite easy for him to take that. Teleported back in to see if he could find the play there as Monkey jumped in. Monkey does, I think he does have the Cataclysm back up now. Sheer on weak side. W walking around as the 3-man unit, looking for people out of position.
You can see Missing just trying to find his way over here. We'll need to be a bit careful, staying away. Spot out Karis now. Croco also around.
Now, Missing's in the right place. He's got the Celestial opposition. He's got, you know, he's got himself the Glacial as well to help out for disengage. He just needs to be where the next play is going to be. This is the kind of support macro which is really important to track, by the way. Not all of our supports in LPL do this very well. We've highlighted a number of supports, and even in Group Ascend, who are less veteran, who don't always see the next play coming on the side lane. So someone like Missing, of course, been around for a long time, was, of course, one of the more successful supports of the recent era, particularly with that JDG super team. Helping make sure that Sheer was safe on the side lane.
Well, 1,200 gold lead to WE. Dragon is up. Karis can start roaming down the river. 1xN's flashback up now. Quite important.
He'll need to hold on to that very greedily. You know, 1xN, he has no flash. We see what happens now. Dragon is up, as we were just saying. Not great terrain, as you said, for particularly 1xN. I think they just have to back off from here. They don't really have the platform to go towards this. Instead, Sheer will take the top lane out of, or at least attempt to, try and get some gold into that individual match. If you won't be able to take this, no grubs. Crystallize already worn off. Getting some damage down there. But LNG basically saying, we're not ready to fight. Give this one a miss.
That they are. Don't have the Transformer or mana yet. So the reset off Bulldog saying, look, it's fine. We got an early Dragon. We're all right. Missing's around. Just making sure no one's coming up to stop this split push. Bulldog behind here. He's going to be taking over from where Sheer left off.
Sheer can recall, head towards bot side, because the Rise is full HP, and Crocker's on that side as well, more than safe. Play around that. Bulldog, a player who came in this year off of not a great LCK year. It's basically like, okay, he's not going to play the Tristana, how good is he going to be? He's been pretty good on LNG, but again, it's been about Group Nirvana. You know, they haven't played the top tier opposition. Right here, see that Karis, of course, also came over from the LCK a little while ago. Came over from Bro, as did Croco. So you have Bro on Bro violence, as was mentioned in chat earlier. We'll give that a great shout out to our Bro leavers from, I guess, the Korean community. Bulldog right here, being outvalued by Karis, is 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
And he does have a... They might jump onto him, you know, if this goes badly enough. Jarvan, though, also on the same side of the map. A lot of this last 5 minutes has been support jungle, wandering around the map, trying to defend where the next play will come in, rather than forcing it themselves.
That's the one. 1xN should clear out those minions just fine. Blast Cone potentially available. They're going to try and jump onto Missing. Is that the right target? They're going to make a play. There's the flash out. Missing now in danger. Going to throw the depth charge out. Is there any collapse? There's not. No. Missing goes down. No, it's just a little bit. I mean, Missing flashes to the side, maybe looking for an engage. Doesn't flash backwards. He's the one caught out. As we were saying, a lot of the last movements have been jungle support. Trying to move back place. Might be a jump onto Karis. Here comes the Realm Warp. Vial to follow. Got the flash after this as well. I think Karis may well just be dead. The charm comes on full. Vault Breaker down. Karis gets Wild Growth. Where's the rest of the team? And WE just faster collapse again. They have the support alive. Yaya comes in. Croco goes to the aggressive play. Can't quite combo. And he'll go down. LNG going to lose their jungle and their support. Croco probably should get chased down there. Bulldog keep getting all in by Q out. And he might just die here. That's a flash away. Cube's going to get him.
He gets him very cleanly. Croco, okay, I guess he's going to escape on the other side. But WE, much better at judging where the play will come in. Monkey and Yao Yao moving a little bit quicker across the map, and LNG falling prey to the aggressive mid-game of WE. This is the kind of point in the game where LNG have found less success with in their games. If they don't get that early game lead, we were wondering what would happen against a team from Group Perseverance on better form than TC.
I'd love to see that play with Missing again, because I'm fairly certain the reason he flashed sideways was to dodge the Ari charm that would have caught him if he flashed backwards. And we saw kind of Croco, Bulldog, even 1xN to an extent, just wary to come over and fight that, because they were around.
So, gold lead for WE, 1.5k. Sheer will get himself this
Another
top lane turret.
yeah.
Well, did he get himself?
Well, he got the
top
bottom
turret
one
as
while that was happening, yeah.
Okay, right. So he actually ends up getting himself a decent amount of gold there. That's something, I suppose. So Cube, I mean, what happens to Bulldog? Does he just walk up? He just gets hit by the Q and he just gets hit by Q and W. What can you say? He level 14 Kasante. At this point, Bulldog's just dead. This is
a massive shield.
He probably could have flashed earlier instead of getting CC chained. Bulldog, we were just saying, well, didn't come off a great LCK year. Karis has been better than him in this game so far. Bulldog now behind, and I think that one is entirely his fault.
Yeah, I completely agree. 2 items now for Sheer at least, who again did get 2 turrets basically while all of this has been going on. And WE well favoured now after this mid-game.
Croco trying to link up with Bulldog again, maybe. Karis didn't spot the Vi there. Viol shouldn't... pulled out. Might come out of the brush onto Karis. How good is his charm?
There we go, the Rune Prison after. There's no support this time. The charm is decent. A bit more CC. The damage, decent. Last auto. Smite Flash gets the kill.
Croco has to use the summoner. They catch out Karis, take some of those seal stacks away, and they make sure that the fed Ari is giving up some gold in the side lane. Karis realized he needed to be respectful. Didn't quite realize how respectful, though. And it's good from Croco to get something there. Croco, a very aggressive jungler. The way we phrase it about him is that he's never seen a fight he can't take. And goes for that. This time it works out, though.
That it does. Good pick off. And again, this time Yao Yao wasn't around to get a wild growth, which has been valuable this game, actually. Shout out to Yao Yao. He's had some good saves there with that Lulu ultimate.
Speaking of Yao Yao as well, both him and Monkey doing a great job of vision control in the bot side of the map. 30 seconds until Dragon. Of course, Karis will be up and available for that one. And the vision control has massively gone in W's favor on the bot side of the map.
Trying to jump onto Sheer. What's going to happen with this? I think it's just going to be the kill. Reminder, there is a Baron here, but now Croco's around. Can maybe look to turn this around, but it's still a 2v1. Oh, sorry, 2v3 rather. And unfortunately, that's just a death onto the top lane. Baron's
So
up again,
both-
LNG in the mid game.
Both teams really heavily indexing on side lanes. Sheer goes down for his second death. Of course, he's been given a lot of gold recently. And it's a death before Baron. This has been the LNG real killer point for them. Happened to them versus TT, which made that series a lot more uneven than it should have been. Baron, not that high DPS though from WE. I don't think they can finish it.
And they took a lot of ults to kill people off. There is no all-out, no cataclysm, no wild growth. That's quite a lot to use there to kill off that top laner, so I think it would have been a bit risky.
Tell you what, that feels bad for WE, because that was before both objectives spawned, and they used their moment on the map to say, let's just go towards the Baron. Didn't work. Crocker's trying to farm Raptors,
Croco?
and he's now overextended.
What are we doing? Well, he's dead.
What are we doing? He's dying, Sam. He goes for the Raptor still. Again, and now both of these teams being very greedy when they think they have that advantage on the map, but not quite realizing how much danger they're in. So now the mid lane turret open up for WE to get that crystallized down. Dragon is still alive. That could have been taken by either team after the freak picks which they got on either side. WE will be the ones to make it theirs now. But both these teams not quite judging their next mid-game play well. They've been trying to catch out the other team sleeping on the map. You know, at first with W going towards the Baron, losing a bit of tempo from that when they kind of use up their ability to make a play on the map. LNG doing the same thing with that Raptors invade, and this is the downside of someone like Croco and some of the issues we've seen from LNG. He is even spotted on vision here. And the rest of the team go towards Baron, and Croco uses his Q onto Raptors. If he'd held his Q, probably would have been fine. Thinks he's safe, and he just dies.
Yeah, and again, I get you're trying to help threaten a potential dive under the turret. People stick around, all that kind of thing. You can't afford to farm the Raptors like that.
The thing is, both of these teams, I think, realize when they have that movement on the map, they want to be greedy and just get that extra 500 gold on the map, extra blah, blah, you know, take away 100 gold from the Raptor camp, gain it for yourself. That'd be a nice win for them. Do you have Karis going towards a Zhonya's as the third item, so we can dive in and survive the Vial, but then also go in for a charm, go into Zhonya's as the play happens afterwards. 2,000 gold lead for WE, 3 dragons, so they are on the cusp of Cloud Soul, which will be very nice for someone like the Cassante. Very nasty for the Yunara, who when she pops that ult with the Lulu Whimsy, you don't get to run away from that anymore. This is actually a quite powerful Cloud Soul game for WE, so LNG giving up that dragon, which they could have just taken. They could have moved down towards that bot side, getting that dissuade on the Baron. They didn't quite realize how much threat they were in, and they've given up an important objective for it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And again, look, you're still going to have the Rise later on. You've still got the Gnar on the side. Missing lands a bit of a hook. That's not bad. The Chains of Corruption land the Depth Charge as well will force some heals and some retreats. Yao eats a bit of a chunk. Are they going to go diving for anything more? No, they are not.
Unless they pull the Realm up at the same time, and I don't think the timing was there. So WE do end up taking a chunk out of mid lane. Croco will be spotted there by Scribe's Bloom, just hit by Monkey. He can jump over the wall.
And Croco's not there, so there's now be a 2v4 into this turret. Bulldog now coming over. Monkey's still not spotted.
They don't spot Monkey.
Missing
He is strong
body
as well.
blocking.
He's got the GA, so he can play very aggressively with that onto Yaya.
Flash for the hook. Will go wide. It's about Flash as well. The Cease and Desist comes on forward. They're trying to jump on into the Wild Growth. Keep people alive. Croco will die here. What about the turnaround play? That Cassante frontline is a menace. Monkey's still alive with the GA, and they lose 2. Will get that GA. Decent damage onto Yaya. The pullback.
Sheer!
That's not great from a Yap out. As Sheer indeed does get that kill back. Will eventually fall. Flash away from the Orb of Deception.
And the WE, they won't be able to take... Oh, they will actually with the 3 grubs. The 3 grubs helping them. That messy fight in the mid lane. Initial jump forwards from LNG was very well peeled from by WE. I think Sheer's ultimate saves the day, though. If they don't at least get 1 kill back, that is utter disaster, and that would have been the Baron. Now, without the Yunara, they don't have the Baron DPS, so LNG do escape that one. But you can see WE in this mid-game far better at finding their angles in the team fights than LNG have been. 1xN is just not in range at this point. Everyone's diving so far forward. I just think Croco feels like he's got the angle, doesn't quite realize how far away he is from the other team and how far out of position LNG have to pull themselves to follow the engage.
And he was on vision the entire time as well. And I think LNG's mid-game vision has been less good than WE's. Croco has been caught out by Raptors. They're on this push as well. They've known exactly where he is this entire time.
Well, LNG find themselves 3,000 gold behind. 2 minutes until the next dragon comes through, and I'm worried for them, Sam.
Yeah, I am
really
too.
worried for them. Now, 1xN has himself that Serpent's Fang. It'll deny some of the value from the Lulu. I think About has been fairly successful this game, though he's fairly happy with how this game is going. And LNG, I think as soon as things didn't go well on the side lane, with Sheer dying a couple of times, Croco dying on the aggressive angle as well when he tried to abuse the Vi Rise kind of damage that can come out. As soon as that failed, I think they were in big trouble because WE have the better front to back. They have an actual tank in the front line. They have a Lulu buffing up their carries as well. WE win the 5v5s. LNG, because they're not winning in side lanes where they should be favored, they've had to scramble now, and the mid game started to fall apart. Well, it's continued to fall apart now.
Now you've obviously got the Magi's in inventory. Karis complete the Zonias. I'll also note Monkey's build with GA and Sterax. Very tanky build for this Jarvan to prevent him getting popped by what is a very heavy pick comp from LNG. And you can sort of see as this game has gone later, it's just harder and harder to play out these team fights. You've got an Actualizer now on Rise. And you are going to be building towards a Wit's End, which I think will give Sheer a bit more DPS. And again, the side laning still not going to be simple for WE, I don't think.
No, that Actualizer, as you mentioned, is a huge spike. It's so good, and maybe that'll buy you the damage you need to one-shot someone. The problem is, K'Sante's still K'Sante, and then you also have Karis, who's got the Zhonya's as well to break open the combo from LNG. They won't be easily able to finish him off. So WE, they should feel very confident now. Varus has flash. That's one thing they need to be aware of. Bulldog doesn't, though, and maybe they can shut down that powerful Rise, even though he's 2,000 gold behind, before he can have the team fight, which could turn things in LNG's favor.
That's it. 3,000 gold, Soul in 20 seconds. WE should have this game from this point, you have to imagine, especially considering they're the ones with very, very good line of wards straight through the enemy jungle, straight through the ring.
We're going towards 5v5s where LNG are not favored. 1xN, he's not going to be able to kill the K'Sante that easily either.
No.
To LNG, well, they've got a couple of seconds. Oh, he's trying to look for the flank, gets charmed.
Got a GA, might need to burn it here. We'll get over the wall. Now the dragon started, Croco down low. He's just going to have to give up this dragon. That's Cloud Soul.
I think that's Cloud Soul. The Rift Scuttler's taken. They're sticking around. They're going to contest. LNG, he's going to still be on vision.
Well, there's the W. Does Charm lands. They're going to go in for that Cataclysm flash out from 1xN. Karis has to go golden. That's not great from him, actually. Now they turn around. Bulldog. Oh, wonderful angle from Sheer in the background as well. And the Bulldog play. Massive pullback. They will look to dance for more. Missing goes down the realm warp to potentially chase for some more. Croco chasing after Monkey. He's got nowhere to go. And we said it was supposed to be a harder fight. It's not anymore.
Solo lane excellence from LNG. Sheer with the 3-man Mega Gnar ult into the Actualizer Rise. WE thought they'd found the angle themselves, but they didn't account for the Rise and the Gnar on the flank. Sheer just sets up for a wonderful spell flux from the Rise. Dragon is still available. In fact, actually, Crocker's going to stick around to make sure Monkey can't solo that, but LNG have eyes on Baron instead.
That they do. I don't think they want to give up Cloud Soul. They are pinging, actually, our WE to come and do this again.
LNG might be... Well, no, the problem is... That, okay, hang on. No, but the thing is, they're giving over the soul here. They'll need to teleport down, but they only have that on Sheer.
They'll try and get over here as fast as they can to apply. They've got the Ghost Blade, they can come over. The TPs are coming flying from everyone.
Yeah, so W are going to get Soul. They're going to get Soul. Croco, I don't think he needed to be there. He's going to go for a smite fight now. Monkey jumping over the wall. Karis is here.
He's got a gym, missed the charm. They pulled off the dragon. 4,000 HP, still going. Another TP fly.
Yeah, W have everyone here. LNG are giving up the Soul. They want that Baron. They get it, but they've lost the Soul.
They have. Is that going to be the breakpoint? We've seen this before. Baron for Soul is rarely a good trade.
So it's the permanent advantage for LNG. The fight continues, but it's not going to be that much lockdown from LNG. WE, I think they just got away with a massive victory there because LNG make a mistake in the late game objective macro. LNG now must get a crushing advantage in the next 2 minutes while they have the Baron buff. Perhaps they don't think that the Cloud Soul is that important. Personally, I think it is. We've highlighted that before. I think that particularly the Yunara being able to run at you and find someone out of position as well, that's going to be very important for WE to try and use now. But they have to batten down the hatches and not give up too much gold on this push.
Sheer is on a real split push build here as well. Trinity Force, Cleaver, Wit's End, wants to be able to hit things real hard. It'll probably be a Sterax fourth, if I had to imagine, with the fact he's got the Wit's End, so we'll have that double tenacity. A little harder to lock down for him then as well.
Okay, we calm things down just a little more. Sheer, sorry, did you say Sterax for Sheer you were thinking about that? It doesn't build out of the giant spell, so it won't be that. So it's probably more like the Randuin's,
That would make sense. That would make
I've
sense.
seen that occasionally. Good against the crits of the Yunara, which is where you're taking most of your damage from now at this point. You know, Karis, he's lost his Magi stacks. He ended up selling the book after a pretty disastrous fight from him. Jumped in, achieved very little. WE behind in gold, but they do have that permanent soul, as we were saying. Croco on the flank, clearing out some vision. Does WE feel like they can go for it? That's massive!
Oh, gonna try and turn that around. Can Karis go golden? Can do, but look at the other side. They've got another GA. That's pretty good going. Sheer being caked out of the fight, though. Monkey gets away with it because the Q is mistimed. They mistimed the Q, so Monkey's GA allows him to get the flag and drag.
Bulldog goes down, the Rise is off the table, and what were we just saying? LNG needed to get the Baron buff high value. They don't get it. So the grand cost of that play earlier is they lose 1,000 gold from the Baron, and they gave up the soul for it. LNG giving over the soul for that Baron may have just been, in retrospect now, an awful decision.
I've got to look at that again, because again, they get double GAs. Karis should have been dead. Croco mistimes his Q a couple times here.
Initially, missing actually gets the hook onto the Ahri through the team fight. We think, okay, that's a huge problem. But you can see how Varus doesn't want to walk up onto the Jarvan. So what happens here? Spellflux looks good at first, then he gets slowed down, and Croco doesn't hit Monkey. The dunk comes in. That's a massive game-losing mistake potentially from Croco.
And it gets 2 people killed. And at that point, how do you win the fight? You just can't.
No, it's not like Jarvan was going to be able to flash out of that.
No.
You have to time that better. That genuinely could lose them the game. They needed a huge push on that Baron. They've now lost that fight behind in gold now against that soul, the permanent buff. And LNG, they've got to be kicking themselves.
That's so frustrating. And again, I think Croco chasing around Monkey there. They didn't quite have the Baron DPS to get that down on a good timer. They weren't up at Dragon in quite the right time either. You know, LNG not quite getting their timings right here.
About now finds himself 1,000 gold ahead off that last fight. However, 1xN is still very fed himself. I know he's down 1,000 gold, but he's almost full build. 2 has that endless hunger for a ridiculous amount of ability haste and omnivamp as well. So he is late game poke Varus. He's been doing a lot of work here. Bulldog found himself alone in the front line in that last fight. The fight before that, of course, Sheer set up so incredibly well for him. In that last fight, of course, Cube just took the Mega Gnar out of the equation, stopped him on that flank. LNG, this is still a winnable game. You still have plenty of damage to throw at the enemy team. The argument of scaling actually gets a little bit weird here because, yes, you do have the Cassante Lulu buffing up the Yunara, but if Varus lands a good enough arrow onto Yunara, you do get one shot by the ensuing combo from LNG. So it's not as easy as that. You know, if 1xN gets enough damage down before the fight starts, then the Yunara does not feel happy at all.
Randuin's completed for Sheer, a bit more of a slow. Can be quite valuable here, particularly into this amped up Yunara. Again, it's Yunara plus Lulu, so her late game a lot more secure than it might be in another draft.
Elder Dragon in 2 minutes. It's going to go to that. We will get an Elder fight. On the whole, W have been better at fighting around dragons. Of course, they've been securing them more than LNG. Monkey, maybe is he going for an Axiom or is he going for that Profane Hydra? He might go for one-shot build onto 1xN, who's a little bit out of position there, might I add as well. Mid lane turret siege down. That's a hook in the jungle!
Yo has to ult, gets away.
Now, that's a shorter cooldown. Doesn't have to blow the flash. If he blew that flash, it would have been a bigger problem. Sheer ulting that wave. Level 20, of course. The top laners can do that now with the role quests. It's not the biggest cooldown blown by W. You can see it's quarter off cooldown right now. Sheer jumping onto Cube has that 80 carry percent HP mini nut. Even then, level 20 Cassante does disgusting things to sidelines and doesn't particularly take much damage.
Not currently, no. See whether that changes as the game goes on. Again, you do have quite a lot of damage here for LNG, assuming you get a chance for Bulldog to actualize on it. That is kind of a requirement here, though. This Rise needs to hit people.
Minute till Dragon up. T-minus 50 seconds until what we assume will be the last fight of the game. 1xN has himself Brutalizer in as well. That's his last component he'll have for this fight. About is building towards a GA. I don't think he's going to get it for this one. Karis, he doesn't have a death cap. He does have the crit bloom. He's not as strong as a late, like a full late game Ahri build. This is definitely where his damage becomes a little less important. With Bulldog, with that Zhonya's in, does have the ability to shrug off quite a lot of damage if he is out of position now as well.
Neither GA up for the junglers, by the by. They're still just about on cooldown. I don't think it'll quite be up in time for this Elder.
If they delay it, if it's a delayed start, which it might be actually, if the start goes long, maybe we'll have both junglers with that. Watch for that poke. 1xN misses the first one, but his arrow's on low cooldown into late game with that endless hunger.
They are vision control very much in favor of WE right now.
One arrow lands onto the bout, has the bloodthirster, will be able to heal off of that. A bit of damage onto Monkey. This poke from LNG, very important. That's the hook onto Monkey.
We'll try and turn that around, though. In they go. There's a decent turnaround missing. Goes.
The G
back
comes
up.
up, and
Oh my god! It's not up for Croco! It's not up for Croco! He didn't quite get it in time. Flash away from 1x, and they do kill off Monkey. Golden goes Bulldog, but his shield is down. Cube flashes for the Q3.
The difference in this game is decided by 2 seconds on a Guardian Angel. Monkey goes down, but he has the revive. He's able to force 1xN to play defensively, and WE win off the slimmest of timings.
Unbelievable. It's been a bloody game, folks. We are at 38 kills in 37 minutes, but in the end of the day, WE are the team with the better objective control. Some decision-making from LNG just not going their way, and WE claw their way to a Game 1 victory.
WE, they were the ones engaged onto. LNG didn't track the GA timing. I don't think LNG can defend this shit. Does have a Mega Gnar coming up now.
Can try. The depth charge comes on down to stop for Nymaera, but I just don't think they've got enough ways to stop it. A valiant effort nonetheless, but the game is over. WE win Game 1.
WE, it is knife's edge. Very, very close. It is just a hair's breadth between both teams. LNG, their fight, their ability to choose fights in this game felt just a little bit lacking. They had that early lead through that early laning phase, and it didn't see them off to a victory. LNG down 1-0 in the series. They haven't faced off, of course, against that many strong teams in this split yet. We had considered them. Look, they're a strong team, but how will they march up against these teams like WE or NIP or maybe even IG in the bracket? And this is the sad thing about this bracket. One of these teams has to go down. I think actually both of these teams might be a little stronger than IG. Of course, we'll never be able to, well, we won't get to know in this particular series because IG did go through earlier today. WE, I think on the whole, better at the macro, better decision making, and a little bit better in the team fights, but only by a tiny bit.
Just those slight execution errors, like, well, what happens if LNG are a little bit faster on the collapse with more than just one person? How many times do we see 2v3s in favor of WE where they send one person defend and go, wait, there's more people here from WE, oh poo. Or Croco mistiming that Vault Breaker to give Monkey the double kill back. Like, things like that. The Dragon, the Soul, that whole Baron. Decision making. Not quite going their favor, and WE just about clutch it through, though again, they did have to work for it.
This first game of the series done. LNG down 0-1. WE clutch it out. And WE have had more experience, I think, as this roster, as kind of going deep into it before. Of course, they lost a 5-game series versus Top Esports just before this as well. Which team came from the lower bracket? It would have been LNG, which came from that. WE lost a 5-game series to Top Esports, who I think were the strongest team in the bracket as well. But WE weren't that far behind them.
Oh, well, that's a fun way to start the series.
That it is. Now, we expect this one to be back and forth. Personally, I'm hoping that LNG don't just collapse under this. I think that Karas had a much better early game than he's had in recent games. And it is really telling that LNG had that early lead, and once again, the mid game was just not what they needed. They had that one great dragon fight, and it felt like that was the end of the good news.
Yeah, and it's sort of things like, actually, I really do need to make sure that LNG, or I'm really hoping LNG do a little bit of stuff in the background around, like, okay, what are we doing about vision control? Because Croco got caught out doing things on vision so many times.
It was hard for 1xN to teamfight into Monkey's Jarvan. He almost one-shot the Jarvan just before he went to GA. If he died there, 1xN keeps the flash up. Maybe he can teamfight back. That GA in that last fight, so close.
And that's an LPL gold graph if I ever saw one. Folks, a little bit of shopkeeping here. Housekeeping, that's the one. There's a bit of shopkeeping as well, because I'm trying here to sell you a product, folks. And that product is Opera GX. If you happen to put in the exclamation mark Opera GX command.
That's only in Twitch chat.
Only in Twitch chat. Though we'll probably send the link over to the other chats as well. You can sign up for Opera GX, which is an amazing new browser. It's really, really cool. Uses Chromium, so you can even take over your extensions if you're a Chrome user, which can be quite nice. But it's just a lot less memory intensive. As we all know, for those of us who happen to use Chrome in the past, that thing uses so much memory. Lot better with Opera GX. And you can support us without having to spend any money by having a look at Opera GX. If you do want to spend some money.
It's very customizable, and even if it's not something which you're necessarily looking for right now, maybe just consider it and try it out. Maybe it's something you'll find you find more use out of.
And the other option, of course, is if you do want to spend some money, and we would love you if you did, you can subscribe on Twitch, which allows you to avoid adverts, join the queue and the crew, and help support us on our journey towards Partner +1, Partner +2, which would be fantastic if we can get there. So for those of you who do have that extra bit of cash, or a Prime sub, yeah, they're quite cool. Never seen a Prime sub before in my life. So anyone,
Visual learner, by the way.
anyone want to show me a Prime
I
subscription?
feel bad for Sheer, because actually he had a couple of very big Mega Gnar ults in this game. That one there kills the AD carry, means that the Baron can't get rushed. I think it was this one here where he ends up getting that Mega Gnar. Yeah, this is the Mega Gnar where he just goes absolutely mental and saves the game. If he doesn't get this Gnar here, the game does kind of end, actually. And then the Spell Flux comes in afterwards. Sheer, in another world, comes away with MVP from this game. But WE do manage to clutch out in the last team fight. Just watch out this clip. Probably not this one, maybe the next one after this, actually. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is the big mistake. The last fight in mid lane is the one I want to see again.
This is so frustrating because, again, it's a great pick with the Chains of Corruption. They get the GA, and then Croco just goes way too early. That's a solid second off.
Croco is one of those huge snowball, positively and negatively. This guy, this is the fight here. So they were the ones that chose the fight, trying to get the fight before the GA came back up, and I wonder whether they should have just waited for both GAs to be done. And then you just look here as the GA comes back up. That means that 1xN has to flash the combo, takes more damage. They have to kind of wait for the respawn. I do wonder if they time that GA better, maybe, you know, Croco lives and then Monkey dies. Can't quite manage that though. And okay, oh, thank you everyone for shouting up. Just got another bunch in there too. Appreciate you all.
Oh, thank you very much.
Appreciate you an awful lot.
This is why we ask people.
Do you need a break for anything?
I could use one. Do you want a coffee while I'm out there?
No, I have that.
That's fantastic. I could use a fresh one, so I can do that.
Monkey gets away with player of the game. He was very, very clutch there on the whole. Okay. Oh, thanks for RN, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Is it Irene? Not great at the pronunciation there. Am I collecting a Warhammer army at the moment? Well, I mean, I haven't bought any new models for years and years, but I started off with Wood Elves and Fantasy, and then I collected Eldar and then Tyranids in 40k. I've always preferred Fantasy to 40k, but yeah, okay, I do have bits and pieces of both those settings, and I'm never touching Age of Sigmar because it killed my favorite setting in Fantasy, so yeah. Although if I'm gonna go back to it, I'd probably just end up collecting probably more Wood Elves, I guess. Yeah, 40k is in a bit of a weird state right now. I really don't like what they're doing with the lore, because the whole lore's just devolving into Primarch slop again. It's just like, oh wow, this is more Horus Heresy, which we've already had like 40 books for and stuff like that. Why would I need so much more Primarch slop? Stop bringing them back. Leave them as history. 2 votes for mid. Karras is pretty good. Karras is pretty good in that game. His early game was very, very important. Played my first battle 10 years ago yesterday. We did 7th edition. Oh, I played it first in 10 years. Damn, 7th edition, very cool. Is that in Fantasy? Or 40k? Tell you what, Lord of the Rings Warhammer is pretty underrated as well. It's a fun system. That was some bad vibe play. Well, Kroger had some good moments, but yeah, he definitely did not clutch that out. Oh, Fantasy, very cool, very cool. What do you collect? Vi is very hard to play into a backline like Lulu Lunari, to an extent, but you also do have the point-and-click lockdown. The thing is more like, he actually chose the right angles, he just executed them poorly, I think, on the whole. Lizardmen. Oh, we had a friend who collected Lizardmen back home. It's a fun army. They've got some. I mean, they've got some really fun troops. He had Krokgar on Carnosaur, which was pretty nasty. Still have those Lord of the Rings models as well as my start back then. It's a very good system. It's arguably their best system. Because it ends up being turn 1, then turn 2, kind of like player takes a turn, other player takes a turn. Ends up being very one-sided in certain ways. So sometimes games are just determined at some points by first turn or second turn. Hey, thank you, Leonafik. I appreciate you. Appreciate it an awful lot. But what was I going to say? I was going to say. What was I going to say? So in Lord of the Rings, as far as I'm aware, you move... If you go first, you get to move 1 unit first, or take an action first, and then the other player, then you cede initiative over. Have you ever found a game in your Steam library that you have no recollection of buying? I just found out I have Total War Warhammer 3 in my library, and I have no idea how I got that. Sometimes I claim some stuff through Twitch Prime, or like codes like that, and I do occasionally get them. Or I got something in a bundle, in a sale, and sometimes that happens, yeah. Although not often on Steam, that tends to be on, you know, GOG, Epic Games, something like that. 3D prints make it much easier now, for sure. Yeah. I think that the cost of Warhammer models is so prohibitive. I don't know if... I would probably 3D print a lot of stuff now. Not that I have a 3D printer myself, but I have friends who do, and I might just impose on them personally. I do recommend that game. Yeah, Total War Warhammer is a very good game. It's a very good game. Karis gapped Bulldog somehow, just like an LCK. Yeah, for sure. Bulldog had that one fight, but on the whole, Karis was more impactful. I think that Bulldog often ended up like alone in the front. You look in that top lane play where he was just alone in the front line. That was not great from him. I never see LNG win smoothly. They do sometimes get away with strong early games, and then they'll play through that, but they're not very good in mid game. They make a lot of mid game stumbles where they get someone dying for free and it opens up bad macro decisions for them. Like an RSO situational, for sure, you have to predict when the fight's coming next, right? Expected banger? Yeah, I mean, it's a great series, right? I mean, these two teams are these are the two best remaining teams. I think that probably, I'd say probably, they were better than IG, I think. What are the consequences of this match? If you lose this series, you do not qualify for playoffs and you play in Group Nirvana next split. If you win this series, you qualify for playoffs and you'll play in Group Ascend next split. There are only 2 groups next split, so there's not like 3 groups to track. Sweep incoming? No, I mean, this should be a close series. I mean, I think for the side of LNG, you probably want 1xN on champion where he can actually team fight more effectively. You can see even there, you know, Varus into Jarvan is not easy, and he did end up team fighting still pretty well on the whole. It's still 50-50 next game. I mean, I think the problem is W are just better in mid game, and I think that so much of League is determined through mid game. LNG, they're not going to be good enough to hold on to all of their early game leads, I don't think. Like we saw here. Hey, Sylph, good to see you. I've played Total War games since 2006, so dumbfounding that I can't track how that game's in my library. Damn, no idea how you did that then. Yeah, do you not have like purchase history or something like that? Sure, there's like an account history thing on Steam, right? Just check through that. Yeah, you would have thought even if it was free, it would have been somewhere on your account record somewhere. You might have to scroll back a while though. I'm not sure if they have like a search function for it. Sheer did his best last game. Yeah, Sheer early game was not, well, he did get shut down in side lanes and he didn't get a crazy individual lead. Cube was very stable, which is something which is important to WE because he's not always. But I do think that... is LNG winning game 2? We'll see how to draft. I mean, LNG will need to get strong lanes and play through strong early game. They have a better early game than W, I think. But their mid game is really worrying. So if LNG get themselves a good lead, we'll see if they can hold on to it. It's very important for us to kind of get a blueprint and a bit of data on how big a lead LNG need to close out games. I think if you have the earlier Total War Warhammer, the third one was given as a free update. I don't think that's true, is it, Rammus? I thought that they were all released as separate games. I didn't think that Total War Warhammer 3 came out as a... I don't think it was given as an... Oh, maybe it was at some point. There was a point where some games were given... No, you know what? That rings a bell, actually. Maybe you were given it for free because you had previous games in the series. I think if you had them before a certain date, they might have given you something there. The third one is already 6 years old, so I think it happened recently. That makes sense. It's a way to basically get people up onto the new game if they owned the early games. That makes sense. What the heck? 1-0 WE, what did I miss? So LNG, good early game, couldn't hold on to the lead, and their mid game was worse than WE's. And I think that Monkey in particular was very clutch. And Croco on the other side is very, very coin flip, and we had a negative coin flip from him, really. It was a fun game, though. Lots of late game, fun team fights. Karras' early game on the Ori was good. But basically 1xN ended up finding a position where he was a Varus into a Jarvan, and Jarvan just really makes it hard for you to team fight. Should be close towards stage now. You know what I should do? Because every game kind of blends into each other, I should really find a way for myself to like take notes on stream and like have a little document or something where I can update things for. Okay, onto the stage we go then. So draft 2 coming up. To make assassins viable again, what would be the appropriate buffs? I mean, you just need to buff their base stats and make them viable in like mid lane again, probably. The thing about assassins is that Riot intentionally keep assassins weak so people in solo queue don't get sad and upset. Because players in solo queue and in normal games and low elo have never been taught and never find out for themselves how to deal with assassins. And they get very frustrated when a Zed hits them with a triple shuriken when they should have just stayed out of range or built Zonios or stayed by their team. I think that basically what needs to happen is the entire player base needed to have been educated over time how to deal with assassins. Okay, into draft number 2 is the Jace's banned, the Malphite's banned. Nocturne, lots of jungle focus here. Monkey not going to get his hands on that one. There's still Wukong, Xin Zhao, Pantheon. We still have Rumble, Orianna, Azir. So we've got peak mid laners. The Rise, the real power pick away from that lane. Ari's not really on that level. Okay, with the Akali banned, LNG want first pick Orianna. But they did ban the Nocturne away from themselves then, which denies them a combo for that. We might have ourselves an Orianna Azir trade coming up. You're not going to be able to ban both of them. Karras doesn't have his typical choice counter in the Akali into the Orianna should LNG first pick it. LNG might also say, whatever, if both mid laners are up, and which they will be now, maybe it's a first pick Rumble for shit. And then they end up trading the mid laners after that point.
Be the decision. Sheer has had some great Rumble games.
I think basically LNG say, look, we're going to get one of the power pick mid laners anyway. We can get the Orianna, we can get the Azir. You get your choice of matchup, but we get the extra power pick outside of that lane.
Or the Orianna is still up, you're absolutely right.
So it'll be a trade of that. That's why LNG first picked the Rumble. The Azir is the matchup chosen by Karras. And you won't get the Akali into the Orianna because LNG kind of banned that beforehand. If the Orianna was up and LNG picks it, I think they would have gotten a Akali. We do get Sheer Jax. Now that's interesting. He has been a big player of this. He was a big solo queue player of this before he debuted on JDG in 2024. Cube might just tank matchup him though. Oh,
No
could be
tap.
jungle. Could be jungle.
Note up, Croco is a Jax player into Xin Zhao.
Oh, sorry, you're absolutely right. Hang on, I just realized that the Rumble picked in. Okay, so what happened is, I'm dumb. That's going to be the Jax counter into the Xin Zhao in the jungle. Rumble will be put into that top side, of course. And what that means is that Jax, it's a matchup which we saw players like Milky Way play in the past. Kanavi used to play this too. The Jax is really annoying for the Xin Zhao to deal with because he can block out your 3 Talon Strike.
Is that baby no money? No, I'm baby no euros. I'm his lesser known European twin.
Yeah, it's baby no caster. You know, dropping those sick lyrical flows in the game itself. 80 carries now banned away from both sides. Sivir, Ezreal. Of course, 1xN had a 16,000 damage Sivir team fight in the last game of LNG versus TT. We still have things like the Aphelios available. That might come through at this point, although I have to say I'd hate to play Aphelios into Ornn Azir. That can be a bit of a problem. So maybe 1xN skips out to that, instead aims for something like a Kai'Sa lane.
Yeah, might not be a bad angle. Nico's still gone. Could still be it. An angle for some of the Alistair here as well, not bad. You could use another ball carrier. Jax is actually a surprisingly good ball carrier from the jungle. Very easy to go jumping in with a leap strike and getting that kind of Grandmaster's Might into the counter-strike and the shockwave. Are we Ashe Seraphining this, though?
I mean, it's pretty good with the Ornn frontline as well. Double LNG, they lack a little bit of backline access because you're going to have the Ornn ult disengaging for you, the Azir ult putting up a blockade in front of you too. The Equalizer is an Equalizer, that will be very nasty, but Jax hates playing into stuff like, you know, both the Ornn and the Azir wall and the Seraphine. I actually think Crockett's going to have a really hard time here. You need to pick a strong lane. 1xN,
Switch Elise.
I mean, you could go something like the Jhin. It's the Lucian Braum to block out the Braum ult.
Lucian Nami for lane shove is a decision. And again, the tidal wave can be decent disengaged when the actual ability to go forward from WE. Not fantastic this game, actually.
So you're not going for the Braum, you're going for full lane power. Now, if LNG are good at one area of the game, I think it is laning. Laning has been their strongest area. Sam, they're going to have really good laning phase here. The 5v5 is going to be disaster for LNG. I think that there are some winning angles with good enough Shockwave, good enough Jack stun, but W have all the tools to disengage. Yayo's a great Enchanter player. He's one of our better Enchanter players.
Agreed.
I would argue within the LPL, because many of our Ascend team supports, which of course he's not played against yet, don't really have that specialty on them. I think WE, if they get through to 5v5s, will win this game. I think LNG, if they manage to smash through lane, that's when they start to get the advantage. 1xN is a very good Lucian, and that will be something which LNG need to play around.
On the other hand, if WE get to 3 items with a Seraphine, Ashe, the Azir, the Ornn items, your ability to just put a death ball together and front to back will be a nightmare for LNG. Yes, there will always be the option for the Counter-Strike, Shockwave, Equalizer, Tidal Wave, Wombo combo, oh god, my bot lane is dead before they get to do anything. But that is going to have to be a very difficult full send. Make no mistake about it. This early mid game has to be good from LNG.
And then we'll get ourselves into the game. WE, better in the team fights in that last game. Better in the mid game and their decision making. LNG must hold on to their early advantages better. Croco, in particular, must be more clutch. He's an important player to this team, but we know he can fall apart from past history on multiple teams.
Quick peek at the stage there, folks. We've not talked about it too much, but remember where those teams are sitting. This is LNG's arena. They're at home base. They're in Suzhou. LNG want to return to the upper echelons. It's been a bit of an embarrassment to have this arena and not have a team ready to show for it.
Onto the rift we go. Let's hear those Gyos and see how that early game goes. LNG must get early advantages.
Monkey has just turned up bot lane very, very aggressively, warded out one of those bushes, trying to get lane control for the team, and is invading here as well.
Has been spotted. Now, you do this to make sure that the bot lane has brush control, and you get that vision there. Monkey looks like he's heading up towards... Croco will know about this. He's used his W level 1. That's actually a problem now. Now he's used that skill, he can't walk into that camp. So what does Monkey do? What he's trying to do is make sure that the wolves are delayed for as long as possible to make sure that Jax can't immediately farm them. Monkey spotted. That's a big problem. Good vision control level 1 from LNG.
Does mean, though, that there's a potential here where the Jax, theoretically, will not be pathing towards this bot lane. Good early poke there.
Yeah, that's the power of the Ashe Seraphine, as we were saying. Now, you get some sustain coming through from the Nami. Of course you do. That's one of her most powerful things. Is Seraphine actually not the best sustain champion, actually. that Lucian will eventually, with the Imperial Mandate on their back, get good value. But as we were saying, you kind of need LNG to get early leads. Yes, you do have the Xin Zhao to Jax matchup. Jax is good for that. And using that level 2 spike, not taking any damage back for that first dash of the game.
Isn't Croco sticky around this bot lane, has gone Wolves Gromp into blue, could theoretically look for an early gank here, might be worth a thought actually, though then again could then get invaded in turn, so would have to be very careful with his decision making.
Xin Zhao has had to take such an awkward path, took his own Raptors, went towards top side and is now pathing towards bot lane. Jax is pathing towards top lane, he is leaving bot lane alone on an island for now, which means that Xin Zhao will be around bot side to help his bot lane and leverage off of their winning lane. But he is behind and is clear.
Might be there at a weird timer though, which can sometimes be a bit of a boom when it's looking for ganking, because bot laners and laners in general can get inured to particular timers of junglers coming in. If you catch people at weird lane states, ward timings can be very dangerous. LNG now at level 3 first. Bulldog doing a fairly decent job of bullying Karis out here as well. That's a nasty command attack distance trade. Got the good chunk there from LNG's onto WE's bot lane.
Steep. Yeah, the Nami passive, really useful there for the Lucian. Allows you to speed up and get that extra auto attack on target. Even against the Ashe slow, it means you can sometimes get the extra auto attack in. If you're very good at spacing with Lucian Nami, you get stuff like that. W in as well. Heal for the movement speed. The Vigilance passive activated.
Can maybe start to turn that around as well, though. Missing takes a bit of damage. But there's the ebb and flow. Keeps Missing happily topped up and about. Doesn't get to trade back super freely. Monkey behind on a really weird time.
Oh, he's skipping his bot camps. He really wants to kill this bot lane. They do have the flash. Monkey might still kill them anyway.
Audacious charge forwards. The ebb and flow does dash away. Flash. 3 talent strike. Knock up. He's dead.
1xN should have just died there with grace, I think. Monkey, a very ambitious path for him. Gets himself first blood, kills 1xN on the Lucian. He needed that early lead. Monkey, he slows down his camp to do this. But, I mean, LNG should know that the Xin Zhao would have a timing there. Missing could try and flash for the kill. He gets it. Subportal combat. The fish comes out of the water and spears the archer.
Nicely done. Monkey is still around here. Missing may well die for this now.
Missing really wanted to push in that wave as well. Bat was recalling. What does this matter? Oh, this is still really shit for them. Missing, he hasn't been able to reset the wave in. That's going to be a full wave denied from 1xN. It would have happened regardless anyway. 1xN coming in now. At least Bat will miss a bit of...
3 minions, yeah.
I'm not sure because it's the cannon first tanking. We actually need the observers to go down bot lane now. What's happening with this wave as it crashes into turret? He loses the cannon, I think. I think he loses the cannon, but... Missing couldn't quite get that wave in. The wave control for About and Yao sets them ahead.
Monkey getting that kill as well. I think 1xN thought he was out of range with that flash, but remember, Xin Zhao does get extended range when he has that 3 talent strike, so we got the knock up regardless.
I think the animation was coming through and he flashed during the animation, I believe was the case then. So he flashed forwards, and then as the auto attack is in motion, if you flash, it's still going to go through. It's a big thing which kills you against Darius with his W as well, and you know, things like that, where often you flash away thinking, oh, I haven't taken the damage yet. Yeah, if you flash away from the auto attack and the animation is a part of the way through, it will still complete, and particularly with activated abilities like the Xin Zhao Q and Jax W, things like that. They're very hard to cancel now.
Equalizer gets there earlier than Cube, will force him to back away a little here. Note that Sheer has gone for the early first item Swifty Boots. Quite nice into Ornn, actually. And obviously very good for things like the Ashe and the Seraphine, who'll be providing a lot of slows, and when you are the Rumble trying to run them down, it can be a miserable time if you don't have them.
I'm saying LNG need to get ahead of the early game. They really do. Sheer's having a good time in the laning matchup topside, but the teamfight impact of the Ornn is going to be really nasty against the likes of the Jax, the Orianna, because they don't love having to dance around that, whilst also dealing with stuff like Ashe Hours and Encores, Ashe Slows, what have you. Croco maybe leap striking over. Okay, he's done that now. Now, there are double flashes for About and Yao. Croco looking to even up the gank score on bot side.
And jump on forwards can make this happen. We'll have a counter-strike angle, just force the flash. It's still not going to matter there for Yao, who will be hit by the counter-strike. Does get out with that flash blow. Looking at Bulldog. Oh,
misses!
Yeah.
Bulldog just about able to speed his way out. Karis, the last time he played the Azir from memory wasn't great from him, despite him having an okay history on the champion. Recent form, not been excellent, and maybe we'll see Bulldog have a better game than Karis in Game 2. He was pretty hard diffed, actually, in Game 1. Karis' Ari was quite impressive, especially in the early game. That game a little bit more rough, but Bulldog still struggled to make the impact outside of that one huge team fight around that dragon.
Level 6 Skull Crab likely going the way of Croco, and again, despite the weird pathing, the fact that it worked so well for Monkey to get down that bot lane is super frustrating for LNG, who felt like they'd done all the hard work. They managed to get Croco on Monkey on such a weird timer, and he still managed to wrap around somehow. We'll still lose that level 6 Scuttle probably, and then there's a dragon happening as well now as well.
Bulldog has that triple tonic for the extra bit of damage there. Monkey potentially jumping in. Doesn't have the flash, but does have the ults.
Can look for something more. There's Missing. Does get hit by the Aqua Prism. Missing's gone.
He's just dead. Doesn't have the flash. Uses the heal. It's too late. Monkey. Great pathing and punishing the Lucian Nami. LNG, they take pride in their laning phase, but I do think that they've misjudged the jungle pathing. Monkey making a huge impact here. And Croco, even though he's on the counter matchup, technically into the Shinzao, has not been able to keep him at bay.
He's got level 6 first, allowed that Crescent Guard rather, to be available. Made things really frustrating. The arrow flying through the river.
Bulldog good escape path from him. Again, 300 gold up from him from the plate and a slight CS advantage. The fact that the Lucian Nami doesn't have an advantage, though, is going to be very difficult for LNG to hear, because they are not a team which, as we said, that deal with even to behind mid game as well. They want early advantages because their laning is their strength. Crocker has that level 6 now. I'm somewhat sad that Crocker has not been able to get into the enemy jungle, put down vision control, and give LNG advance warning. If you're picking the Jax into the Shinzao, you want to bully out that jungle matchup. He did do well at the level 1, but then they didn't have the advanced information after that, beyond that level 1, to make sure that Monkey stayed out of the game. And now he's 500 gold ahead, doing fine in CS, and he's managed to shut down, at least for now, the early stage of the 1xN missing Lucian Nami.
Yeah, again, Lucian Nami tends to really spike at that one item these days, so, you know, it's not like it's the end of the world as yet, but again, the fact that the Ashe and the Seraphine are surviving this early lane is great news for them. Monkey starting up these grubs as well.
Yeah, we know that the Ashe Seraphine is a strong lane in itself, just that 1xN missing really wanted that early lead, and we're potentially poised to do so. First grub taken, any contest? No, it doesn't look like it. Particularly with mid lane shoved in, Bulldog probably not able to do that much about it. Probably 3 grubs to W now then.
I think as well, if you're looking at the build from Monkey going towards that Titanic Hydra build on the Shinzao for that upfront pick potential with the really fast stacks on the Q. I think also Crockett's not resetting our bot lane. Good chunk there onto about the tidal wave. Going to get the chunk. That's a lot of damage forced to flash.
1xN still has the culling, pulling it out now, trying to drill the shots into the back of both of them.
Ooh, gets it.
There he goes, cleansed away.
Oh, superb.
And he flashes away from the tower shot. 1xN, this is why they put the ganks into him. His Lucian is a thing of beauty. Gets the kill onto the flashless bot laner of Yao Yao. Gets that first kill of the game. WE, they did a great first option of trying to shut down that bot lane, but now they get themselves that gold advantage.
Yes, they do. Oh, hang on, Karis. I don't know whether he's going to be fine. I saw that Neo phase check there of a Jax. Could have been a bit rough. Crocker hadn't backed in forever, so just back for the Sheen, the Longsword, the Control Board. Again, Trinity Force is an expensive build for the jungle.
1xN going for the first item, Dirk. He really wants early power. Now, my issue with this is you are going to run into a problem as 1xN eventually where you have to face up against that Ornn. Now, maybe your solo laners can get good value out of that, but I'm a little bit worried that if you go too much towards lethality and a little bit less towards scaling, that you struggle with the Ornn. But I think in this game anyway, do you just double dip on early game and say, look, I've got to have the lethality threat to the one-shot?
I mean, is Lucian ever really going to be a threat into an Ornn? I think it's pretty tricky.
You can be. I'm not saying it can't be. Lucian is quite a nice scaling crit AD carry, but yeah, Ornn's one of his tougher matchups because every time you're in range to auto-attack Ornn, he's in range to like hit you with a brittle potentially.
Whereas I think actually the way you win the game, from my eyes anyway, for the Lucian is like, well, can I just threaten Ashe Seraphine or
with
even, or even the Azir or the Shinzao, right, who don't build that many resists?
Still alive. LNG not choosing to fight for it. Of course, Monkey still, he has the first item completion. He has that Titanic. Yes. Now, Jax is good into Shinzao. He's also a level ahead as well. Now, if Sheer comes down, then it gets interesting. Does Cube want to come down as well? He doesn't have teleport. I think if Sheer is around, then LNG do get themselves that. Sheer can always teleport back up towards top lane. In fact, he might have to here. I think he has to teleport up. You don't want to give Cube too much gold.
Yeah, probably don't. And, at least secure this early dragon. They really do want to grab a hold of that. That should be taken out. We'll be allowed to get back towards this bot lane. Sheer just roams back up, holding that TP.
Does mean that a plate goes over. Does mean that Sheer loses some time on his roll quest. There's a full wave lost to turret as well. So Sheer has given up some of his individual advantage to make sure that dragon goes over. If he'd landed that E, it could have actually been some threat there, actually. He's quite scary in this early game. Bot lane, potential dive, but Jax is here to cover, so that will be seen off.
Well, indeed. Again, both AD carries without their flashes or their additional combat sums. They are all coming.
Oh, they are coming.
Okay, so Bulldog as well.
So yeah, they think they backed off. Karis does have the sweep threat. Here comes Bulldog. So this is a thing, folks. Even some Ascend teams don't do this very well, where they spot the dive coming in advance and to defend it well. LNG did that quite well last game as well, with missing on the Nautilus, trying to block out some of that. Monkey is still trying, though. They're really trying to, again, put 1xN and missing under a lot of pressure. Monkey is still in that brush. Croco is here.
Can they jump on him now? They might think about it. The Aqua Prison just wide.
Yep. Does have flash, might have been able to use that anyway. Monkey going towards the spot, scuttle, W lands.
Now the strike back. That's pretty nasty chunks there. We'll still have that leap strike. Could theoretically go in, waiting for that.
Teleport from Rumble.
The Grandmaster's might is popped. They go tidal wave. Everyone's come in. That equalizer is brutal. They're trapped. They're trapped. The encore is decent, but they're all on fire.
Sheer makes his entrance, burns them to a crisp. It's barbecue WE. LNG get their protein fix.
That was so nice. LNG murdered them all. They spent so long around that bot lane, and LNG were just waiting. It will cost another plate top lane, but I don't think Sheer gives a damn.
Yeah, Cube doesn't pull the teleport. I will say, I don't think it matters unless he would have teleported very early. Did he try and cancel it? I guess they just didn't see it for a while. Do they see it there? There's no ping on it. They just didn't know he was teleporting. Then he teleports, but it's too late. Realistically, he needs to teleport now, or before this, like 5 seconds before it. End up getting blasted. It is a wonderful equalizer. Sheer tried to... He's been showing that intention to roam bot lane the last few minutes. Finally makes it. Sheer, wonderful entrance into the game.
Now 1xN is 3-1-1, and it's the Storm Razor first to really get that first item proc.
Storm Razor. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That extra move speed as well you get from proccing that, and the extra bonus from the energized damage. Really nasty. Gives you that crit chance as well. That Dirk basically just sat on for laning phase. You know what? I actually wonder if he just sits on the Dirk and gets eventually a Serpent's Fang later. I'd prefer that. So if you go Storm Razor into something like Lord Dominus Regards or something like that, and of course Flicker Blades does tend to be the build there too. I think he's going to sit on this Dirk and just not complete it. And you know what? I prefer that. If you go something like the Collector, you obviously get your crit value, but then you end up not gaining actually that much lethality from the completion of the item. Dirk sitting has always been a pretty good tech.
And it earned that first kill in the bot lane, right? Because they had that damage shockwave back onto Karis, who does eat quite a lot there. Ouch.
Didn't hit the level 11 before that though, so it'll be a longer cooldown. That Ludens is the build. Now, obviously when Cube comes into the play, he's going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. However, if you do end up getting a shockwave onto anyone and the equalizer, they do kind of explode.
Missing doesn't have flash or heal. This could be a really nasty gank. They have no idea that there is a Shinzao around. Here we go, 1xN's in danger. Will dash away. The arrow lands. The tidal wave disengages somewhat. Overcomes the Jax. Might get a bit interested. They get the knock up. Can they turn this around onto anyone? No, they can't because teleports are flying.
Yeah, but now the teleport's coming in from the Ornn. What happens from this? They do have 3 grubs. They can threaten a little bit. You don't have big ultimates now to throw at this. Orianna's coming down. They have to try and get something more off of this turret. I don't think they can get much more than 2 plays because, of course, with the more people around the turret, the tankier the turret gets. This is not easy to just take like this.
Maybe thinking about diving now. 1x needs to dive away. Monkey trying to catch up to him. They can't quite catch him with either Wind Becomes Lightning or the Call of the Forge God.
Plates are going to continue. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, Encore's there. Now he's dead. Now what about the turnaround? Monkey's going to just about survive. The culling eventually claims it. Now Cube's in danger. It ends up being an additional 1-for-1 at the back end of the play. Sheer still shoving that top lane. Can't get much more there. The turret stands on both sides.
And this is why you don't do this kind of grouped turret push anymore. They're just so hard to kill. Every time you destroy a plate, and this is some changes, I believe it's on this patch as well, where you get tankier, turrets get tankier the more people are around them, but they're slightly less tanky when it's one person hitting them. WE don't get that much off of it, and LNG, their powerful early game is now online. They're 2,000 gold ahead. So much of that is in 1xN's pockets. He does have a decent ability to play through this game now. I think the Lucian Nami can really threaten the backline, as we were highlighting before. He's going to be so fed. It looks like he's even going towards the rapid fire cannon, second item to go for that real first strike, Imperial Mandate, one-shot build. He can jump beyond the wave, and if he gets that hit before he takes any damage back, he's going to take about half the HP off of the Ashe.
Boko does need to be a little bit careful about running at him. Has got the counters right now. Actually turned around there. About just got to be a bit afraid on the other side. As you noted, Shockwave comes on down onto Karis, but it's a good trade back from this is it.
You can see that Karis slightly up in XP onto Bulldog. 10 CS up will help with that, despite the fact that Bulldog had been... A lot of that will be the fact that Bulldog was covering bot lane dice, and Karis moved a little bit later to them, so a couple of minions were given up for those opportunities. So, WE, they want to get towards those 5v5s, Death Ball around Ornn Seraphine, where you have Enchanter tank frontline. Typically, you tend to win frontline team fights if it goes front to back with Enchanter plus tank. That's going to be the Scuttlecrab own. Croco pops the ult.
Yeah, he's going to keep hunting this a little bit. He can probably hop away when he need to. Arrow lands, he's dead.
He's just dead, could have flashed it. Ooh. Does have the counter-strike, and wow, Croco. I mean, I suppose that ultimate pop to the extra resist means he makes it out alive. Ashe arrow down, and Bulldog continues to push.
That's first turret, actually. Wow, everyone kind of left to make that play. They'll give up the dragon for this, but I don't know But they might still fight this. This gets interesting.
There's an equalizer to pull in. They don't have the teleport from the Orianna. This can actually be quite difficult. Here comes the Call of the Forge God.
Oh, this is so much damage. They're trying to turn around. That's lots of damage to 1xn. Really good angle from Cube with the flash. Monkey goes down, missing flashes away. Doesn't get the knockup. Bulldog's now
Bulldog.
here.
Only just turned up to the fight. Where's the shockwave? Only coming up in a couple of seconds. Is also on cooldown. LNG choose an uneven numbered fight, and they get punished for it.
They do. They've lost one. Crocker in the back end of this. Needs to potentially hop over the wall and does. Karras went sliding there.
That was a bit nonsensical from LNG. This is why we're a bit worried about them. When it comes to the mid-game and the objective fights, we don't know how they stand up to higher-tier opposition within the LPL. And WE, they have been one of our better Perseverance teams around objectives on the whole. LNG still 3.5k ahead. They've taken down 2 turrets, WE just the 1. They end up, of course, LNG taking down mid lane out to turret 2, which is an important objective to have. It's a great jump forwards from Monkey. 1xn should not dash like that. You need to use it reactively in this fight, in these kind of team fights, and you're going too close to Fog of War. Great pick off from Cube and Monkey. We did say that the Lucian is very important to how WE wants to take away these team fights. And I think WE a little bit unlucky to not get away with more from there.
Yeah, and again, I was going to call out LNG's vision control around objectives kind of sucks. Multiple wards there that will spot them out. And it wasn't the best contest on that front. Still, they are very ahead. They did get 2 turrets from that, because again, WE, part of how they got into that river is they just sacked 2 lanes.
And I think, you know, previously we saw, okay, Cube stayed top lane. Sheer was the guy that teleported down. Then after that, we of course saw Sheer do the opposite and do more, because it's later into the game and had more tower damage. Do have 2.5 items from 1xn now. He does have that rapid fire cannon in and completed. Still 2,000 gold ahead of about. Crocker taking blue buff away from the enemy jungle, knowing that with bot lane and mid lane, the mid lane and top lane turrets secured on the enemy side of the map, he's more at ease taking that kind of counter jungling, knowing that his team can go through many different routes from the jungle to come assist him.
Herald's an inventory for Croco as well, so there's a world where you can make a very aggressive shove on something else. There was a culling onto a bat, was forced away again, down about half HP. Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, so for people who missed the Lucian Nami meta of 2021, 22, that was when we really saw this in its heyday. Of course, it was stayed around in 2023 as well. We haven't seen this for a little while. The gold standard of Lucian Nami is being able to jump forwards aggressively in mid lane, to use that ultimate from the Lucian to push the enemy bot lane back, and use that to get tower damage, to get vision, and start making plays on the side lanes after they have to retreat.
Wave is well buffered through by Cube, but the thing is, there's still a Jax doing a lot of work here. The Equalizer buys a lot of time, and Cube is going to get roasted for all he's tanky. And now actually Monkey could be doing flash, counter-strike. They're going to get the CC chain despite the Crescent Guard. It's an on-call, will not keep the jungler alive, and Xin Zhao falls well, and this bot side turret falls. LNG continuing to be incredibly aggressive. Croco on the other side of the play.
And a lot of this comes from the pressure which 1xn and Missing had. It's the Serpent's Fan completed by 1xn. Actually didn't even go towards the... We highlight that.
Yeah,
maybe go towards that, so it's working quite well for him. But being able to force About and Yaya back in that lane allowed LNG to go towards the side lane a little quicker. This is good for them. We haven't seen Lucian Nami be that popular within LPL. Lucian in general, it's been banned occasionally, but not been that successful. If you're picking out stuff like Ashe Seraphine, though, 1xn is, as we've seen, competent player of the champion, 3,000 gold ahead. Bulldog also now reaping some rewards. 2 items on the Burst Orianna build.
That's a fairly big one. And again, this Ornn will be a problem later on. The thing is, everyone else is going to suffer. And I think also even the Xin Zhao, right, having gone towards the Titanic Hydra build, it's quite squishy with this build. You do get popped even through quite a lot of defensive tools. And that was Encore and Crescent Guard.
I mean, the thing is, when you have Sundered Sky, if you hit people, you're tanky. If you don't hit people, it's basically the same. Because Titanic Hydra, in fact, gives you slightly more HP than the Sundered Sky. It's 400. Yep, that's the Sheen proc of the... Well, that's the Energized auto, and then the Fire Cannon proc after that too. First strike. Yeah, you just basically double up everything onto that first auto attack. Absolutely nuts.
Assuming you go Lord Dom's fourth here, right? Or is it the Infetch?
Well, you are... I'm just looking about the amount of armor on the other side. I don't think you need Lord Dominic's regards. If you're trying to kill the backline anyway, I think you can go towards... Well...
It's got the longsword inventory, so it's not going to be the Infetch.
Okay, sure, whatever. You can go towards that. Yeah, that makes sense. Or you can go towards the Mortal Reminder, I suppose, if you care about healing. Sure, whatever. Lord Dominic's regards probably is the item here, in fairness. It gives you better damage versus Monkey as well, who is HP stacking. Does have an extra... I want to say 800 HP from this build between Black Cleaver and Titanic Hydra. Jump forwards again. That's one's shielded. Serpent's Fang helping remove some of that. You see the threat, which Lucian Nami puts them on. And Cube has to teleport in to keep some mid lane pressure.
Yeah, Shears also roamed down, picks up that Scarfle Crab. Topside, River Control is very strong. Ow!
Oh my god, gets the dissonance on him as well. This Lucian just becomes a poke pot. That long-range fire cannon auto. Again, you can see they have to teleport into mid lane to try and keep some presence there, because LNG are going to get a free entrance towards the dragon. They give up mid lane control.
Forge Guard, they're going to try and jump on forwards. They do get the knock-up on the Bulldog, but the turn around the title. Yo-Yo's deleted!
Karras caught with the bubble as well, sent to a watery grave.
Cube trying to survive. Shears flashing on in. A monkey unfortunately sees and does nothing. Cube survives for a second or two longer. And again, you're tanky, but the rest of your team is not, and you die last.
WWE don't know how to deal with the Lucian Nami. And this time, last game, they made a similar decision, went to the Baron, but they had too many dragons against him and it gave up Soul. This time, LNG have a chokehold on the map and they're pushing WE to the limits. LNG are a full court press team. They get ahead in lanes, they stay ahead, and you don't get much option to play back into the game. WE try and slip the noose. Instead, their feet slip, tumbling off the gallows.
Let's have a look at this again. So they try to send, they jump on Bulldog, who gets defended really well here.
And he somehow finds a way to get a shockwave in the middle of that. That's pretty unfortunate timing. I think they thought they had the CC chain. Doesn't quite work out that way. And the backline gets blasted by missing 1xN after that shockwave ends. Now, the Lucian is actually not great at tank killing. The problem is you actually have a couple of really good tank killers in the Jax and the Rumble now with the Bloodletters in as well. So he's even happy with that. He will be building towards that Lord Dominance regards, as we were highlighting earlier. 7,000 gold ahead. Dragon in inventory too, on the agenda rather. And you can notice About and Yayo have not been able to push up aggressively for about, 10 minutes now solid.
There's that energized water. Even that slow can be really frustrating. That rapid fire Storm Razor, that ability to just dash forward every time you've got rapid fire cannon up and chunk someone out is really, really frustrating, especially when you are 3 levels ahead of, say, Yao Yao. Your raw damage numbers from those level discrepancies is huge. And Croco, he might be a jungler, but he's still a split push threat on this Jax now.
This is a very interesting team, LNG. Most of our teams in the LPL have been teams which play for the team fights. But LNG are not allowing WE to survive to the 5v5. They're saying, look, we're just going to play through individual leads. The Azir is pushing top lane, but he's going to be slower on the push. Does have the 3 grubs. LNG happy to push in and break the inhibitor.
They are going to jump onto Jax. Croco will look for the counter-strike. May need to jump out of here. Doesn't have anything like an arm guard, but a wonderful tidal wave. The arrow lands onto Croco. That's the turnaround there with the charm. Bulldog goes gold, but I think he's dead. This could be a turnaround. Actually, Babao has to flash as the counter-strike after. Croco gets the AD carry. 1xN missing, still chasing his Shear is here to punish the death of his mid laners. Bulldog has got a whole pack to back him up, and his death will be avenged in very short order.
WE once again try and fight back from the abyss, but they just can't land the knockout blow. They don't have the damage. It's so hard for them to get kills onto the counter-strike, the heals of the Nami. This is probably the game-ending push now. I mean, you've got, well, okay, maybe Karras can sweep things through. Do they get the inhibitor? No, they don't feel confident enough for that. The loss of Bulldog means that they feel like maybe they can't burst him out. Let's not throw it into the abyss. LNG, 9,000 gold, now ahead.
1xN is on vision, but I don't think it'll mean anything here. The reset's coming on through there, so he'll be fine. I'm expecting a Lord Dom's Rug. We'll see this again. Basically, they try to jump on Croco and don't quite succeed.
It's very close, but this is one of the problems with the Jax. You're surprisingly tanky for an AD fighter. Even gets hit with the Brittle Arrow Ash proc, which doubles the CC length. This doesn't matter. The Nami healing comes through. Croco gets his next counter-strike and realizes, you flashed early. Bye-bye. Smashes him over the head with the lamppost. While the rest of this is going on, equalizing the choke point makes WE's retreat very, very difficult. Get zoned out, die.
And Lucian Nami continue to Lucian Nami their way forwards. There is that Lord Dominic's regards, and suddenly Cube, again, he was doing relatively well. He's now down 1,800 gold. And don't look at the bot lane gold league. Don't do it. It's not good for your heart.
I did, Sam, and I feel pretty bad for About and Yayo. Yayo's been a good enchanter player.
Yes.
WWE put the resources in early to try and shut down the bot lane, and now you see why. What happens when LNG gets ahead in lanes? 1xN, how? Ash Arrow is fired back. Equalizer's available. Doesn't hit anyone.
They are going to go in. That's the encore after. That's all 4 people hit by that. Little bit deep. Shockwave back onto Karras. And I think LNG have gone too far here.
1xN gets away from the first part of the call to the Forge. Croco coming in.
Oh, that's a double knock-up as well. I think WE have got a fight here.
It was a bad series of ultimates from LNG, and now they get to Death Ball. Running forwards as 5. 1xN does have flash, does have an E off cooldown.
Well, should be able to turn around, gets a decent chunk there, dashes away, can still do quite a lot in the 4v5. Baron's in 2 minutes, so shouldn't lead to too much more.
W one kills. W really one kills. Monkey goes
Ooh,
forwards.
that's missing gone. That's the flash. Forget that kill. Nice combo there with a Titanic Hydra. Think about turning around though. Massive counter strike. Even though the 3v5 Monkey gets the knockup regardless. Golden on the potential attempt there with the shuffle. Sheer still damn scary. About needs to dance his way around this very carefully. And Crocker is still a menace. Leap striking forwards, looking for the flame spitter. The harpoon. I was going to say equalizer, wrong turn, doesn't matter. Crocker now getting the waves and LNG overplay that.
Okay, they do a little bit, but I think they do end up getting a couple kills back, more than they thought they would get in the extended retreat. They thought they maybe were going to die for free. Bulldog alive again. Gold started to decrease. 1xN died in that play. Bulldog, sheer, not great ultimates in that last fight. Equalizer hit no one.
Encore was
Encore was fantastic. Well, it was, but LNG funneled into it. They didn't even attempt to dodge it. They forgot that it extends the range. Watch this again. Equalizer hits, well, about for 1 tick, and then nothing. Crocker goes in. We know he's a deep lane player, and then no one else even tries to dodge this. Everyone walks into it. I don't think LNG even realizes it's going to reach them with the extended range. Goes down, though, and then the call of the Forge God comes through, and I think W realized, look, we can finally Death Ball. We can finally Death Ball, run at them as a unit, as a 5. This is where we win. Even from this amount of gold down, LNG give them a good 5v5 and they don't use their ultimates well. This is what W's comp is designed to do.
Got a little bit nervous. I think what happened is, looking at that Encore, I think Bulldog thought he was off the edge of it, wasn't going to get caught by it, and the fact he did just caught everyone else.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah.
Like, the LNG didn't even attempt to dodge it because they thought it was just going wide or it was going to be short. And then they massively disrespect that. That's just not... Oh, God. 1xN trying to regain control of this mid lane, has that Lord Dominic's regards, building up to what would presumably be an Infinity Edge next.
Will be the play. Deathcap's got done by Karis. He's getting scary now.
He is. He got a couple of shutdowns there. He's 3-1. Karis not had a great game on the Azir. However, his late game versus EDG on this pick in the regular season is what saved them that first round robin matchup, which game makers consider, okay, WE, maybe they are still a powerful team, even though they lost Taeyun and Vampire, who were core to their style in that last time. LNG taking Dragon, W not even allowed to get close here.
They are not. And LNG still favoured. He's still very much in a good position here. But again, that last play, you see what RW's comp is supposed to do.
Baron's now started.
Oh, wow.
So WE, they want to force a front to back in a 5-man unit. Problem is, you are going to get your resist shredded, and Sheer will have an equalizer over the wall.
Got this, I
they
think.
spot. Well, we'll see what happens on the retreat after.
They are going to get the E. They're going to get the Baron. It's taken. They're going to try and turn this play around. Sheer's actually in danger. Goes golden, but now he's trapped in an awful spot. Over comes Jax, looking for the angle. The shockwave on top of him. Wonky does get Sheer, but the rest of the play is looking tough. About Karis must run. Cube gets interrupted on his retreat. 1xN flashes to kill Karis.
This could be the end of the game now. WE, they had that one glimpse of life in the top side. About will get the recall off, but I don't think the Ashe can defend alone. I think LNG should just grab this mid wave or one of these waves closer to the base and try and push for an end. There's 30 seconds on the Xin Zhao, 40 on the solo laners. I think LNG should be pushing for a finish right now. I don't think they realize they can do this. They're splitting across 3 lanes instead.
They want to get as much gold as they can. They get that wave shove through mid. They're going to join Orianna on this shove towards the bot lane inhibitor turret.
So they're not going to be able to end the game. WE have 1 Baron buff left, and that is on that AD carry. It's a good fight from LNG. They used too many ultimates onto the Zhonyas of the Rumble. Sheer has had an excellent game. I think that his ultimates in the early game somewhat saved LNG. Got them ahead through that bot lane. Bulldog is left alone on the map. Nothing really that WE can do about it. LNG, I think they could have ended the game there. I don't think they quite realized it. This is the key moment here. When they try and jump towards Sheer after the equalizer is down, it comes in about now. Fantastic Zhonyas. Couldn't leave that much later. Jax gets into the backline, and everyone explodes. They didn't have the flashes to get away from it. The Jax, you said, pretty good ball delivery unit. Kanavi was showing that last season when he was still here on Top Esports. Shows it again there. Karis was just on vision. His soldier gave the vision. I think it was, if you can see the soldier, you can see the Azir. He goes down because of it.
That's a big kill. And now 1xN 10-3 with the Infinity Edge to his name. Did burn the flash in the last play, I'll note. And Monkey has his back up after he was so aggressive looking for the picks in that last Death Ball moment. And there are some items beginning to come on through, some ornaments coming on through.
And those are important. About gets it upgraded. Lord Dominic's regards. He's fairly strong. However, he's 6,000 gold behind 1xN with an Infinity Edge in inventory. Not that he doesn't die. Monkey's got a very high burst build with the Titanic Hydra, as you were saying. But that's a 6,000 gold Lucian. He is 2 full items ahead of About. Yeah, there's some cheaper ones in there, like the Serpent's Fang and the Rapid Fire Cannon, but I don't think
Makes
1xn
that big a
particularly
difference now,
cares,
yeah.
really. 1xn very happy now to just jump forwards and potentially one-shot someone. He needs to be careful now, though, because he's still very squishy. It's like the LeBlanc syndrome. Even though you're very fed, doesn't mean you're harder to kill. What does he do now? Wants to jump forwards and get that first tap down.
Looking for something. Again, you do have strictly the Baron. It's just a minus 1500 Baron power play.
Yeah, you can see that they're using that to get mid control for the first time. Cube might go for the Call of the Forge God again. If they can catch out the Lucian, he is pretty easy to kill, even if his damage is absurd.
Yeah, again, Rumble's split pushing away, not here. Croco coming from potential angle. 1xn in danger. The arrow's on. That's missing in danger. He's gone.
He's gone. Monkey's still there as well. There's a teleport from the Rumble. The Rumble's not going to be there late. LNG, they're going to lose the game off this.
That's such a bad TP. Croco's coming on in. They're going to keep hunting. OWE. This might be your moment back. 1xn still very dangerous. Oh my god, the damage back is ridiculous. But the healing from the Seraphine.
So Sheer ended up pulling Amarin, trying to kill the wave behind them. He has the equalizer. He needs to recall. That teleport from Rumble was too late. LNG get engaged onto, and WE realized that the Death Ball is still alive. Equalizer will clear the wave. I don't think this will be the end of the game, but the inhibitor goes down.
When have we got Dragon? A minute and a half, so they'll have the inhibitor to work with. And that, again, we saw the split pushing lanes, and it was a bit of a mistake.
And once again, we're seeing the flaw of LNG, which is they're not great at realizing the big fights. When they play for the full court press, fantastic. But we've even seen, around that last Baron fight, I think they could have ended the game. I think they split on 3 lanes and didn't realize that they could just finish the whole damn thing. Dash back from 1xn saves his life. If 1xn dies there, it is just end of it. Shockwave was good, but it's just not enough, and the Death Ball and the Redemption comes in to heal it. The teleport is not fast enough at this point in the game. You can't rely on the teleport being there in time. Back into live. Baron buff has one off. Mid lane push from 1xn is going to be harder now. You don't have that outer turret to stand behind. And suddenly, you know, that 6,000 gold lead, 5,000, Baron has a Hex Drinker in, whatever. Mainly, I'm just looking at the other items. Monkey is incredibly powerful, and Cube is a late game on.
You are still level 17 Jax, 3 items. Not like Croco's not scary eye either. Monkey has got to be a bit careful there, actually. Even with
1xn doesn't want to be jumping towards that on, but if about steps too far forwards, 1xn will still take half his HP off. Does have flash, very importantly so. If 1xn has flash, he can dash forwards and then flash out of the counter to counter engage.
So what was burned in that last play? Not a lot of flash from LNG. There's a number down from WE, though. Importantly, Azir.
Crocker's on the flank. Crocker's on the flank. Now, if W find the fight before he's in position, then we see what happens in that last fight. If he gets a flank here, though, he has the flash to do some damage.
Can jump onto Karis. Doesn't only get anything but the spell shield. He's being jumped on. Oh, dear. There's his Zonya's turnaround is decent. Shockwave catches Yayo about, but they just about left the redemption. Seraphine healing is ridiculous.
Monkey's jumping forwards. He's very fed. The equalizer missed his targets. And WE, I think they see the Death Ball again.
They're going to try and jump onto Bulldog, who flashes away from the knockup, and they will get the Dragon off this.
The equalizer wasn't good enough. Once again, the equalizer wasn't good enough. And WE, they realize we're better in the 5v5. And LNG, the team fights haven't been good enough from them. They've not been able to combo up in the way they wanted to. We thought maybe Croco could go for the huge play. I wonder if he should have just gone into the main clump of it, traded his life and said, look, Karis probably kills me, but we can get the equalizer on it. I think Croco scuffs the engage, and LNG weren't prepared to follow up.
Yeah, and again, you could have command protected Shockwave that as well. And again, you do get some flashes, but it's just not quite enough. You give up. It's only one dragon, but it is a dragon. Baron now coming up. What did you burn? A lot of flashes on both sides. About has his. That's about it.
Well,
1xn also has his.
That's the thing. The big thing is actually about is 1xn's flash. So it means he can dash aggressively, then flash defensively. Cube is basically just putting himself in front of the Lucian at every turn and saying, you're not going to get the one shot onto someone stood behind me. I'm going to ward off for them. 1xn, if he does get a tap onto about, will pretty much one-shot him still even now.
I think if the Seraphine is surviving the initial burst, her ability to basically heal up all the damage that is done is proving really difficult to undo.
Now, Cube's actually out of position here. What's happening with the rest of the fight? WE comes back into the play.
That's onto Sheer. Gonna turn that around with a tidal wave, though. Prevents too much follow, but he's dead. Zonya's buys a second, but he's gonna go.
They don't manage to go back in time to defend their top lane. Here comes the Call of the Forge. Got WE deathballing again.
Bulldog's in danger. Doesn't speed his way away. He's gone. They're gonna get the Zonyas again for a second, but they can't do any damage. He's gonna go.
They can't kill the Ornn. 1xn just has this giant tank in front of him. Croco's trying to kill the wave behind them.
1xn dashes forward, but it's only really onto Cube. Damage onto Yao Yao is good, but they can't get anything more. Can they TP behind? They're trying to jump onto Croco, but he's really slippery on this Jax. Gets the counter-strike. Zonyas to avoid the ult. Can maybe top away to the Raptors? Will not be able to do so.
Missing tried to cancel the teleport from Karis with a flash bubble, but missed. It was a little bit off in the timing. Didn't quite get there in time. WE, I think they've just won the game by forcing the 5v5s and LNG through a series of bad ultimates and not realizing how much danger they were in from when the enemy composition may have just thrown a very, very large lead.
I cannot believe that Monkey's been able to get in so freely. He was so far behind at points in this game, but they just can't do enough. The arrow goes wide, 1xN trying to dash and do sub-healing, but the Nexus turrets have fallen. He got so long away, he's had to flash out. This game is done! WE on series points!
WE move up to 2-0 after clutching out an insane gold lead from LNG. The team fighting from LNG was not good enough to close off the game. You had to go for the head.
I've got to call it out again. The fact that you had that one turret push that got 4 people caught is such a problem. And again, vision control around objectives just isn't it from LNG right now.
I can't believe that. The LNG will be kicking themselves.
Yeah.
LNG, they are not a good enough mid to late game team. They don't understand what's going to get them killed. And personally, for me, I think I look at Croco and Shear's ultimates in some key fights being disastrously poor. I think that Croco struggled on some of those flanks. Shear's equalizers in the early game, exceptional. Going into the late game, needed to do more. That top lane inner turret push was disaster. And LNG, I think this might break the mental now, Sam.
Yeah.
I think that LNG, this was their chance. They had a great chance to get ahead in this game and just full court press. I think they could have ended the game after that Baron. This team doesn't have that switch on, that mentality of this is what wins us the game.
Yeah, and I think the other side of that as well is like what happened in that mid lane where Shear was split pushing, Croco was miles away, so you ended up with a 3v5 for a solid 5 to 6 seconds. How on earth do you have that happen?
Yeah, we're actually Baby No Caster and Nymaera No underscore.
That's the one.
That's
That's the
today.
one.
Oh my gosh. I think 1xN's got to be feeling pretty shit there too. I think that he did everything he's meant to do on the Lucian. You get the pressure, you push in mid lane, you get ahead of the game. I think that the team fighting components of LNG were not clutch enough. I think they sleptwalked in the lead. I think it's so easy when you're very far ahead of the game to go, oh, it's fine. You can't afford to do that against a team like WE, against a comp like WE. We were saying this. If you pick Enchanter plus Tank, you're probably winning 5v5s against people that don't do the same.
Yeah.
They do that with the Ornn and the Seraphine, and eventually LNG give them the fight that they want, and they lose the lead, and then suddenly the team comp just doesn't play itself in the way that WE's does in the 5v5s.
How many times do we see people get chunked out to 10% HP and then the Seraphine redemption, shielding, healing comes through? It's ridiculous.
Well, folks, that's our second game of the second series. We could have a really quick day.
We could.
First series was a 3-0, and somehow this might end up being a 3-0 as well. Somehow. If you'd like to support us, if you've enjoyed what you're seeing on here, think about following us here on any of the channels, whether that's Twitch or YouTube or no Nivea's restream as well. I'm sure they'd appreciate the follow there as well. And if you'd like to support us, because of course we're not paid to do this, this is effectively our job, but we're only paid by your attention, basically. Give us attention, and what maybe even give us a donation to the Ko-fi, a Twitch Prime, Twitch sub in general. It makes a lot of difference to us. If you're watching on a third-party site, I'm not sure if we're hosted on them. We never find out. Some people just say, oh, you're hosted on XYZ site. Okay, cool. If you'd like to watch through on here, it actually makes a big difference too. And that way, if you'd like to chat to us and ask questions about the game, you can ask us. Folks, this might be the first game I've ever seen where WE won, the winning team finishes the game with a gold disadvantage.
In a while. I've not seen it in a while, not this year.
No, but look at this. Like, look, I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The gold lead topped out at 9,000. Now, it's not the biggest one, but losing a game while you have a gold lead.
Very
As
rare.
in, like, when the Nexus falls, you still retain a gold lead. That is not something I've seen very often,
Also,
if at all.
When your damage leader is the bloody Shinzao, that's pretty ridiculous, because Monkey just got to keep jumping forward and extending the encore range, and basically, they weren't respectful of the immediate Titanic Hydra Q procs. Basically, how many times we see someone knocked up by the 3 talent strike and getting blasted?
LNG series point. LNG they're gonna be kicking themselves. This team does not have the game sense. It feels like they don't have the game sense. They don't know when the game is won. They don't know what's losing them the game. Like plays like this is really good because they get that freak shockwave. Even then, the CC chain lands. Maybe they lose this too. Now this was not an auto one fight. I think WE are much. I mean, we saw this last year a little bit from Monkey. I think Monkey is really good at figuring out what wins a game. And this player is a guy which I have a lot of respect for, you know, on Team WE. Last year, against top Esports and JDG, he was a huge difference maker in their spring victories in playoffs best of 5s. Knocked out both top Esports and JDG. Very few teams can say they did that besides, you know, the very top of the table. LNG seem like a team where they either just blast you from ahead and get in such an insurmountable lead that it doesn't matter about the strategy, or they lose. I think LNG are just this pub stomper team now, and sadly, I think their laning strength is good. I think Croco's good at snowballing from the jungle as well, but W are more of the thinking person's team, and I think that they realize when the win is actually in their hands. Moments like this, almost a good turnaround from LNG. Don't quite get onto the carries though. End up getting disengaged. I wonder if 1xN could have stood further away from the wall, but quite hard to do that against the Ornn. I mean, Lucian just sucks into one sometimes, you know?
Absolutely. A little bit of a side note for Twitch chat. Phantasmal Marsu. I see you guys in chat. No, I don't. Again, it's a very polite conversation. That's fine. But all I'm saying is please keep it gameplay focused, not odds and betting directly. We don't mind people talking about the game. If you happen to use that elsewhere for whatever else you're doing, that's fine. It is just a matter of keeping Twitch chat on the right kind of vibes. We've had issues before with people being assholes about betting.
Yeah, it just kind of it kills the chat atmosphere, at least in Twitch and stuff like that. So we try to just be respectful of the chat, folks. Happy to have you here, but let's just keep things on topic. Okay, we're going to go into a quick break. I'm going to run some adverts. If you'd like to support us on any of our sign-up links, it does make a difference to us. You can support us for free by doing that. We're going to go to a quick break and see if this is just one more game today. Could have a 6-game day.
It's slightly in awe of LNG fumbling that game. Again, I've got to call it out. This is also now a couple games in a row now where I feel like Bulldog is just not, a couple of series in a row where Bulldog's just not been good at team fighting / converting early game moves into mid-game decision making. Like, it's very, very poor. And again, this is just frustrating. It is. Again, how quick was this pick? I actually think the bot lane was pretty solid from LNG. And again, we see that this team has got legs. It's just going to be so frustrating. They may well end up and down in Group Nirvana without much chance to improve again.
Call them legs the way they're the bottom of the table. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself another coffee, Sam. So I'm gonna leave you in charge of the stream. I turned things... Yeah, I changed things already. I'm actually gonna have to put the camera on, by the way, just because I think that we actually do get, like, the... I think that the adverts, actually, if they're full screen, sometimes also get this YouTube stream taken down, so just be aware, Sam. Cool. Alright, so I'm gonna get myself a coffee, and I'll leave you to it.
We have run ads, excellent. I want more WELNG. I've really grown fond of these two teams. Either leaving hurts. Yeah, Monkey had a really clutch game here. Really clutch game. This could have gone very, very, very wrong in another world. Oh. Really good target selection from Cube in late game. Yeah, Cube played a very good late game fight. I think the Seraphine healing was utterly ridiculous. And again, basically, they stopped being able to chunk out the bot lane so freely. And again, we just never saw it. Like, did we see Croco get a good flank outside of that Baron play once? That's it. That's it. We didn't see the Shockwave combo there at all. Like, LNG just played straight down the line, which you just can't do. And then they were late to any potential teleport flanks in it. Disaster. Very frustrating. Oh, boy. Both Ori and Azir was so open, so he was pretty much forced to pick one of them. And again, like, I don't think Bulldog, like, it was almost great. And then basically just didn't do anything in the mid to late game, got caught out repeatedly. Yeah, I mean, part of it as well, though, you got to remember, Michael, is like this is their first time playing against better teams, right? So I wonder how much of this has just gone unnoticed. And it's still relatively early in the split. Like, against the early game, very solid. I'll be so frustrated for LNG and for 1xN if they end up going down 0-3. It's possible at this point. In fact, it's almost likely. That's going to be a back-breaking loss. Yeah, they were way too loose in the mid game again, but we've seen that. So we've seen that how many times now? Ugh, I turned the camera off briefly while I rest my eyes. Nearly dead. 1xN's probably pissed. I wouldn't blame him. I think him and Missing had a pretty solid game on the whole. At the top side of the map was not it. Was not it. One minute to go until we're back into the studio and getting ready for our next game. Croc had the same issue last year on Bro as did Bulldog on DNF. Yeah, it's true. Macrophone. Yeah, I mean, Crocco's just hyper aggressive. Like, he's been this way on Sandbox and stuff. So I have more issues with Bulldog on this than I do with Crocco, per se. Because at least Crocco still tries to make moves. Any thoughts on the Henry Cavill 40k show? I need to wait and see what exactly the premise is going to be. Because my worry might, because again, from what I'm hearing, Henry Cavill's actually doing a good job of making sure that the Imperium is not shown to be the good guys, because they're anything but. In a lot of ways, they're the villains of the setting. they are a villainous institution that are like turbo fascism. So they do need to be like portrayed as such. So until I see a little bit more, I will wait and see. I'll also note, like, I'm not necessarily the biggest Imperium fan. I'm more interested, honestly, in a lot of the non-human experiences in 40k. You know, your Eldar, your Tyranids, your Necrons, that kind of stuff. Tau. Yeah, Space Marines never appealed that much to me, especially because I often felt the media around them was often quite mixed in terms of its ability to portray the message it wants to. But I'm quite excited. I think Henry Cavill knows his stuff. He's clearly trying to keep this true to the vibe, and I think he's got the right kind of media literacy, hopefully in the writers' room, to help keep things on track. And I trust him as a producer that to keep things focused in the right way. So we'll wait and see. I have a horrible feeling it might end up being a little generic, but we'll see. It's a great setting, assuming it's done well. My personal favorite 40k experience in recent years has been the Rogue Trader game, which I think did a fantastic job of giving a vibe of what the life for humanity is like on a number of levels in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Because you're playing this incredible zenith of human bourgeoisie freedom, and you also still get this incredible look at the kind of monstrous Byzantine machine of trillions upon trillions of lives across centuries of administrative work for the average human who is basically an ant in the worst kind of toxic animal of all time. If you ever wanted to give it a go, if you're an RPG fan, if you like things like Baldur's Gate, highly recommend Rogue Trader. You'll get a really good experience of the lore and the vibe. That should probably give you some of it, because again, it's the most like astute read of the 40k universe you're going to see, because a lot of the like the other media or experiences you get, like even tabletop, are very twisted and biased and focused through the lens of the story of the characters they're telling, and often very, very humanitarian, like humanity focused, which is quite frustrating actually, because it sometimes feels like basically the way they get away with it is Games Workshop put some statements saying like, but what it is propaganda for humanity, and therefore it's that. Yeah, 3-0 is likely to happen at this point. I kind of agree, unfortunately. Yeah, it's also been going for a long time. Rogue Trader is probably a really good starting point. Otherwise, Space Marine 2, if you want to play that game, that's very tight. It's a little bit... It shows the Space Marines in an incredibly positive light, which is kind of fine. They're the protagonists in that game. But it doesn't do a really good job of showing the fact that Space Marines are effectively brainwashed, you know, pseudo-human automatons that have been brainwashed into doing awful things in the name of the Imperium and murder as many humans as they do everything else. So it shows them in more of a positive light than perhaps they deserved. Though again, Titus is a cool character, and I don't think that's actually bad to have individual characters who are good, but I don't think they necessarily do a very good job of showing the overall systematic flaws of Space Marines and stuff in general. Though I grant you they've tried to make the Ultramarines a little less grey in general and made them more positive on the whole. Heresy, it's true. I am a heretic, it's true. I'm an Eldar player, I have been for years. I was a Warhammer Fantasy High Elves player and went, oh, I'll play my Space Elves then. And I did Bael'Tarn, Eldar, had a Drukhari detachment. All the elves. Hell, the Omnissiah. Well, into draft we go for game number 3. Pull this camera up and away. That'll do. See our fearless bands there. I need to turn off Sessions Diana. Give me a second. I forgot about that. That's my bad. There we go. And we'll get the audio up on here. LNG will get first pick on... No, they won't. They're going for counter pick. Okay. Banning the Jace, banning the Nocturne. Nico, Aphelios down. As is the Galio away from Bulldog. Mundo away from Monkey, who has been really, really spamming that. Could theoretically look at a Trundle. He has looked to blind pick that occasionally to mix success. Alright, LNG. Game 1, didn't get the leads as well as you wanted to. Game 2, you had the game in hand and threw it multiple times. Can you hold onto the mental edge here? Monkey with nerves of steel to help the team come back in there. Aurora first pick. Theoretically a flex. See whether it actually ends up being used that way. I worry about Bulldog's champion pool post at a certain point as well. Karma Ezreal. Just guarantee shove. Could be Caitlyn as well, I suppose. Be happy with either option on that front. You don't actually have to lock the AD carry at this point. You can see a little bit more of the draft before you consider the Caitlyn. 1xn's Ezreal is indeed sick. It's really, really good. So I wouldn't hate seeing it. Huyads! Huya! Leave me! Zoe for Bulldog. Okay. He was a big Zoe player. In fact, if I remember correctly, he was picked up in part because of his prowess on Zoe way back in the day before she fell out in meta. Once known for that. Sivir Alistair for some scaling. And WE have often won by just having better options later on in the team fights. They've drafted to survive the onslaught and come back in those mid to late stages through the 5v5 death balls relatively successfully. Misfortune Karma will be a lot of shove and team fight. The Ezreal will be double poke. And the Karma will grant you shove. So you will outrange at this point. Fairly heavily, actually. Poke comp versus team fight right now. Still waiting on junglers, still waiting on likely top laners. Though again, as the camera fries. What's the camera fries? I was going to say something else. You know, there is a word where the Aurora gets flexed. That's what I wanted to say. There we go. Reminder, folks, if you don't hit the follow button, please do follow. Makes a massive difference. I see a load of you in here. Up to game 5. Not game 5, game 3. Come on, you know you want to hit the follow button. Poke comp versus team fight comp right now. LNG going for the Zoe Ezreal.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, that's the way to play it. Getting a bit slower and maybe have a slower position.
And honestly, like LNG played 70% of that last game so well, and then just fumbled later on. It's like, again, it's the frustration points. They're going to ban out 2 of Cube's options topside against Sheer. Largely very good early on, and then struggled to get as much value from the Rumble late on the teleports, again.
Yeah, so the thing about the whole playing 70% of the game well is that they play the mechanical brawn part of the game pretty well. The whole 10, 20, 30%, how much it depends on drafts in the game state, where it comes down to decision making.
Nice done. Sorry, I'll keep going.
When it comes down to decision making around objectives, particularly in team fights later on, that's where things aren't looking as hot for them. LNG banning away 2 split pushing threats actually in Ambassador and the Yorick. That actually, with that in mind, it does mean that maybe with the Yorick ban, they're happy to put something different in terms of that top lane. Sheer goes Kennen.
Okay.
And I have to say, Sivir does not like that matchup. You can't spell shield every tick of damage.
Might be on the Alice to just headbutt them out. The other thing I'll note is, does Cube play Vladimir? We saw 369 pull that out very successfully.
So the thing is, Cube has not been... His strength is not individual laning. Cube on WE has been about team fight impact, just like we saw on the last game. He's not really been about the 1v1 in top lane, not for a long time. Anyway, potential of that Yone. Yone's mixed matchup into the Kennen 2 in terms of the side lanes. If we won't be going into that lane, the Kennen destroys him 1v1. That does mean the Aurora goes into the Kennen, and we get a Silas jungle. Stealing the Kennen ult's a bit weird, because you don't get the W from the Kennen to instantly proc the stun. Croco gets to counterpick Silas jungle.
I'm not looking at the best amount of ults the best kind of ults to steal here. Maybe just though for the Wukong, and that's an okay ult for the Silas to steal at least. But again, Kennen ult's the only one I'm looking at here going, you know what, that's really good.
I think the Wukong's a really good pick here, because the Cyclone's not fantastic for the Silas to steal either. The best one you've got is the Ezreal ult for a lot of situations. The Kennen, it is worth noting that you do get the passive stun stacking up. They did change it a little while ago. But you don't get to... So a lot of the thing about the Kennen is that you proc your ult, and because everyone gets the mark applied to them, you W, and it instantly fries everyone and pretty much stuns them with that. This Silas, I actually don't like very much. I think WE have walked into a very squishy composition against a Kennen, and a lot of lane matchups which are back and forth, which I think personally LNG are better at than WE.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, things like, say, the Zoe, you can see where the portal's going to be and potentially full send a Silas Abscond Abduct, or an Alistair, or a Yone or whatever. There's that, but I'm also aware that, like, actually, Sheer and Croco don't have to go forwards this game. They can just sit on their poke core and go, yeah, dive into a Slicing Maelstrom, dive into a Cyclone. That sounds like a lot of fun for your melee range carries. How's that going to be? And you are horribly outranged this game. Ezreal Zoe can just sit out there throwing poke onto things like the Alistair, who hates dealing with that. And then you're going to be forced to engage, and I don't know how simple that's going to be.
This is not what you call typical compositions. The front line in the engage is very limited from both sides. I mean, the Alistair typically pretty good. But the Yone is quite good there too, but it's against quite a long-range composition. The engage won't be easy. The front line's going to be even harder because everyone's very squishy and there's a lot of burst. LNG, they don't clutch this out. They don't learn how to team fight in short order. They are out. They will not be going to playoffs. They will be in Group Nirvana. Let's hear the Gyos. Chain missing from Monkey. Karis walking up, checking out Croco a little bit, but Croco will have more sustain from the jungle item. Karis has to start lane, a little bit low HP, and against a Zoe, it can be a bit of an issue. Does have second wind, does have fleet footwork as well. The Bulldog does get that passive trade onto him.
I wanted to see whether there'd be any interesting builds there. Worth noting, the Electrocute for Kennen, not an Airy or a First Strike or a Phase Rush or whatever. Wants raw lane dominance.
Yeah, that's not unseen. That's fairly okay. Bulldog going for the short Qs there, again, just trying to get the little tap damage down. Second wind, Dawn Shield have been nerfed quite heavily, so the Yone starting on lower HP, getting continually tapped down like that will hurt more than in previous years. The Yone can fall behind the Zoe, and the Zoe's even gone for Ignite. Reminder, of course, that procs her Spell Thief as well, continually getting those short-range Qs. Not the craziest damage from the short range, but still consistently hitting.
Last time I saw the Zoe as well, it was the Ignite for them in that matchup. Going for the Invade here. Okay, this could get interesting.
Has red buff. Blue buff is up and available. Croco has Smite. Monkey, what does he do? bot lane. He might go behind bot lane. That's what he's doing. Now, he's going to spot out. He spots that the blue buff's not down. They're going in, and Monkey's going behind him. Another wonderful early path from Monkey.
It's the same one. Actually overcomes the Wukong. Can they turn this around? Monkey's actually in danger now. This is a lot of turnaround. It's all gone wrong.
He flashed away for the engage. Monkey doesn't get the kill for the first time in an early game. Yeah, flashed for the combo earlier, and a snipe will take him down.
1xN starts the game 2-0, doesn't even have to blow his summoners. Croco was there this time, and Monkey tries to do a redux of last game's pathing. It goes wrong.
I mean, it's an inventive path. If they manage to combo it up in a bit of better timing, that's a tongue twister when you're working on a 12-hour day schedule. If they work it in better timing, I think that's a kill. But the flash away from the chain from missing saves his life. The kill gets too extended. I think they had to call off the play. I think as soon as they managed to get distance away from it and they'd use the Alistar combo, I don't think there was any way you were closing that down. Overinvestment from Monkey, loses flash, dies, slower jungle path. Croco gets 2 assists. 1xN gets 2 kills. He's coming back to lane with a Sheen at 3 minutes. It's a 2-minute Sheen. A 2-minute Sheen and that tier. That is disaster for WE, because we've just seen how poorly things go in terms of that laning phase, and I don't think they have the insta-win competition they had before they're even going to have their recall stop. This is a recall stop without spell shield it. Good reactions, but it doesn't stop him from cancelling that base. Cube taking that matchup topside, not bad from him. He has the Comet rather, not the electrocute.
She's actually ended up being more bully than I thought he would be here. Again, to be fair, Kennen does not enjoy matchups where he's traded onto. He tends to be liking to be the one who gets the damage down rather than being poked back. Is the reason why actually Kennen's often bad into ranged matchups.
Sivir, Alistar lane is useless. Well, the thing is, it's meant to just chill in lane, you know? The Sivir is meant to carry the Alistar through lane until the Alistar becomes more useful in teamfights. It's not crazy about kill pressure. Occasionally can do into melee support matchups. Against double range, the Alistar just realizes, look, realistically not doing that much hit. Sleep does go through. Of course, the Yone E doesn't... You can time it sometimes to cleanse off bits of... I'm actually not sure how it works nowadays, but you can't fully cleanse the CC. If the sleep hits while you're mid-E, I think it's still... The remainder of it will still hit you at the end of it. I believe so. Well, I need some Tempest enjoyers in chat to tell me how Yone and Zoe goes nowadays. Haven't seen this matchup in a hot minute. So, Sheen, obviously one of the best items in the game for the Ezreal. The poke gets really, really nasty. Yes, you do have a spell shield, but it's not exactly going to help you every time the Q comes up, because that's like a 2-second cooldown at this point of the game. It's not the easiest thing. Bulldog continuing to have pressure in mid lane. That early... Oh, even using the Ignite drops on the floor there to get some spell thieves. Proc gets an electrocute. Yeah, Zoe W, fun, fair ability. Why doesn't it have a mana cost?
Just learn to play Zoe, Alex.
Sam, I do play Zoe. I just think it's a dumbass ability, Sam. Funnily enough, Sam, I don't take issue with this shit in terms of I will play whatever, but I will still criticize champions I play. Oh, God. Yeah, Zoe in particular, just that W not having a mana cost, so you can just spam it, is just not okay. Remember when Echo ult had no mana cost as well, and people were like, oh, it's just completely fair. Hang on, Shear's getting jumped onto. Damage won't kill him, but Shear, he might actually be under threat as the wave comes in now. This is sometimes a trade you'll see where you'll use your full combo to chunk them out, so the next round of cooldowns will kill them on the dives. That means that Shear might even miss the cannon and the tower.
Yeah, that matchup's not been fun. In fairness, Shear has largely won out in these matches. Got level 6 himself now, but Cube's gone for the carry option and has done a really good job here so far.
He has, and Cube, we were saying, his laning phase is not his specialty. Monkey will spot. Kennen's not. Can he stop this? He might actually be able to stop the recall, and he does. Yeah, Kennen has to cancel the recall. He's going to lose a full wave turret. That means that he's losing out on the roll quest. He's missing out on farm. He's missing out on XP. Shear's getting a bit dumpstered in the 1v1 when we thought he was clearly the better individual laning player. But Cube in this matchup has the upper hand, handily so.
And again, part of it as well is like Shear can't afford to trade too aggressively because Croco is middle of soloing out Dragon, and early Dragon takes are not fast. Thank you all for the follows, by the way. I see you, Cryogenic, Banchero, Happy, all of you guys coming in makes a huge difference. Thank you for all the support. Yao Yao eats the focused resolve there as well, which is a little bit frustrating for them.
That full flare. God, words are just hard to think.
They are.
Follow that too. We've got those first boots coming through for Bulldog there as well. Does mean that when he gets that roll quest, we'll immediately get that completed. Easy for him to step out of some of these Yone combos too. If he can just kind of get closer in range, it kind of affects the your range of your paddle star, because you can walk further forwards as it swings back into it. Karras has the tier 2 boots as well, of course, but...
Is he thinking about the slicing maelstrom? Yes, he is. Okay, Sheer. It's not that much damage back, actually. Just get the electrocute proc, so it gets cubed half HP, but he's not going to be miles off his own between worlds,
misses the cannon, misses the cannon. That's nasty. Yeah, Cube's got about 10 seconds left on that ultimate coming up. If it'll start counting out, there you go.
Here we go, threatening it. Doesn't get that weirding.
Yeah, and again, it's just coming off the cooldown there. He'll probably look for a big combo now, but Sheer looking for another electrocute trade, I think, off cooldown.
That twofold hex finally lands, and Sheer did not enjoy that. One of the things Aurora sometimes runs into in mid lane is that she's often just about outranged by a lot of other mages. Into the cannon, her ranges are spot on.
Oh yeah, Chad did confirm this, by the way. Basically, if the sleep activates as your E is going back, you actually cleanse the sleep on the Yone. So that's important there, because most of the time Yone doesn't cleanse CC anymore. They changed that, which is, I think, a good thing. That was, again, just a dumbass ability in terms of how much value you would get from just a single regular skill. Kind of nullified a bunch of other people's kits. But yeah, I guess the Zoe still retains somewhat of that ability. It does mean you need to use the E, which can be a bit of a problem. LNG, almost 30 CS lead here in the bot lane. The wave will make it more like 20. But 1xN is very happy with his early kills going in towards another lane lead.
And you're into 4 melees and a Sivir. Your ability to potentially dance your way through these fights is quite high. There's a lot to dodge. It's worth noting in between worlds, again, is not something you're going to get to arcane shift out of too freely. But I do think it's a game where 1xN's good hands can lead to him doing a lot of good work here.
He gets caught by Silas Aurora. He still dies. Both of these teams are very fragile, and LNG have not been great at dealing with that fragility so far. Watch this here, you cleanse it back, and you actually do end up getting to walk away. That's how the Yone E works. You gotta tank that. First, Grub goes to WE.
Bulldog's got shoved, though, so he can look for a potential play. Just have to be a bit careful about portaling, because Monkey can then abscond and duck back the other way. They don't want to play the fight, though, as the bubble doesn't land on
Good
Monkey.
paddle star just before that, too, to chunk out about a quarter of Monkey's HP. Bulldog, a player who I think has largely been outvalued by Karras so far in this series, first game especially. Getting a better time of things now. 1xN will actually stop both the recalls there, because they cancel it themselves.
Yeah, eats an inner flame there. And again, just chunking out the way of 1xN, looking to keep people trapped in lane for as long as you can to get as much value out of the fact that you're just ahead.
So WE, they're probably waiting to hang tight and see if they can get a big turnaround fight again. Cube on a flank, Karras on a flank, catch out some squishy people. Missing, Bulldog get caught out. Pretty easy to finish them off. Problem is, LNG have a ton of damage to throw at you with the circles of doom of Sheer and Crocker. They throw their ults into the equation. WE are as squishy besides the Alistar.
Is that like the opposite of the Lion King?
Why?
It's the circle of doom.
Right. Yeah, it has to be like in a minor key, but don't attempt it. Don't try it.
I'm really tempted, Alex.
My musical powers have quadrupled since we last met.
No, they haven't.
Anyone who's seen a hit YouTube parody, Jedi Party, speak up now or forever hold your peace. Sheer looking for that Q does, and potentially looking for the ults.
He was looking for at least the stun there. Gets a good chunk. The twofold hex going wide. Dropped about 4 CS to make that play.
Yeah, Sheer building towards that Hextech Gunblade as well. Karras will be able to stop the recall. Not bad there. Bulldog will have to try again, as the E was used from Karras.
Indeed it is. And again, the fact that the Vamp Scepter's now in makes Sheer's life a lot easier. He's still going to be behind in this lane, but he does mean that actually as long as he gets to keep trading, it's a lot happier for him into the Aurora, who's gone towards the Rocket Belt because she is going to be outranged and outmobiled by quite a lot of people this game.
Yeah, we've seen that a fair amount into very squishy comps. Seems like the Proto Belt is the option of choice for a number of Aurora players who kind of just want to go higher burst build. This is one of the big things about the Zoe, by the way, why she occasionally got played last year. They changed their Q AoE damage. Ult is hit there from Q, gets the comment on target, but that's the only thing. Sheer happy with that.
Overcomes Monkey. There's a slicing maelstrom up, I think, by the looks of that cooldown.
Yeah, I don't like this dive. I don't like this dive.
Oh, that's pretty dicey. Monkey's going to eat a lot of damage. Doesn't quite get the kill. The turret shots being tanked. They've got to turn this around. Rocket Belt nearly gets the kill with the comet. Monkey in danger. Stunned to the turret. He needs to back away. The chain lash gets it as he flashes away from the shots.
That is a risky dive. And yes, Ezreal clips Cube, but doesn't die to it. Bulldog rushing up towards topside. Cube is on vision. Monkey trying to get a recall. Can Bulldog stop either of them? I think he's going to check the wrong bushes. It's somehow, some way, it's going to be a kill in the dive and
no way they get one back at least.
Okay, Cube dies. Good cancel on that recall by death. by Croco. So 1 for 1, and it's Cube that dies, which means he will lose probably a wave under the tower because he dies late. At that point, it would have been better for him to just die early. Didn't want to give the gold over to Sheer, of course. He's 700 gold ahead of that lane matchup. Cube, very rarely do we talk about WWE playing through top lane, especially for a carry matchup. Cube has forever been on tank duty. He has been falling behind various opponents here in the LPL top lane pool. But in this moment, he is doing very well against Sheer in a matchup which he chose to take into that cannon.
Bulldog does drop a couple plates for that move top. That gives Karis a couple hundred gold back. Quite nice for that Yone to get a hold of what gold he can early on. 1xN though, nearly got the 4th plate down here. That bot lane turret will die just by passive lane priority at this point.
LNG 1.5k ahead. Yeah, he's going to hate that. Pops the ult very early. This is the problem with that Ezreal Karma. At this point in the game, before the base damage of Karma falls off and gets outvalued by increasing magic resist per level and HP per level, so much poke means that the Alistair very rarely gets to play for free. Thank you, Sarcasm. Thank you, Sarcasm.
Oh, yeah, you're so great, aren't you? You're so good at this Twitch viewing thing.
Sleep ends up going on to Karis as he goes back to his soul there. See that Bulldog 10 CS lead, not led to a crazy lead in mid lane. Both those quests completed effectively at the same time. So only really Sheer who's been delayed in that quest, and that is important. Lower XP. He's 2 levels down his own mid laner right now. Bulldog having a much better time of things. Sheer struggling in the individual matchup.
Again, they put a lot of priority towards him. Sheer nearly outplayed tops. I couldn't quite get the turret aggro to stick on someone who was stunned for long enough. And again, once he gets the Gunblade, we'll feel a bit happier. At least it's stopped bleeding quite as much CS. But still not fantastic. Again, part of what happened mid lane as well is because Bulldog roamed and didn't get anything for it. It gave Karis quite a lot of time. Is he going to back off again? Monkey's here once more. He just knows.
He's a level up on him. He's a level up on him. If he zones him out of another wave, that's such a problem. So Missing's coming up to save that. We see mid laners have switched down towards bot lane. Of course, the role quest largely in. You can start to assign your lanes a little differently. She'll be able to clear that out. In fact, he keeps looking for a bit of a chunk there. 1xN.
Needs to potentially flash here. It does.
Not great from 1xN. Got to be careful with that. Your flash is worth an awful lot. That's going to be engaged coming through from Yao Yao.
Potential Cyclone for Cyclone trade. Monkey with that hijacked Cyclone. Looked for something, couldn't quite find it. Now back away. Nice little angle there from Monkey coming around the corner there. As 1xN was trying to poke out about on his way back into lane.
You want to call that one a typhoon? Yep. You know, funnily enough, they are separate things. It depends on where on the planet they happen, where's their thing is. Karis going to get good damage onto Bulldog, half the HP.
I once had to walk to work through a Typhoon.
Yeah, Typhoon is Pacific, I believe.
Yes. I was what I experienced in Japan.
Yeah.
I had to hold my umbrella forwards like a shield. Yeah, and I got this big dry circle on me, and everything else was sodden.
Although is Cyclone and Typhoon, it might be. I think it's different in north and southern hemisphere. Because of course they spin different ways depending on which side of the equation.
So it's Hurricane and Typhoon. I think Cyclone's just the twistery thing. I think.
Hurricane is Storm Force. Well, no, because that Hurricane. Okay, whatever.
Maybe I'm wrong. To be fair, I actually don't know.
Hey, thank you for the sub as well, there, Jethro. I appreciate you. Typhoon is Western Pacific. Good to know. But I'm pretty sure they also changed based on, and then like a monsoon isn't actually about the rotary effect. That's just about the their level of rain.
Right. Maybe it was a monsoon I had in Japan. I can't remember.
Well, Japan has plenty of them. Herald fight has been started. Monkey still has the Cyclone in inventory.
How much longer though? I don't think it's going to be around for too much more. They're going to try and jump in. Nice dodge away from 1xN, who's not going to be threatened. The knock up from what Monkey's there, he's dead.
Oh, the damage is insane. Here comes Sheer.
Oh, that's nice on the back end. That Cube's going to have to try and hop away with the Between Worlds. Croco keeps chunking onto Karis, who may well need to flash out and does. LNG brutalize the fight.
The damage at the start of that fight was intense. LNG landed a couple of skill shots from the Ezreal. I think even the Karma added in there, and of course the Zoe too. And W's HP bars completely fall apart. Sleep over the wall. They don't have an Ezreal ult to make that much of it. That's going to be a turret chunked out in mid lane. Is that going to be the full kill on it? I don't quite think so. But LNG, you can see how powerful this combo is. The question is whether they can continue doing this into late game. I think the thing which will save them this game is that W don't have the death ball advantage. If you go 5v5 in situations like this, not as simple as that last game for WE to play that front to back. Monkey doesn't end up landing those chains. The combo from Yaya not able to dunk onto 1xN in time, and it means that their engage fails, can't kill the carry.
At the very least, Karis does pick up Missing, so that he at least gets one kill back. Could have been very difficult otherwise, I think. Either way, a lot of damage. LNG up a lot of gold here. I will note with that kill, actually, Bulldog's down in CS now and in gold. That's not what I expected. I guess he's been grouping a little bit more and doesn't have the teleport.
Bulldog hasn't actually gotten here that kill participation himself. Oh, the gold is nucleated to 1x again. Yao doesn't have the ult. He could be in danger here.
Monkey's going to try and steal the Karma up to run away. He's going to get rooted up. No, this is two-shot rush. Doesn't matter as the Paddle Star claims the kill. Might try and another one over. Bulldog also is allowed to get a little bit of assist on that one as well. Mid lane about at least gets some plates. This bot lane turret will still be rushed for and claimed by LNG. Worth noting, Cube got free time top and did get that first turret. That's where a lot of this gold back from WE has come. Missing's in danger here. The shield back is good. Well, tried to rebind his soul. Doesn't quite get the kill. Hit by the bubble and doesn't have the E anymore. There's a rocket bell after.
Oh, Kara's so close, but he gives all the gold he'd earned back towards Bulldog, who went from having no kills to 2 in a very short amount of time. LNG on Soul Point. It's good damage here from About and Cube, though.
She is potentially in danger between well slicing Maelstrom hits. No one flashes away, does survive, but that mid lane turret will likely fall. They can't quite claim it. We'll tank up the turret shots to secure it.
Cube very close to killing shit. Maybe Cube can be the savior of Team WE, but LNG on Soul Point early with a composition which is not outclassed in the 5v5. It's competitive, unlike that last game into the Ornn Seraphine tank Enchanter combo. No one clipped by that ultimate on the way out. I think LNG have a much better chance of winning this game. It's much harder for WE to just say, we scale, we can at least 5v5.
And we've not really tracked it, but LNG have gotten to Soul Point uncontested. That could be a big one. I don't know how good Chemsol's going to be this game. Playing around low HP bars when it's squishy comps can be quite nice. And you've got healing and shielding power for things like the Karma, which can be okay.
Mid lane turret traded for mid lane turret. And yeah, that dragon stacking, as we were mentioning, powerful for LNG, and it gives them that extra kind of win condition into the late game. Why is it so early on the 2-item spike? The Miramana to Triforce, you expected at like 20, 21 minutes a lot of the time. 1,000 gold up on About, though. Hyper accelerated, and also the bot lane roll quest effects. It's 2, jumping onto Cube.
Did miss the bubble. Can they still get in range? They don't need it. Croco just bonks him.
Yeah, Cube gets taken down by Croco, who is much more healthy this game too. Just an ult in towards... Is that the stolen Cyclone?
I think it might be, yes.
It was the stolen... Oh, not the other thing. Oh, Maelstrom. Oh, that's another nautical storm.
I know.
You know, I confused some casters once because they're like, I always thought this was a Maelstrom. No, it's a Maelstrom. Yeah. Maelstrom is a... that's a miscanon there. That's like a... it's like a whirlpool storm on the deep sea.
Yo, by the way, yeah, Bao got that kill. That's the entire gold lead gone, by the way.
Oh my god, I didn't quite realize that there was that much gold over. I mean, it comes in.
Gold.
The slicing Maelstrom, the E connecting. Oh. This is the power of both of these team comps looking for these crazy burst plays. Both teams are very fragile. And suddenly about this Sivir, if you don't get caught by that Cannon Ultimate, if he actually gets to shred through a couple of crit auto attacks with that Sheen, the Essence Reaver, can maybe do enough damage to carry WE.
Really good from Monkey. Had to flash Rocket Bell E to get in range there, and nearly missed because of, I think it was probably a pixel or two off. So I think 1x's going to feel a bit aggrieved. I think he thought he was clear there, but wasn't, and gave up a lot of gold. That's going to be a real frustrating point.
Ulting.
This is the mid-game flaws again.
Missing, goes down. Karis gets the kill, and suddenly LNG, we were talking about this before, saying, well, you know, they're not going to get diffed in the 5v5s. That doesn't change the fact that LNG, their mid-game positioning and their decision-making has been poor. If you go back and watch the TT series, which they had, Missing died before a Baron, which opened up TT to almost take a game off of them, despite the fact that TT were much worse than, I think, than the rest of our Perseverance teams. And right here, LNG have been just outclassed in terms of decision-making from WE. Now, they have been very far ahead. The Chemtech ult, as you were saying, I don't think it wins the game for LNG, even if they do get it. And now the worry is, WE, they've showcased better decision-making, better ability to play the map and to judge where they are safe, particularly in support and jungle role. Do LNG throw another game, Sam? Because this would be a thrown game. They had another great early game lead. If LNG go out to 3 good early games into just disaster in mid-game, I don't know how they recover.
It would be so frustrating. And again, you know, things like Missing there was going to put Wolf Boost down by himself. I have a bit more sympathy for the Leona death in the last series, because at least there was like 5 people set him and it took him 20 seconds to die, and LNG were just lethargic on the response. No one bothered to come on over. But that's been an issue as well. How often have we seen LNG playing the map wide and they're not being good at collapsing back?
Because the thing about, because that Leona death is really important. The whole thing is saying, oh, it's 1v5 and it took him 20 seconds to die. The fact that it took him 20 seconds to die and no one could get to him in that time zone shows you how much LNG have been misplaying the map. Now, I'm not going to say it's all on missing, or because it has happened to Croco too, it's happened to various members. If LNG continue to give up these hang on a second, Monkey, that's not great.
He's got the Karma ult. Is that enough to keep him safe? No.
There's no
it's
Raptors.
not.
He thought maybe Raptors are over the wall. Massive mistake. He hits an E onto a minion, and now suddenly it's Monkey's turn to enter in the mid lane.
You can maybe look for something here, but not enough at all. And you just lost your jungler. Do they want to think about him? But no, it'll be Soul.
It's going to be Soul. So Monkey dies because he hits a chain onto a minion. His worst game of the series by far.
And now you're having to deal with Poke with no vision, and this is miserable. Look at the Zoe and Ezreal.
However, Harris does have the ultimate to throw in.
Gonna look for something there. Sheer, he's potentially just dead. Will just about survive for and unfortunately, Yao Yao actually also gets away with it. Unbelievable. Look at the ricochets. Flash on forward. The bubble causes him some strife. Go for the kill. Gets it. Flashes out. Karis looking for more. Unbinds his soul. Gets the kill. Will be traded back, though. And now Croco is here, and the exhaust will not stop his death. Another bubble lands, and down goes the Aurora.
The reason the fight was looking close was because Croco was taking the dragon. He comes in at full HP, and WE, their jungler who has been their player of the series, makes a crucial mistake to give over the soul for free. Neither of these teams are flawless, and you're seeing there WE, despite the fact that they'd managed to clutch through a bunch of late games up to this point, give up an important fight to LNG, which might just give them the go button with the extra stats from the Chemtech Soul to finally get themselves a win in these team fights. That is just disaster. Why would you throw it out like that?
That is a brain fade, to say the least.
Maybe he thought he wanted that so he can get himself the ultimate, steals the Karma ultimate, tries to get him that shield, doesn't save him. Massive mistake by Monkey.
Well, that one sucked. And then we come back to this play here where Shia kind of gets jumped on, and it got real scary. He managed to turn it around pretty well. Basically, Yao Yao nearly dies to begin with.
Oh, the Q
just about there.
The Q missed onto Sheer. If that Q hits from about onto Sheer, that means that... Oh, at least the ricochet hits after. But that hits there. I don't know. I wonder whether it means that he doesn't have to position to get hit by that. Bad boomerang, sadly, from him. LNG do manage to just about clutch out again after seeing that Monkey go down.
And Karis has to full send to get 1xN, who managed to flash in and hop out, having killed a bout. And again, he dies after, so they end up losing the team fight and the soul. LNG find themselves up a fairly significant portion in this game with a very significant win chance, but we've seen that a couple times.
Well, LNG's late game decision making has got them hurt a lot before. Baron could be on the table, of course. One of the problems for LNG now, there's an Elder on the table in 4 minutes, and if they haven't been fantastic around objectives and playing out them, what happens when WE see that and say, we can actually win? It's only 2,000 gold in a disadvantage. Monkey on the bot side of the map. Baron not started by LNG, though.
They want to try and jump on About, who's got no flash, but does have an ult. Can he run fast enough? Missing, speeding everyone up as well. There's a TP behind. I think About's about to die.
Well, we'll see if Aurora can come over. Sheer will get the Civ. That will be just the one. He won't be able to get out. LNG get the kill there. They invest themselves the teleport. Don't need the cannon ultimate, though, importantly.
And they can turn back to Baron without the Sivir, the 3-item Sivir, there to offer the DPS jack around the Baron.
Even with the Sivir ult, couldn't get back in position. WE were trying to push out in all lanes, try and force LNG to peel away from the Baron, and About makes a big mistake there. Inner turret will go down. I think WE realized that they can't really go towards the Baron itself. They're pushing up towards inner turrets instead, trying to de-push the map. They are going for a fight, and the Baron's going down slower than I thought it would be.
They're going to try to turn around. The damage is brutal onto Yao-Yao, who can ult, but I don't know how to keep him safe. Monkey with the stolen slicing Maelstrom, but there's Maelstroms everywhere. Bad weather at sea. Monkey goes in, really didn't enjoy that. Karis whiffs on the Fate seal. The only thing he's sealing is a letter, and it'll be saying he's resigning from this game. Bulldog looking for a potential angle. Can he find anything? No. Monkey still running away.
Monkey, I don't know if he'll be able to escape here. I think LNG, well, the Baron has somehow been stopped, Sam, and About is now back alive. The Sivir is available, and LNG, I think they see, oh, we just used a lot of our ultimates. We're not going to go towards it. LNG, even with the big fight, can't secure the objective. WE lose a lot of kills. They don't see the Baron go down. LNG, while that was happening, of course, lost the inner turret on the bot lane. They lost the wave there too, so WE, incredibly, don't give up a game-losing fight for what was mechanically not great of play around the Baron.
Medjai just got picked up for Bulldog with 10 stacks. He is really hurting now.
Monkey also used the slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah.
So he won't have that. I mean, the Cyclone might be fine for him. The Ezreal, as we said, can be quite useful as well. Monkey, it has been his worst game in the series. He has 2.5 items, though. He does have that Seekers. Perhaps that can be enough for him to make the big play, go golden in the next time the Maelstrom's available. Elder Dragon in 2 minutes. Have to keep an eye on that too. WE, the fact that the game isn't over and the gold is still within touching distance, they have this lead on AD carry and top lane, means these are playable fights somehow.
Looking to see where the monkey can come in again, but without the flash, really hard for him, I think, to access this pit in a good order.
No ultimate. They don't see the HP on the Baron. They need the Yone to teleport in. It's going down very slowly, though. LNG, their Baron damage is less than I thought it would be.
They're playing it quite slowly because I think Bulldog is trying to poke out people rather than necessarily look for play. Looking for the Abscond Duck, doesn't quite hit it. The bubble just wide as well, down to 5,000. This is now the attempted play in. Yayo goes to the Hepafol, can't find it. The turnaround Cyclone and the slicing Maelstrom. Oh, baby! But out comes the Between Worlds. Health bars from LNG, not superb, but WEs are definitely worse. Karras rebuy into Soul, eats a lot of damage from 1x, then he's got an Immortal Shield Bow. It's a triple kill to the side of this monkey in the jungle. 1xn hops over with the Arcane Shift, and we'll pick up another.
LNG's gold is just too big. Even though Sheer ends up dying in the fight, it's just not enough from WE. About didn't play that fight particularly well on the 3-item Civic, got caught by that cannon and couldn't get out, went too far forward, funneling over the engage. LNG will get themselves the Baron, and of course with the Elder coming up in 50 seconds, perhaps that'll be the next stage. The Karma ult here, stolen by Monkey. It's okay, actually, but this is a mistake from Yaya. There is just no world in which you flash in like that. He ults a little bit late, and then About funneled in to follow that misplayed engage in my mind, and gets just dunked on by Sheer on the other side.
And Croco is the one member of the team that hasn't lost their gold lead. He really hurts on this Wukong at this point. And who really deals with a very fed Wukong? Croco always builds damage, and he's got it.
It's the best game from Croco of the series so far. He's been playing very well here on the Wukong. And Monkey, for once, has been on the back foot in the jungle. 4,000 gold down.
Yeah.
LNG often lives and dies by Croco's impact, whether he knows how to start a fight. Dragon now in 10 seconds. WE, can they get a miracle steal? Do they choose to let it? Oh, they're going to teleport in. They're going to try and fight. Do they have a miracle way in? It's hard to fight back against Zoe with this. I mean, Monkey might be able to go in. He does have that. Does he have the Seekers actually to use that? Croc's going in.
Oh, they're jumping on the Yao Yao, who does get forced to ult, but that's now the Cyclone down.
It is. Yao loses his ult too, but about also low too. Croco spinning at them. Dragon not started. LNG going to pull away from it, push out mid lane, try again.
But you can also afford to play this slow right now. About
you
with
have
no
poke.
ability to come attack. You're the one with the double poke.
You do. Bulldog looking for those bubbles, not there. Karras and Monkey pushing up through bot lane. Bulldog looking for windows into the enemy jungle. But watch how Monkey and Karras are playing this. They're pushing out another angle to try and give themselves a better option to fight this. WE will actually be able to get themselves onto the Elder.
Monkey backsteps that bounce ult. Again, they don't know Karras.
They'll have the
off as
cannon
well.
ult. They're going to have the cannon ult. Cannon ult will be up and available for Monkey.
Stacking up that Q. They're going to go straight and just use this Baron and just say, look, we're just going to try and get as much chop in this mid away as they can. Croco's looking About.
Here. Doesn't have the Cyclone just yet. Good damage onto About.
Let's get a decent chunk there. We'll get a bubble.
Oh,
they're starting up the Elder. What is going on?
So now WE feel like they can go towards it. Remember, they've taken no dragons, so they kill it quicker and they take less damage from it. Yayo is out of vision, doesn't have flash, doesn't have ultimate.
Missing just got chunked, but we'll be alright. Karras, Fate Seal, doesn't land on anyone again! Between Worlds, only onto one burst. It's only onto the bloody Karma, but the Elder's still going on down. 1xn looking for some damage. The slicing mouse from the back of the pit. They're all electrocuted, and they fall to the ground. Bulldog will look to rocket belt forwards and claim another. I appreciate the attempt, WE, but there is nothing more for you to do in this game.
WE try the smoke and mirrors, but the mirror shatters and LNG punch right through it. LNG will find themselves their first victory in this series. With 3 dead, they'll be able to push in. They have 30 seconds left to Baron. That will just about fall off before they hit the Nexus, but LNG with that, I think they've finally gotten themselves their first win in the series.
Croco is 11-0-8 on this Wukong. My god, that monkey is looking to pull a journey to the west by the looks of it. Sun Wukong returning to fame here in the LPL.
It's been the best game from Croco and Bulldog of the series. Sheer, his slicing Maelstrom is important too. The Elder, you can't defend against this. Even more damage. Yayo just about living.
Oh, that damage is so disgusting. Elder screams out in vengeance for the first 2 games. Bulldog gets another. LNG do not throw in the mid-game. Will they throw at the Nexus? Surely not. Croco will help his team get another kill. 4v2. Somehow Karras and About going to try and hold on.
It's not going to help anymore. About the Elder's ticking onto him. It'll roar as well. About goes down. LNG finally gets a Nexus down and will not go out quietly. 2-1 on the board.
Surely we thought after that game 2 that the mental would be broken, that massive gold lead and the fumble after would put LNG into a spiral. It hasn't. They come back with another comp, another look, another non-standard option as well. This isn't our standard front-to-back comps and the team fight comps we've seen a lot of that is so damn strong. Very, very good stuff there.
I think the mid-jungle performing from LNG was so important. Bulldog and Croco have been diffed, I think, every single game up until this point by the opposing number. I think that Monkey and Karis have been the better mid lane and jungle so far in this series. But you see why LNG kind of live and die, not just by 1xN, who I think has been very good. I think 1xN, on the whole, has had good laning phases in every game so far. And I think even his team fights have been pretty good as well. He's tried to do what he can do within the envelope he's been given. But when Croco is online, that's when we see the best of LNG. And we didn't see that for the first 2 games. He needs to put these performances up again. And maybe, as you were saying, like that game 3, most dangerous point in the series, perhaps the momentum can shift in favor of LNG.
Oh, man. Well, what does that mean for the rest of the series, though? Who's going to have the deeper champion pools here?
Sam, we don't know that yet. These teams have played best of 3s. They haven't played best of 5s. We're getting into our game 4 drafts. Of course, we saw WE play the 5 games in the best of 5 the other day. It's the only information that we have there. Now, things which are important, I think that Yayo needs to be on Enchanters. I think he had his worst game of the series by far on the Alistair. His engages were poor. I think that around the Baron, around the Elder, there were times where perhaps he could have made more of a difference, and he couldn't clutch it out.
Well, how many enchanters left? Nami, Lulu, Seraphine, all down.
It's a good question, Sam. Maybe something like the Renata comes out.
Maybe, yeah.
Could help for them, which is, again, that halfway house. It's not a bad Rakan as well, but he needs to not be on these melee engages, I think.
Yeah. And worth noting again, there's still things like Karis' TF to consider, and at least we are seeing LNG flex around some of these muscles, and we are still getting to the point where things like the Aphelios can be a consideration. Yeah, Bulldog and 1xN did quite a lot of damage this game. What a surprise. The double poke does double poke things.
That is such a difference in damage. Now, a lot of that is poke, as you're saying. You know, a lot of that comes through, and you're just like, well, okay, it's gonna be left. Can I move this down? Ooh, the gold lead. Way! Ah, great damage there from Bulldog and 1xN as we still to work out the poke there. I don't really know what to put it here. Oh, we're gonna hide. We're hiding from you. I was hiding. Bulldog didn't even die that game, man. Mid-jungle from Bulldog Crocker is so much better than the previous games.
Yeah, I think Crocker probably ends up with MVP purely off those ridiculous options, but I think also you could make an argument for Bulldog, you can make an argument for bot lane. I think 1xN had a great game as well on the whole, with the exception of that one time getting caught mid that was a little unexpected. There you go.
I know some people talking about, well, why'd you pick the Silas into this? Yeah, I somewhat agree. And I think just Monkey didn't play it well. I mean, the Kennen ult was actually fine to steal. Even the Karma ult's fine. Like I was saying, the thing about Silas is that the broken part of your kit is actually not really your ult in a lot of games. It's actually your W, and even then, you don't get good W value this game. There's too many ranged champions. You're realistically not going to be able to burst out people that well. Silas tends to prefer heavy melee games because of that.
Yeah, and we kind of had those conversations. Did we say, like, actually, are the ults that good to steal?
Maybe it was trying to protect their Alistair. Maybe it's just trying to protect the Alistair, saying, well, if they pick it, then we're screwed.
Yeah, because that would have been bad, to be fair.
Yeah. Didn't help them though, because then you're picking something which is not useful for you. Now, there's something to be said. How much am I gaining compared to how much am I denying? And right there, didn't feel like they won that equation.
No, they did not.
Okay, I'm going to put some adverts on, folks. If you'd like to like, follow, subscribe, follow our links in chat. It makes a lot of difference to us as well. We're not paid to do this. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore, so if you'd like to support your favorite LPL streamers, it might even just be us. Think about following our links and signing for stuff like Opera GX, new gaming browser as well. Very customizable, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. I'm going to put an ad break, and then we'll get back to the next game of the series. For best, you can watch the highlights properly. Like, whoa, new channel covering the LPL? Yeah, who's this Nymaera person? Like, what's this Nymaera channel? I only know Nymaera _ Yeah, for those of you who got really weirded out by your autocomplete and stuff like that, and also the change in the profile picture, yeah, we kind of revamped. I finally got my name available on Twitch. I killed the previous owner. I took the name from their corpse. I am the one true Nymaera. You need a break for anything, Sam?
I do.
You go do that then. Sam, can I ask for another, like, Americano? Sorry.
You can.
Can you put a ton of honey in it, or just some honey in it?
I can do it. Ranged.
Thank you. So I can sit up straight here. Sit up straight when I'm talking to you. There's like a trend on TikTok right now, which is like people finding like rage bait hacks, and it's like like new rage bait tech unlocked. Whenever you're speaking with someone, to say stand up straight when I'm talking to you while they're like sitting down, and if they move at all, you win. And what's the other one? There was like, you know what? It doesn't matter what they say about you. I think you're pretty cool, just regardless of what people say about people, you know? Croco gets player of the game. Yeah, he's such a snowbally guy. Croco, LNG live and die by Croco. I'm glad he has at least one game in this series, which was good. A compliment for Pintulus. I'd sit up straight when I'm talking to you because you have my full attention. You have my respect. I'm sure you hold authority in the places where you converse with people. I'd stand up and be accounted for when I'm talking to you, Pintulus. It's how much I value you. Is reverse sweep incoming? Good question. I should probably... By the way, I just realized that we're out of milk. Probably need to order some shopping at some point. Chat, what do you think I should get in for shopping? Do you have any suggestions of what I should get in? I'm gonna get some cheese. Saying calm down to someone saying calm down to someone who's upset is the OG rage bait. It's also quite funny when they're just not upset at all. And you're like, calm down. And they're like not even angry. That can really set some people off, which I find very funny. Well, a little funny. It's a little bit, teensy bit. Okay, we have like enough eggs for days. So reverse sweep incoming. I don't think the mid game is good enough from LNG. I think realistically, I'm still really worried about what happens to LNG in mid and late game. I think it's a huge problem for them. That'll work. Oh, I'm so tired. Waking up at 6 AM every day is just not fun, folks. I'm just not a morning person. Okay. Not too long now, though. Are there any Uma players in chat? How are you looking forward to the sprint CM? It's all RNG. Do you think that in a hypothetical world, Flandre replaced Bin on BLG, would that put them on a level to compete with Gen G T1? Well, Flandre has way more teamfight impact than Bin. It might help them. I do think that Flandre is the best top laner in the LPL right now. Because even though he doesn't have a laning phase, really, he's very good at teamfight impact, and that's all you need, really, from him. He's so good at teamfight impact, it doesn't matter. No one's actually winning through laning phase from top lane right now. It's disparaged because natural sprint runners are so limited at the moment. Yeah, but then you get enough sparks and it's fine. You just need to make a sprint parent, really. Still gets shit on by Keen. I think the two best top laners in the world are Keen and Doran right now, and I think Keen is the best. Yeah, by far. I think Keen's just really, really working very well. But I think probably Flandre's the one guy that from the LPL, I'm like, maybe he'll win you a game off of teamfight with impact. Will we see Zac again in this series? Probably not. It's a rare special, I think. Did I see him play that in LDL? I feel like I saw him use that at some point. I think I'm wrong though. Oh, I'm dying here, folks. I'm dying. Oh, hey, my actual YouTube channel's got some decent viewers on it today. Nice. Yeah, stat spread is also really weird with high speed, power, and wit. I don't think it's... Yeah, basically you need to get parents for very high power, but then if you just run like 2 speed, 3 wit, if you run like Biko, Kita... well, in fact, you should probably run like either 2 speed, 1 power, 3 wit, or... Yeah, I think that's probably the way to do it. You're probably fine on the whole. Dying? Just don't. Yeah, dying? Just don't. Filthy Pheasant. That's a hell of a name. Yeah, I'm gonna get a Ezreal ult, and then it'll all be fine. Oh yeah, did you see that one clip that came out as something insight, which is it was a viewer question. If you could have any League of Legends ability in real life, what would you choose? And I said, well, anything with immediate global is kind of insane. So Soraka, Karthus go crazy. There's stuff like Twisted Fate ult, which is pretty good. I run Kita, Bakshin speed, triple wit. Rico to get stamina. I don't think you need Rico. I don't think you need Rico for sprint. I think you can just go. If you have Nishino Flower power card, you end up getting straightaway acceleration. That's not a bad card in general. Nocturnal? Yeah, just turn the lights off for everyone. Insane that game had so many kills. LNG lives to give other teams a chance back into the game. Kind of. Yeah. I feel like LNG just don't know how to play mid-late game. They don't know how to protect each other on the map when they're wandering about for vision control and stuff. ASOL will be insane ult if it scales to proper proportion. The thing is, folks, if you could have choose it in real life, why would you choose anything which kills anyone, you know? Like, I mean, Karthus ults the entire enemy team, but who do you choose those on the enemy team, man? At that point, you've just got a death note. Echo, so you can reset any mistakes. That's a fair play. Go back a couple of seconds, yeah. Echo ult's a good one. Soraka, I think, is the big one. Soraka just periodically just heal the entire world. I'll take that. Using Karthusar on all Zyra players? Damn. Yumi Zeri is still in the game for WE. Worried about Karis Monkey pool, though? Monkey still has Skarner. We might see a Skarner game coming out soon. Do you have a Skarner game in the pocket somewhere? Wait, it heals no one because humans are all our enemies? Damn! Hey, Archangel, how's it going? Kale passives, you get more powerful the more you age. That's a fair shout. I like that. That's a good one. I actually appreciate that. Kale passive. Haven't thought about that. Zac passive, obviously. Pretty good there too. TF ult represents a massive problem that you proc it and suddenly the position is that every single person on the entire planet fills your brain. You explode before you could gate. Huh. Huh. I hadn't considered that. Yeah, the Destiny part of Destiny Gate would maybe overload your brain. Okay, I would imagine it wouldn't. Because you still have to like actively see them, right? I don't know how it would work in real life, because obviously we have a third-person view in League, so. TF passive and become a trillionaire, but don't you have to kill things to use TF passive at that point? So. What if I accidentally see into Area 51? True. True. Kill bugs. Yeah, just kill ants. If you kill like an ant... If you kill an ant farm, if you just kill an ant hill, you'd get, like, billions. Yeah, if you just become an exterminator and you, like, go removing wasps or hornets' nests. Honestly, the most important thing in Uma right now is in a few weeks the Majora Ardon is coming out. Oh, is that your Oshi? Yeah, fair. Am I okay with slaughtering ants for profit? It could be something... No, what you should do is you should go join the Lionfish Extermination Corps, which are an invasive species into, like, around a lot of the American coastline. And you just go... You just go, like, cleaning up like invasive populations, and you do it that way. You know? Lionfish, I saw them on my YouTube. Yep. Spiders from the devil. Nah, spiders are chill. Spiders are chill. Oh, did I get to the roast for Xerath and Pinchulus, by the way? Did I get to them? I'm actually starting to zone out. I forget these things. Did I run ads already? I did run ads already. Nice. Not Xerath. I wish we could have like 1 million Xerath so I could farm TF passive. I feel like it's more humane. It's more useful, you know. Yeah, we've solved it. You care about me killing ants? What about Xerath's chat? Like, well, you're going towards a great... You and your other 1 million selves, Xerath, are going towards a greater good. Which is my bank account, Xerath. Oh, God. Volibear would go crazy if you were in the NBA. Yeah, you go for, like, the Volibear ult just so you could dunk. Yeah, that's gonna get you, like... You just ult from one side of the court to the other. That'd be crazy. Yeah.
There is no...
No, I know that. That's why I asked for the Americano.
So fantastic. Okay, so
So
you have
did you...
Americano?
Did you put some honey in it?
put a lot
Cool.
of honey.
I did order a shop, so we're gonna get some of that in at some point. Talking about the age-old question: if you had a ability or passive from League of Legends, what would you choose for real life? Yeah, it's all for the greater good. Gragas W? Yeah, Gragas W, just free drink on cooldown. Yeah.
Love tap, because I'll tap it real good.
That's, yeah.
Got it. How's that?
Yeah.
Chat,
Yeah.
what do we think?
Sam's
Okay.
free for Valentine's Day, everyone. Just saying. Darius R for dunking? Yeah, I just really wanted to cut someone in two on my off time. Yeah, I mean, Twisted Fatal's a good one. I think Sirakarol is probably the one I'd go for. Sam would pick Evelyn's abilities, maybe. GPW got to avoid scurvy? Yeah, just orange on cooldown. Yeah. I mean, you would imagine that Gangplank W does actually just give you an orange. You know? Gonna get Rek'Sai Burrow? No, let me just destroy the infrastructure of every city which I'm in. I'm just gonna burrow into the ground and just tear up the ground, you know? Rakan ult to become Riz Incarnate. Does deal damage when you're rizzing people though. And everyone you come into contact with is rizzed. So, be aware. I would take Teemo R and shroom up around my house. Do you want people to die when they walk up to you? Okay, we're into draft for game 3. Of course, a little bit of a different thing here because now we're getting into game 4. Game 4. That's the one I can count. I'm very good at counting. Do I put my face in the middle of the screen? Yeah, fine. Screw it. We'll put our face in the middle of the screen here. Okay, so into that draft. No, I don't like being in the middle of the screen. It's not good. But what I can do is I can do this, and then what I can do is... I found out an even better answer. Even better answer. I can put this over here. That works better. That's better. Malphite banned away. Jace is available. Jace is the big one up right now. We might see Monkey go towards Skarner. The LNG give the Jace over. There's no Vi. Nocturne's been banned. I think LNG might need to ban Jace. I don't think they have a good Jace answer here. There's also Pantheon. And Bessa banned away. Jace first pick. Jace first pick. Easy in. Now, do we see Pantheon for Crocker? That might be an easy one. Neferi for point and click dive. Misfortune, very good at shrugging off poke because you have sustain, nullifies a bit of the value from Jace, gives you a winning bot lane. Takes a champion away from a bout as well. You also plays this. Sion first pick. Stops the Jace having a front line on the other side. And they do double blind pick. They pick in the Misfortune and the Sion. WE now can counterpick both of them. Okay. WE, you're setting up for a poke comp. You don't have Ezreal or Varus. You can go Jhin. Jhin is the other poke champion in bot lane and long range CC. This one's quite easy here, I think. This is a bit of a slam dunk. And they go for that Jhin. Do they go Jhin Bard? There's no Nautilus to counter that. I think Jhin Bard's okay here for Yao Yao, and Yao Yao does get to play something Enchanter-like at that point. A ranged support would be better for him. We haven't seen the Nico. By the way, Nico is... Oh, Nico's banned. Nico's banned. Ugh, okay. I don't want to see Yao Yao on the engage. I don't want to see him on the engage. I think that might be a mistake. Yao's looking way less good on the melee supports. If they want to poke, they want to go Ziggs as well. They could do. Depends on the matchup in mid lane, of course. You can do that into a mobile mid-mage matchup. LNG, looking for the wombo combo. The Rel's good. Missing is a comfortable player of that too. It's a fine matchup into the Leona. Rel's easy there for LNG. Into the second round of bans. WE presumably ban away Pantheon, I think. Not even sure what else Crocker would play. Cube might go towards something like a Yorick if needed. He does play a lot of that. Still plays a lot of it. Renekton available too. Twisted Fade away from Karis. Of course, Sam highlighting that in the game 4th against Top Esports in that last round. Karis also has his Akali available. Comfort pick from Victor banned away from Bulldog. Mid lane champion matchups. That's what they're banning. Surprised to see WWE not ban away junglers. I think Croco is so important to LNG. Ban away his powerful champions. Anything he's got left, I think you get some really good good value. Beer's been acquired. Good for you. Lots of jungle bans so far in the Ambessa, Nocturne, Malphite, and then of course the other 6 from the series. Zarhen banned away. Stops one of the better matchups in top lane into the Sion. Now Cube probably is left with just the Renekton, really. The Renekton seems like it's the easy one. It's a double mid ban from WE. They want to get rid of Bulldog's champion pool instead. Croco could go Trundle. But Trundle doesn't feel great versus Jhin Jace. Okay versus Leona. It might have to be a Trundle angle. Croco Trundle. Is that it? That's very different. Mel's been nerfed a lot. I think that, okay, that's a hover. Syndra is okay as a blind. Oh, were you really blind picking mid lane? Maybe afraid of the long range stun. Maybe they think it's a takeaway. Can't Karis Akali now? Akali into Syndra's fine. I think Yorick Akali fits out the draft very well for WE. Akali's fine here. It's a dive threat onto the Misfortune. It's a good lane matchup into the Syndra. He's comfortable on it as well. He's one of our best Akali players in the league. And I think the Yorick is good into the Sion. Gives you the anti-tank value. And then if there's a Trundle locked in for Croco, that works well too. They lock in the Aatrox though. Maybe they're afraid of the Trundle pillar. So I think if the Trundle gets locked in here, the Aatrox at least dash backwards. Aatrox very good at cancelling out the Misfortune. Croco thinking about the Skarner. Typically a monkey special. Oh, Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is actually pretty good here, folks. Do we get a Kha'Zix? I think it's good here. It's good in the individual matchup. Is it good for the team fight? We'll talk about it. We get a Kha'Zix. We get a Kha'Zix. We get a Kha'Zix into the Jace. It can assassinate them. Now, folks, I'm not sure if you've seen a Kha'Zix the entire year so far. Forgive me if I'm wrong on that.
Is it Croco? Yes, it is.
We get ourselves a Kha'Zix for Croco. We've seen one game of it this year, anywhere in the world, and it was played in the ERLs. This is the first Kha'Zix game we've seen globally in 2026 in the top regions. We've seen one game of it in Tier 2. One game of it. This is such a different thing. Now, it wants to try and go onto these isolated assassins like the Akali, the Jace, kill them. Problem is, you can also die very easily too. You have no sustain against, you have no ability to shrug off the Jace poke. If Akali gets onto you, she kills you as well. And if you get hit by a Jhin W, say goodbye to your HP bar. I think LNG walk away with a hard to play composition with that Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
And I think on the other side, you do have Karis on the Akali. You have Monkey on Jace, the most powerful jungler on the patch. Perhaps the most powerful champion on the patch, Sam. I think LNG, because they have a difficult to play composition, may be struggling with this game.
I will also say there is no front line really outside of a Leona and a Dream for the side of WE. And I get a little nervous for them, I really do, when it comes to dealing with what could be some pretty nasty front to backs as well. You get caught by that kind of Sion Rel CC chain into the Syndra Misfortune pressing on. It'll be a dangerous state of affairs to say the least. But onto the Rift we go for what could be the final time today. I will note the CC from WE is limited. You've got Jhin, you've got Leona, and that's not bad, but everything else is quite conditional. I think Cleansers and Mikhails might become quite challenging for WE to then confirm the full assassinations after.
But you still have Aatrox Q for Misfortune cancels. If he just gets a flash, EQ, quite easy for that. Aatrox very good into Misfortune for that reason, because he has multiple. He's pretty much always got a cancel available because one of his Qs will be up. And I think that WE will be looking to, catch out the 3 squishy members, even the Rel's fairly squishy, and just dunk down on them with Karis Akali, which has been one of his best champions. Bulldog has shown quite good mastery off of the Syndra as well. Getting good Qs on target here. Doesn't get that first splinter, though.
Unfortunate for that. That's a nice double up there onto about. Keep our eyes on that. And again, you're right, Karasakali has been legendary this year. He's been one of those picks, even when he's been on poor form, he's always turned up on that champion, regardless of matchup, it feels like. I will say, though, the front line does feel significantly better for LNG this game, which is unusual. They've not really played for frontline this entire series. Karis now down to 20% HP. Could be a little bit careful of these Dark Spheres landing anymore.
Yeah, no, they have good engage, they have good frontline. The Kha'Zix doesn't really add much outside of the individual assassination threat and a better individual matchup into the Jace. I haven't seen much of the Kha'Zix this season. Like we were saying, this is the first tier 1 Kha'Zix, only the second worldwide. It was played in one game in the EBL over in the ERLs. I want to see Croco pay this off, because Croco is so important to LNG. Problem is, he doesn't have a go button this time. He's very important for the gauge of LNG and choosing those fights, and I think one of the reasons why LNG don't do very well in fights is when he doesn't feel comfortable. You could argue the same for Monkey, though. He's also not on engaged duty. That could also be problematic for WE.
Yes, it could be. Again, you can do, though, as you notice, is like really mess with people like the Jace who do not enjoy the Kha'Zix, and there's a lot of people here who potentially won't enjoy it. Even the Aatrox can have a bit of an interesting time into the Kha'Zix if you don't get your passive autos and stuff on. You don't build a lot of resists, really, as the Aatrox. Looks like the overlay died briefly there. They'll bring it back up slowly.
There's some questions about Kha'Zix builds. In these kinds of games, you're probably looking... That's a good trade from Cube. You're probably looking at Umbral Glaive first. It's a good item just now in general. And you're probably looking... Well, you can... Okay, there are a couple of schools of thoughts. You can go towards Profane Hydra, go for the kind of DPS combo, increases your clear speed as well. If you want to be utility, ward out flanks, which I think in this case you do, you probably go Umbral Glaive. You're going to get an Edge of Night either second or third. And then you're asking questions about, you know, stuff like the Ghost Blade as well for extra mobility.
Yes.
I think the Umbral Glaive will be the choice of item, though. I think in this game in particular, dealing against Akali flanks, Jace Poke, the pick combo coming out of nowhere with that Jin W landing onto him, I think that Umbral Glaive is certainly first. It's just a question of what happens after that. And of course, eventually a Cyril will come again into the build.
I kind of agree with you there. And again, when we've largely seen WE be better, I think, with the vision control on average across the game, particularly as the mid-game rolls around. Even in that Lucian game, we actually thought it was LNG, sorry, WE, with better wards around mid lane, which is not what you expect from a Lucian Nami combo that's far ahead.
So there's a thing in chat saying, well, actually, if... Well, actually, no, there's something I agree with. If LNG don't get value out of the Kha'Zix and the Jace goes untouched in the early game, Galfy pointing this out in chat, it just doesn't get value. I argue LNG, that's just what they do anyway, about flashing away, but there's a stun back, good damage onto Missing.
Take the flash and the heal there, Missing with a little bit of aftershock to work with. Will be quite happy there with that retreat. But I think that's why they had to undo the overlay, because it was showing that Missing had Spellbook, which he did not.
Oh, wrong runes. That's quite important. Lets us know things very differently. Monkey waiting to see if Croco comes around the corner. We've had very even jungle clears from them so far. Doesn't have something like a spell shield. Look, if the Jace gets a full combo onto the Kha'Zix still dies, folks. Miss Yao coming into the bot side. Don't spot Croco just yet. Sweeping into it. Croco will spot Yao.
Oh, he's got flashed away. Still hit with the Zenith Blade. He's in a lot of danger now. Does he have a leap? He does. Flash after from Monkey, and that'll be the kill. They try to get on top, and it costs an additional flash, but it's done.
Oh no, he's on vision as well. They might even be able to go and burst him out. The ward came over the wall, Missing. His recall stopped. Both AD carries were back in base, neither mid laner roaming over. WE get the early kill in the counter-pick jungle matchup against them.
That is nicely done, and that is a very good little invade there from Monkey to slide in past the vision lines and threaten. Good ward up from Yao. You can see why Croco was willing to potentially trade. That's well, the owner can't be there by themselves. That's very risky. I can have someone come up and help me. And they couldn't. Costs 2 extra flashes, but that first blood going to the Jace is a big deal. Jace snowballs very, very hard if he gets the opportunity. Early Cole now from 1xN. He's going to be building towards the Bloodthirst. And one of the other reasons you often see Misfortune into things like the Jace and the Jin is her ability to sustain through the poke. It's better than most AD carries because she's one of the very few who first items Bloodthirster. A little reminder, folks, if you haven't already, hit that follow button. Hit that like button. We love you all. Please follow us so we can see you more regularly. Oh my god, Monkey took a lot of damage. Is he just dead? Not quite. No, the Infernal Chains Croco! No! Took damage back onto Cube, but it's a reset. And now Bulldog's in danger. Does finally execute Monkey. Both junglers dead. Cube looking for more, but overcomes the Scion. It's a 1-for-1. Oh, Croco nearly had the one shot. Doesn't quite. Now it's 0-2. Does cost Cube his ultimate. And he's going to have to try and get back to lane. Dropped quite a lot of waves for that. In fact, Cube is dropping 10 CS into the Scion here for this. So, you know what? For a 1-for-1, maybe not as good as you'd like. See, the Aatrox drops in to try and pick up this and this Scuttle Crab. And actually, Monkey very, very nearly one-taps Monkey there. But knock away the Infernal Chains, make it not quite as clean as they like. But Bulldog is able to roam over and get the kill regardless. So that's kind of nice. I don't know whether there's been a shutdown already on the Jace, who did get 2 kills. Either way, Syndra getting the kill is nice. And somehow, some way, Sheer is up 15 CS on Cube and picked up. Not a play. Well, actually, the bullet time now bot lane. That's a lot of damage onto a Bout who's not enjoying that play at all. The level 6 hit earlier from the side of LNG. Sheer may be in danger, will be forced to flash. Does he have the ult? No, he doesn't quite. So Sheer to get thundered back towards Cube and crew. But now Crocker coming up. He's got the ult himself. This could get interesting. Jumping back onto Monkey. Does a fair amount of damage back. We'll still have another Void Assault to jump forwards. And we'll be able to save his top lane. A flash was blown, but nothing else. Couple ults. As expected, Ghostblade being rushed by the Jace, who does love that additional move speed. About and Yao Yao in this bot lane again, suffering to 1xN and Missing, who've been by far the best laning duo out of this series. Even with the cull discrepancy, they're not going to bother with the ward clear right now. They know it's there. They just want to get the reset timing off, and Missing's there to shield off from any potential deadly flourish interrupt. Quite astute there. Now can clear up the ward. Other things you can do, by the way, is subscribe. Not subscribe. Think about that. Who wouldn't love to subscribe to a channel as cool as Nymaera with no underscore? I think that's pretty awesome. I think you could even commit a free subscription that you get with Amazon Prime, guys. You thought about that? You know, really show the others how cool you are. Karis slides forward. Doesn't get necessarily absolutely he's looking for that. And thank you. It works. Thank you, Brocco. I appreciate you. Appreciate you all. Almost 400 viewers in here. It's really awesome, guys. Thank you for coming and supporting us today. It's very, very special. Missing will crash down. Does get hit by the Deadly Flourish. Z-Blade axes the thing. The Magma Storm after Bulldog can potentially come on over. Nice slide away from Karis, who will be donated that kill. Very good from WE. This is their best early game, really, across this series so far. 1,000 gold now for WE in the lead. And Missing just caught off vision there. Was trying to secure some walls and didn't manage to get out the Deadly Flourish. God bless Jin firing W's out in the river. The only thing is it cost them a lot. They're going to try and smite fight this one. It's won by Croco, who is going to die for this. So Karis now ends up 2-0. Croco did have flash, didn't get to use it. I think he was going to try and R-flash out. Instead, he got caught by Yao Yao's Solar Flare and so dies. So that's a little unfortunate for him. Nice idea there. Does get the dragon at least, but again, Karis being donated 2 early kills is problematic. Doesn't have the Dark Seal at least, but this Akali is now very much online. He just gets those 2 kills back to back. Jace already got the Ghostblade. Croco 0-3. Actually, Karis needs to be really afraid there's a potential ult available from the side of this Syndra. Will look to all in. Not quite. If he'd hit that W, it would have been it. Don't blame him for looking. Good God, Karis held on to his flash with nerves of steel there. I think, actually, Bulldog was trying to read the flash with that W, so Karis could be feeling very grateful he didn't do it. We'll now get that teleport back in. We'll have the ult advantage, potentially. The Ghostblade, not the Ghostblade, the Gunblade completed. Madness has occurred, Alex. So, Crocker is now 0-3. Karis is 2-0, Jace is 2-0. At the very least, the Syndra got a kill back. It was some very near plays from Crocker. That didn't quite work. Where he went in for a steal on the dragon and then tried to R-flash out and instead got hit by a no-look Solar Flare to catch him in the pit.
Croco is Croco. Croco will not change. Croco is inevitable. He's either going to carry your team or he will just insert into the sun. Yeah. He has gone for the Umbral first, but Kha'Zix is nothing without gold. If you don't have gold, if you're not a threat with damage, you do nothing. You are only a damage threat. You are, at this point, your best use is just being an Umbral Glaive wielder. That's the only thing you're bringing to this team at this level of deficit. And the Jace on the other side is one of the most easy to execute champions in the game. He could die here again.
He's gone. There's no way out. They've managed to get... This is the 3rd invade to this side of the jungle.
I've actually found out the actual use, which is giving gold over to the enemy team. So right there, you're actually in just a blood bag for WE to keep topping themselves up on that gore.
So they want to try a dive bot. This might be a little risky.
Might be, but Sam, there's no jungler coming. Bullet time's used to clear out the wave. I think they're just happy taking the extra skill shot there. Why not? Take the ultimate. WE, they are a team I trust with a lead so much more than LNG. Now, sometimes they fail to get those leads, but Monkey and his early game has been so much better at doing that. He's one of our most ambitious junglers in terms of jungle pathing. We even saw this last year where he would be able to get up into the enemy jungle very early. Monkey is one of the best junglers in the league. He is, when he's on his day. He's definitely one of the players who understands how to win a game off of early game and into those mid to late game team fights better than most across our region.
I'm a little bit frustrated by LNG, who, despite some decent lane prio here and there, have failed to really defend their jungle with good vision again. Partly, I think Bulldog not that willing to roam into the jungle so far. And that's given Karis a lot of free movement alongside Yao Yao, who's managed to link up with this Jace very, very well. Croco, understanding the mission, is still going to try and keep up with these potential steals. Should be able to Q smite this away. He has actually gone for the upgraded Reaper claws here to ensure that he can get that clear a bit faster.
Technically increases your DPS against isolated targets as well.
Everyone's roaming.
Yeah, they are. That's a lot of people coming top lane. WE are going to be here in force. Cube is not going to be isolated that well. Monkey spots the way that the Crocs are moving. Spots Croc. Oh, please don't tell me it's 0 and 5. Don't tell me it's going to be 0 and 5.
Does a decent amount of damage there. Just get over the wall. They're trying to catch up with him. Is there a public execute? Perfect execution range. Actually overcomes the rest of the team. They're still trying to trade this one out. Bulldog now coming on over.
Oh, dear God, he's 0 and 5. Croco. We said, look, WE, the LNG live and die by him. I didn't think he would be this egregious here today, but Diario misses the flash, his end blade.
Okay, well, there's that. Look, how do I put this? You're only 2,000 gold behind. You know, could be the end of the world. The problem is it's all off the fact that this poor Kha'Zix is just not a champion.
Kha'Zix is still dead. Gonna lose most of the Raptor camp there too, all the mini ones. He even smites that away.
On ult here. This could be quite bad for WE, actually. It's going to be at least a kill onto the Leona.
Sam, I was eating a Skittle. Because
yeah, no, I blanked on that. That's fair.
It's all good. Yeah, it goes down. And the thing is, I know this is going to sound weird. I actually still don't think this is good for LNG. Because they lose a Raptor camp. They lose the Scuttle Crab as well. You're losing jungle advantage again. Monkey is still so far ahead. Croco needs everything he can get. Even losing stuff like that Scuttle Crab and the Raptors is so painful for him. Monkey is very close. I would imagine he even goes Sabotage in this game. I think this is a game where you go Sabotage and you just full-on snowball. In another world, you even go something like Hubris, you know? But yeah, not in this one. Monkey is unleashed, and I think that Croco losing any more camps beyond this point just further that pain.
Yes, that will be the issue, I suspect. Karis at 3-0 is going to be a problem as well, because I don't think either side laner is going to be particularly fond of dealing with that. The dragon will now be grabbed by the side of WE. Last time LNG full sent Croco in to get the dragon. He might try it again, you know.
But they do have a bullet time over the wall.
They did that
last time.
They did that last time. He can try it. Why did he get it again?
Oh, Croco can't get kills. He'll go 0 and 6, but he does get 2 dragons for his worth.
You know what? He kind of knows what his thing is. He's going to be a problem. He's not worth any gold anymore. It's the bow strategy.
Oh, okay, we found, Sam, we're going to add a checklist to his list of things. We said that he's an Umbral Glaive wielder, he's a blood bag for the enemy, but he is also a great smite bot.
Well, that wasn't fantastic. Monkey is going to try and get this turret bot. So he has to flash, actually, because he took turret aggro.
Sheer was flashing to see if he can get the damage in. Now he doesn't have the flash to get away. Ult's in.
Bad. Monkey might die for the passive zombie. Can he get in range? I think he can. He's going to get the kill back.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't quite get in range for the Shield of Daybreak. I think it was just on cooldown. Sheer gets something. He will lose the tower. First tower will go to W. The overlay is back. We'll see that the gold lead is 1,000 over to Monkey. She's slightly better than I thought it would be, actually. But still, 1,000 gold lead in the jungle is utterly absurd. Croco, struggling to get any value at all here.
Karis is obviously 4-0-2. He should have a Dark Seal, is the only thing I'll say. If you had the Dark Seal here, you would be in a monstrous position on the account. The thing is, Croco will basically be getting most of the neutral objectives. He's died to do a lot of stuff, and in fairness to Croco, as a Kha'Zix in this position, you're just going to die a lot. Take what you can and just deal with the fact that you're going to be a bit of a weak link, but you will clear objectives and camps quite quickly.
I mean, yeah, he's got 3 objectives right now. Kind of crazy for a 0-6 jungler. Oh, Croco. What a player. And I say that both lovingly and despairingly.
Oh, someone was posting Bulldog's record in the LCK earlier as well.
Oh, God, how was that?
1 and 17, 4 and 26.
Yeah. That'll work. Croco gets... Oh, dear. Good. Please don't. He can jump away here.
Actually, out. This could be a bit interesting. Does a decent chunk back, but the curves are going to get caught. But 1x7 be forced to body block this.
He will be. At least his execute damage will be safe. I was actually... If that Gen W hit Sam, he was probably dead again. He does have Merc Treads, which helps him survive some of the CC now. Some of those CC chains will be less successful. What's happening with the rest of the map? Aatrox pushing in towards bot side. And one thing you'll notice that LNG do have a little bit of damage going towards top jungle, but they are getting pushed in all 3 lanes. So full court press from WE. That's normally LNG's thing on the other side. When you pick strong lanes, push in across the board, win through them. WE are the ones who are ahead of the game, pushing LNG back into their towers, and LNG, they're not used to playing from this position.
At least Cube's managed to recover. He was down 15 CS to the Sion earlier in the game, which is a bit ridiculous. Shouldn't really happen in the Aatrox v Sion match, because eventually, Sion from even ends up being quite a problem for the Aatrox in the side lane. Makes sense, still shoving through mid, and he's still in a good spot. He's cashing the cull. He's kind of fine here, gotten the kill. Will be fine, and again, Bulldog also farming all right, if you know what I mean. He's not ahead of curve. Karras actually ahead of the 10 CS a minute mark, so good for them. But again, it's still a decent spot to be in. Looks like he's going to go towards, I want to say with the actuator, is that Shadow Flame second? Cosmic Drive isn't out of actuator, is it?
Might be the Storm Surge as well. We've occasionally seen that. We've occasionally seen that on the Syndra's. So it could be that. Could also be that Shadow Flame as well. Nothing missing. Croco's coming out of Fog of War, trying to jump into Jin.
That's a lot of damage back. Croco can't get it. He's CC'd for forever.
He's going to jump away. Monkey needs one more auto attack. Goes into hammer form. Smites. Flash away from the Q.
Can still keep running. Bulldog's still not here, by the way. He's late to the play one more time. Damage back is good to Yao Yao. Trying to get more DPS down Cube with the ult rolling flashes for that Q3 and kind of fumbles it. Karras is TP'd in now. And good luck to actually 1xN. Flashing for the kill. Karras trying to get the kill. Ults away. The scout of the week is kind of poor. It doesn't hit Karras. The ult comes on down. Shock Blast is there. He's still invisible. Force of Will surely get the kill back. In goes Monkey. The Thundering Blow. The Deadly Flourish is wide. Cube still healing, by the way. Karras is alive.
Curtain Call is available from About. Shin needs to be careful here to body block for Bulldog. About does have it. Does he actually get the shot on target? One away. Flash outside of the range of the ultimate. And Croco will now put the Herald into mid lane. Sam, LNG are doing way better than they should do at any point here. Croco might spot out the Jin there. Won't see him isolated. Oh my god, Croco not able to find the angle. Jin did have flash. I suppose he would have been able to blow that. Nothing more.
I'm very surprised Karras got out of there alive. I think if that Scout of the Week had landed, it would have been great. Just not quite at the damaging threshold for the Syndra. Have a look again, because basically I think Monkey's seen on the vision. Who sends this? It is Yao Yao.
Yep. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say that midway through a vote or something. Good job from Monkey to go back to make sure that About isn't isolated. Goes invisible. Can't get that last auto attack. Monkey, I think at this point, Monkey actually just has to go back. Just go back to the play. He chases the Kha'Zix too far, I think. Syndra goes up to answer them. I think that if Monkey heads back towards this clump, it works out so much better. I don't think WE thought this was going to go into a full team fight so quickly. Also think a mistake from Karras to... Well, one, the E doesn't land. Then right here, I think he should have just gone out towards mid lane rather than to the clump of the other team. I think that's a mistake. Thought he could fight a lot more. I suppose he do have the Jace over the wall, but Karras... Oh my god, that is so close. The Hex Tech Gunblade healing keeps him alive. Look, in another world, Karras dies there for free. Croco.
He's still feeling it. I'll give him some credit there.
Dragon first of the game for WE here. Yeah, Croco, credit to him, he's still trying, does good damage. You know, you'd imagine if he had 2 items, he would actually be one-shotting people.
He's at least stayed even in levels. That's actually a really big deal because he's farmed well. He hasn't lost camps doing... Well, he hasn't lost that many camps at the very least. 1xN going towards the Collector into a comp that is relatively squishy and likes to play around some low HP bars.
Yeah, well, on the other side, Monkey's gone for the opportunity second, so he realizes, look, the dive threat onto him is quite low, and he does want to go for full one-shot, full poke value. Glass Cannon Jace from the jungle is very important. In fact, I would almost suggest he just... In this game, I don't think you need something like an Edge of Night. I think you can just go towards Cyrilda's and just full-on one-shot.
One turret already down, of course, down towards that bot lane. We saw that play happen. The Herald in mid didn't quite claim the turret after. Ghostblade done for Croco. Second, he wants the move speed to try and escape some of these melee people trying to claim his life. Bulldog not going to have the most fun under here, but we'll be able to clear the wave. Does get that Scout of the Week, but doesn't really have the DPS yet to threaten people.
See, that Cube's also got the Sterak's after the Thunder Sky. Very defensive build from the Aatrox. We understand why. Is that he can be just a real regen threat. As long as he's healthy enough. Hang on, Croco's jumping here. Going to try and go into Monkey, maybe.
Ooh, that's a decent chunk back. Got quite isolated. Forced to flash away, actually. You know what? You'll take that, I think, for just a jump in.
Not going to go forwards himself. Yeah, Croco, not bad, that. Good damage check.
Ult off cube as well. You'll take what you can get on that one. Remember, 1xN still doesn't have the flash, and Karis is on a flank angle in the Raptor pit.
Big thing there was getting Monkey Flash. That means that Mystic has to... I actually think 1xN's got to back off. That Karis almost in range for the ultimate to come through. The backdoor buff applied to the towers there. No minion debuff to reduce those resistances. Won't lose the mid lane turret just yet.
Sheer is actually getting quite strong here, and there's not really a good threat onto him this game.
Well, Aatrox can be at points. Realistically, I think the thing is, W just want to go beyond him. You're going to probably block the Scion ult with... Ooh, it's a little bit cheap from Yaya there, but tower does go down.
A little bit speculative, shall we say. Got a couple minutes until the dragon, so you can afford to burn the ult. They're looking for low percentage plays.
But yeah, I do think that Yaoyao's probably looking to block the ultimate just with the Eclipse. Maybe die for it. He has the Protoplasm Harness. He wants to be very tanky. That low HP, somewhat Mundo ulti. WE did deny that last Dragon's Infernal Rift. Recall used the barrier to stop that, interestingly. Really wants to be back out on the map ASAP, using the barrier to confirm it.
Yeah, I guess you got a couple minutes before it's really likely going to be necessary. We're not, I think, going to be fighting too much until the next dragon. Of course, Baron is alive. Not the fastest Baron take from WE, but you've got enough damage, I suppose. It's just Jhin and Kali not necessarily known for their ultimate in Baron damage.
I'll go over the wall. Fire Cannon rocked onto him. No Jhin W afterwards. Baron needs to be very careful in this situation. It's a 2-item. Crocker now has like Ghost Blade, so he can go invisible. He has the Gust Walker as well, so if he goes into a bush, goes invisible for the moves and speed from that too, and then pops Ghost Blade, he will get a very extended engage range. Didn't see what his second upgrade was. Might actually be the ult upgrade in this case. I wonder if that's the case to really have as much disengage as possible. Karis needs to get out of the side lane matchup. He can't actually play against the Scion here.
Uh-oh, and here comes the Arzix. I'll know what's going on there. It's the Shuriken flip. Ult. Still going to jump on top of him. He's gone. He's going to Zhonya's and die.
He'll have his ult, but the Q will be charged up.
Oh, last auto will get the kill.
Doesn't matter.
1,000 gold.
1,000 gold. Karis, you needed to get away from that matchup. Easy kill onto him. Realistically, had to tank that Scion ult early and then jump over him. I think it's a mistake for him to try and flash and dodge and glide like that away from it. Bad overextension from Karis. Gives some gold over towards LNG. Doesn't go towards Croco, but as you were saying, this side is getting fed.
Yes, he is. Scion onto this turret, and again, I think if you do come to straight front to backs, a Scion that is a Giga tank that is actually threatening the squishy members diving forwards, like the Akali and the Jace will always be at risk from this Scion if you end up in melee range of them. And Monkey, you're going to be okay here, I think.
Rocket's popping the ult.
Oh, he's going to jump. That's a lot of damage on the Monkey. I think he might just die.
No flash goes down. This is the problem. WE are the ones making the mid-game plays now, making mistakes, and Croco is making an impact. As we said, pop that ultimate, pop the Ghost Blade, Gust Walker as well. Very fast at getting out onto the map. Wonderful stuff from Croco. After an awful start, he's making an impact.
I'm not going to lie, I think Monkey 36, he had wards everywhere. They've just been cleaned out, but he could see that whole jungle. It's just that, like, as you said, Croco is so bloody quick from the bush.
This is the thing. He can see the shallow jungle, not from the deep parts of him. He's so fast. He's not expecting that damage to come out so quickly. Teleport into mid lane. They really want this mid lane turret. Croco, seeing Karis. He's not isolated right now because he's on the minions, but Croco trying to ward off that flank angle.
Can he interrupt it with a W?
If he walks in out of the brush, there would be that. He wants to get that recall, Taris does, and teleport back in. LNG fancy themselves a front-to-back team fight. 2,000 gold down. If they do get this, they get themselves an important dragon towards the rest of the game.
Mario goes in, but it's onto this Scion, who again is bloody tanky.
Hang
They
on,
jumped
jump
onto
onto Karis.
Karis, who's TV'd in. It's not great from him. Needs to try and escape. Turning back around. Bulldog is away, trying to publicly execute in. Karis taken about half by the unleashed power. Scout of the week on multiple members. Yao now low as well. Sheer doing a decent job of healing up, courtesy of things like the Jack Show. Doing very, very good work. The curtains get called. Sheer shield does a decent job there, keeping the backline, and they just killed off Missing. That's a big one. Yaya on the backline. Crocker needs to jump. Karis invisible. They go 1-for-1. Bulldog just about full. 1xN still trading. He's got a triple kill. She's trying to body block Cube, going through those Darkin blades, and my god, he's a terror.
Yeah, the Aatrox gets to roll through the back end of the team fight. Sheer makes it a 4-kill fight, but he won't win the extended trade versus the Aatrox. Cube just needs to keep swinging at it. Sheer can't secure the objective. WE lose every... Oh Oh my god, he actually might. Who's gonna win the dragon fight?
It's gonna be a smite fight over it. Darkin, he's gonna go to the Scion Soul Point, and he's still alive, by the way. Mr. Q3 finally goes down. 5 for 4, but LNG get dragon.
They get themselves infernal soul points. LNG, they pick themselves a front-to-back team fight with a tank for Sheer for the first time, and it makes all the difference. Karis, it's a bad teleport. You can't be playing like that. You know that the rest of the team is well off of you, and you can see that Karis just doesn't get the ability to play into the backline. He gets to go back to his team, but he's so low HP and his ult's down that his value is completely gone. And now you finally get to see this front-to-back kind of materialize, where LNG do get to sit behind Sheer. Even though Sheer is very, very tanky, loses a lot of HP though, things get massively complicated after that point.
Yeah, it's a good fight actually on both sides. Cube and Bout have a really good ult angles. Karis, again, not great from him. 1xN still takes a lot of people with him. And then you end up in this really weird 2v2 scenario where 1xN tries to take a Bout with him and can't quite.
And the dragon
is such a menace.
It wasn't about, makes a huge mistake. He does less as the W, gets in flash range. I mean, what is About doing here? Just back off. He had barrier.
Yeah.
He had barrier. If he clicks the barrier, they just win this for free. About huge mistake from the Jhin.
Takes the dragon. We're about to come to live and see some really interesting damage that he was there. 80 carries the top.
6,000 damage from 3 members, 5,000 just behind that from 1xN on the Misfortune, of course, the talisman player of LNG. Oh, About, if he just clicks the damn barrier key, they probably walk away with a 5 for 3 and the dragon. Huge mistake from About.
It is Shadow Flame second from Bulldog, building towards a Zhonya's third. I think that's not unwise against him. They're trying to two-man Baron. They don't know what's happening. They finally do. Can LNG get over and contest?
Well, Croco has flash, has Ghostblade. He is very quick.
They're trying to pull off it now and spot him out. Sheer in the front line, just get ulted. He's going to get jumped on, but he's bloody tanky still.
Croco's still on the flank. They don't
Karis on the flank as well.
About's going to die. About's going to die here.
He might do. What about the damage? Backing into damage. Oh my god! Monkey Croco can't quite kill him. He's been CC'd. Does go invisible. He jumps away. Does get About. Karis on the other side trying to threaten. They've lost the top lane. Croco's still running. Does miss. That shot blast still trying to ult away. He's going to die here. Yao Yao flashes to secure the kill here onto the jungler. They can look at the 4v3 rather around this Baron as Karis survived at the 1v3 on the other side.
Yeah, jungler's down. LNG do get the flank. Look, Croco is the most useful, like, 8 death Kha'Zix has ever seen. Kha'Zix is not meant to be useful when you lose this amount of gold, but he still manages to get the 3 items. I think with About dying, you can't do the Baron. As you were mentioning earlier, W, their Baron damage is a little bit sketchy. Akali and Jhin not the best at it. The Aatrox and the Jace pretty good at killing it, but you don't want to sit there while Bulldog still has ult. 1xN is around, didn't have the bullet time, used it a little earlier, but you don't want to sit there and be fish in the barrel for the double carries alive for LNG. This game has turned up to 11 very, very quickly. Reminder, folks, just rehammering these stakes. If you lose this series, you do not get playoffs. You go down into Group Nirvana, into the... there's only 2 groups next split, but you go down to the lower one, and you'll have to fight again for a chance to rise up to Group Ascend. You win this, you get playoffs, you get Ascend for next split.
Okay, so let's just do a bit of a check-in in terms of where we're at in terms of gold, in terms of map state. Monkey, Karis, very ahead. But again, the Jace is being useful, but you somewhat expect that lead. Karis is very scary, but hasn't managed to find any assassinations of late. Sheer, as a frontliner, very scary. Soul point for LNG, gold lead for WE.
Karis having the Zhonyas really changes things, though, because now it means that if he is caught out on the flank, it's quite easy for him to go into W, wait out for that next cooldown, or try and go... you press the first part of your ultimate, Zhonya's, and then use the second part because it's already charged up. You can also Zhonya's the Syndra ultimate as well. Sheer might be able to hold off the rest of the team, though, long enough to happen. It's all going to come to a head around that dragon in a minute. Baron, of course, available too. Chance of a trade. So LNG could give up the dragon and take the Baron.
We've got a little bit of time before the next set of resets come on through. We see what gets completed. There is an arm guard for Bulldog, even if it's not the full Zhonya, so there's still some of that utility there on the half item.
I think Croco was trying to... if he clears through the rest of his camps, he might get level 16 before the next big fight, but it might start now.
Yeah, they look for the Solar Flare. It's not fantastic, but that shot blast stings. Bulldog, Scout of the Week, denies the engage.
It does, and I think Syndra was walking over to try and take the Scuttle Crab, just pull it out with the W. Karis can look for the flash ult here. He can look for the flash ult. Doesn't fight the angle.
Good far-side alteration to stop that. They try and pull back Sheer, but again, he's still really bloody tanky. The shot blasts are really stinging now.
Dragon now in 30 seconds. There'll be a recall coming through from Bulldog. He'll teleport back out onto the map and regen the HP he lost. Last resets coming through from LNG. They're going to give up vision control. They're going to walk into the Jhin Jace against the vision. That's very, very difficult to play against. If anyone not named Sheer takes a shock blast, that could actually end this contest.
1xM with a bloodthirst and 3.5 items is very, very scary. He's are ironically one of the better people to tank up some of
Yeah,
this
no,
damage.
he is. Now the problem is he needs a wave to happen there. So if it happens as you're walking off the wave towards the dragon, then it doesn't matter. So the timing of that poke then matters. That's not the right target. That Monkey needs to hit someone else. Missing. Doesn't have flash to find the engage himself.
Shears a monster cube on the flank, looks for something, can't quite find it. They're trying to get the scan of the week, that's decent. The solar flare again wide. Damage onto Cube, Croco dealing with him, keeping him well out of the way, and that's actually not bad from the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, Croco's doing pretty well against that shit. That's a good bullet time onto Yao.
Just get some damage back, 1x survive with the curtains, get called Karis, goes golden, but he's so damn low. The Akali's not threatening, flash in from Cube, Croco kills Karis. That's 2,000 your gold gone. The damage from Cube though is big, missing, surviving, scattered like the weak man he is though. Monkey tries to get something, over we go, Croco leaps in, tastes the fear of a bout, and WE, despite the gold lead, it's just the early game's inverted.
I just watched Karis flash and not get in range for his ultimate, immediately die in the front line and not Zhonya's enough damage. Karis might have just thrown this late game scenario, Sam. Infernal Soul to LNG. Croco from the depths of the early game gets a kill onto Karis in that fight, and they get the Infernal Soul.
Baron, 30 seconds on Monkey, 20 on Karis, and you've got
So
to
watch this again. Watch this again. Watch what Karis does here. He's trying to get onto the backline, and he doesn't get in range for the ult. If he had a proto belt, he'd do it. Gets caught by Shear's ultimate after that point. Melee range hard to Zhonya's that, but he doesn't end up Zhonya'sing after he's in danger. Goes down to the next queue after. Karis just had an absolute faceplant.
1xN just backsteps him, they zoom in on him, and he's having a great fight on the Misfortune.
Sam, Croco just upgraded the jump midway through the fight so he could get this. Now, one of the most famous clips in League of Legends was, of course, Faker dying, getting his very first kill against Ambition, who was upgrading in front of him. Croco trying to do a bit more useful in mid-combat. Yaya caught out, does have the flash.
Is he going to be asked to burn it? The damage starting to sting from Bulldog as well, who's...
Here comes Aatrox, and if they can get the flank, that means that the sheer Aatrox... Hang on a second, here comes Cube.
They were trying to get on top of that. 1xN survives for 9's taught, and the Infernal Chain still gets pulled back. Monkey looking for the Q, can't find it. The bullet time!
They tried to cancel it with the Aatrox Cube, but they didn't have everyone in position. WE are falling apart in the team fight.
For that decimating smash, missing goes in and mounts up, gets popped by the fourth shot, but will take another with him. They've lost the jungler. It's a triple to 1xN. They can keep hunting for more.
We're going to 5, Sam. We're going to 5. The Aatrox and the Jace are dead. 50 seconds on them. I think Sheer can just body block the Jhin ult if they try and wave clear with it. I think, well, it would be the Jhin ult. He can body block it.
You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. Inhibitor now under siege. Repeat that so many times. Will they take the inhibitor and more? LNG a little bit passive and attempting to shove before. Can look to go in. Karis still threatening on the side. Level 17. Gets stunned. Decimating smash. Forced to Shuriken flip away. Next turret one down. 20 seconds on Monkey. Yao now up.
I think actually the wave has just about died. Here comes the curtain call.
Yao gets him. Bulldog in danger. Karis into the back line. Karis killing them all. Dies for it. Yao in danger. 1xN still trading with them. Make it rain. Hop on forward for Croco. He leaps in and they'll manage to get up, but 1xN is dead. They lose 2.
They lose 2 and Monkey and Cube are respawning. LNG, I thought they'd found the winning angle, but they do die at the Nexus. Croco does manage to get the kill onto About to stop the full slingshot back, but I do wonder now whether WE feel like with Monkey and Cube they could go towards something like that Baron. I think they might try to. Cube's gonna recall in that jungle there. Or rather, that's gonna be Croco doing so. What do WE do? What is the plan? They say, okay, fuck it, we can't go towards that Baron. Even with Croco alive, it's just too dangerous, I suppose. Yeah. WE are starting to flounder. We were thinking this was where LNG was starting to fall apart. Cube had an awful last team fight, teleported back in and tried to cancel 1xN, who immediately turned around on a bullet time. 12 kills in the Misfortune. Clearing out vision now around the Baron, but it won't be a start.
He's making some decisions about what items. Decided GA is the way forward. I think actually it's pretty good. Denies the reset on the Aatrox. Denies Akali some easy value when she looks for the ult, who has just picked up a death cap. I'll note. Karis still, despite some fumbles in the last few minutes, still very, very scary. 3,500 gold ahead. This Akali can still win you the game. He's jumping onto bloody Akali, is he sure? Does a lot of damage back. Oh, he's dead. Flash away!
He misses. The ultimate is flashed away from, but Karis, you just talked about the death cap, comes up tops. The happy hat takes down and squishes the bug. Croco, in some ways the hero and the villain of this game, goes down at such an important moment. The jungler's dead and Baron's alive.
Oh, LNG, you got soul, you come back. This is surely not the way. Well, it'll be very on brand.
Celestial opposition. Broken on missing. WE, do you think that you can go for this? There is a very powerful bullet time on the other side. Karis does not have his ultimates.
Gets interrupted in the middle of the Shuriken flip. Baron is going down. It's not the fastest. LNG have sheer tag, but no one else.
Yeah, there's no smite on LNG. It's going to come down to a bullet time. 1xN, what have you got, Mr. AD Carry?
Do they care? Do they want to play for Elder in them 2 minutes instead?
They don't want to die for it. They don't want to die for it. I think maybe Sheer could have tried to block the Aatrox and try and keep that bullet time in the conversation. They choose not to. Choose to fight again another day.
Oh my days, what a bizarre game. What a bizarre game. Misfortune is such a monstrous, but 12 kills for 1xN. He's been trying.
Now, don't walk away from this series or this game thinking that 1xN was not trying his absolute best. Bulldog, even though he's down a lot of gold, I would argue has been more useful than Karis in most of these fights, who has struggled to navigate past the Rel and the Syndra, and of course try and get his way past that Scion. WE. The thing about the Dragon coming up in a minute is that I think WE will have good vision control for it. I say that Kaz might look for another one-shot onto the Kali. They're both alone on the bot side of the map. Crocker lost the last time. They played against each other.
Changes anything, does it? It'd still be the same. Oh my god, hang on, that could be Cube.
Could be Cube. It's level 19. Not sure about that. Also has the Endless Hunger for the extra healing as well. He is very much behind them. What angle can he choose? Who does he think he can go towards? Karis just used that E. Goes back towards the lane. Teleport in from Scion, joining his team to be the front line.
We're just choosing his moment to go. The double reset Monkey needs to body block, be body blocked rather. Again, doesn't really hurt the Scion in any meaningful way, does this?
Scion has 1,600 stacks, so he's so tanky. They're look, Croco's playing the long game. It doesn't matter where he's at. He just needs to find that one miracle bit of that. Croco very nearly lost this game by himself. He could very nearly win it by himself.
Look at the flank now. Monkey doesn't know. They have no idea. They're
One
looking
shot.
now.
He's spotting it. He's jumping onto them.
Oh my god, About's in danger! From behind comes Croco. About surviving with a massive barrier. Doesn't go down. They don't get the kill. Finally carries to the backline. Scout of the week. The curtains are called. Golden. Everybody's falling down. Trying to get as much as they can. Sheer trying to body block for 1xN, but he's immediately executed. Karis finally has a fight where he gets to play. And the execution of LNG is confirmed.
Croco tries for the miracle flank and instead finds himself, much like the start of the game, the villain, the oh-so-small grasshopper, crushed under heel of WE. They're going to walk towards the bot lane. Does this mean the end of the game? Sam, I think it does. I think Sheer needs to find a way to recall, but it's just going to be stopped time after time.
Missing's back up. We've got 20 seconds on Croco. Maybe that's something. It's just not going to matter. The shield, locket plus barrier was an obscene amount of shielding.
Trying to get some CC. The turrets are falling. LNG, we bid thee farewell.
It was so damn close, but in the end, LNG can't confirm the comeback. And despite some magnificently entertaining games, it is WE that managed to ride the roller coaster and come out in one piece.
LNG, we thought perhaps a sweep could be on our hands. They don't even make it to that 5th game, but they gave it their all in games 3 and 4. WE far better in the late game team fights across the average on the series. LNG will be kicking themselves. Now, this is a team which we thought were very strong coming out of Ascend from that particularly from that series versus Top Esports. WE wholly deserved this playoffs. LNG, perhaps they'll feel like they deserved a shot against IG instead. Goddamn, why do we have to go against WE, this team which turned up largely very well today? You've got to feel for 1xN the side of LNG. This guy has been an absolute hero. LNG will be playing in Nirvana next split. And I don't know, Sam, whether they'll keep 1xN. I think a top team should immediately look at this AD carry going into split 2.
There's very little more this guy can do. And in fairness, actually, LNG early lanes were strong. We saw really good winning states. Game 2 was winnable. Game 1 was a decent lead for them as well. It's tough, and I think LNG, part of it, I think, will be lack of experience against these Ascend teams. I doubt they'll have gotten that much scrim time there, and you can see what the potential of this team of LNG is if they can just figure out what they are doing. Thank you for the gift, Submarsu. Appreciate you being here and having some cool conversations with us today.
Okay. So as far as I'm aware, we are getting playoff selection after this.
Oh.
So we can stick around and see what our first round of playoffs is. So stick around if you'd like to know what our first round of playoffs will look like. So we have our 8 teams confirmed. We've got our top 6 teams from Group Ascend, and then of course our remaining 2 coming through. Sorry, our remaining 3 coming through from the rest of the bracket. Thank you so much again for those gift subs that we really appreciate there as well. And the extra sub as well. well, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If anybody else hasn't hit the follow button on Twitch, make sure you do, or YouTube for that matter. Please do so. It makes a huge amount of difference. It means you'll be here the next time. You don't have to go looking for twitch.tv/Nymaera with no underscore. Or, of course, you can help out in other ways. We've already had a load of people come and help us with Opera GX. We're only 11 days into the month. We've already picked up 55 new users, which makes a huge difference to us. I'll slow down my speech a bit. I'm quite excited after that game. If you type in Opera GX into Twitch chat, and I think the code will get copied across by Nymaera here into the YouTube chat as well, you will find out that you can basically click on the link and download a really cool browser that's based on Chromium. So if you're used to Google Chrome, very similar there. You get to keep your extensions even. But the additional benefit is it's just much more efficient, guys, and much more customizable. Like, it's just a better version. So why not consider upgrading rather than dealing with the horrible memory leak that Google Chrome always has?
We're going to be waiting for the playoff draw now. Frag, is it happening on stream? Do you know if it's happening on stream, Frag? Because we'll stick around for it if it is. Congrats on removing an underscore. Yes, really plagued me for years. You know, I had to battle the last user for it. I defeated them in honorable combat. And I took my name from their corpse. Yeah. So apparently it's happening on stream.
Nice.
Feel free to stick around. Feel free to not. You can do what you want, really. Do you need to get off camera for a bit?
I am actually feeling slightly faint, so
Yeah,
I
you
might
gotta
do that. Are you going to be all right?
Yeah,
Because otherwise I'll do it. Otherwise,
no,
it's fine.
I'm chill. We'll stick around, folks, and we'll wait for the playoffs draw show. I guess they'll do some interviews, do player of the game, and then we'll have the draw show afterwards. So probably stick around for like another 15 minutes. I'm shopping through there.
Fantastic.
There are two frozen pizzas if you need one of them.
We've got food in the rice cooker. I put the remains of the yakadon for us, so I'll come get that for you as well.
Nice, cool.
I'll
Appreciate
take my
it.
chair out while I'm at it.
Cool. Nice. Okay, so we're waiting for the playoff draw show, folks. That'll be coming next.
Slide this out of here.
Yeah, let me put some text on screen for that. Actually, where's my text? Okay. So we're gonna have ourselves a thingamabob. So we've got an interview coming up, of course, this one.
胜利为大家邀请到大一选手的 Monkey 来接受
Oh
采
wow,
访，
my
跟各位
CPU
选手
is
打声
really
招呼吧。
Hey, appreciate you, Marcy. Wait, did you stub yourself? I will get Hydro Energy, thank
必
you.
须要先问一下，最后
Okay.
一局你们很大优势的情况之下，对面接连抢龙，但是最后你们还是凭借一波团战获得了胜利。整个这局比赛的心路历程是怎么样的呢？
就一开始5分钟上完团了，就觉得这把会赢得很轻松嘛。
What a series, though. That was fantastic. Thank you so much, Marcy. You're very, very kind. We appreciate
对我们
you.
的心态还是有点影响的吧，我们就是可能稍微乱了一点。然后但是后续我们阵容哪怕让一个火龙魂，我觉得我们
I will posture. Okay, fine, I can do that as well. Will you be having LCK while LPL's on break? I honestly need a... Well, I don't have LCK co-streaming rights for one, and two, I also need... I will be streaming some stuff. I'm just not sure I'll be streaming LCK. I don't have LCK co-streaming rights. I can ask. I don't know who I do ask for that, though.
所有 WE 的工作人员都很激动，因为其实我们不看比赛，在后台
Sure.
都能听到你们的休息室一直在发出那种山呼海啸般的欢呼声，相信这是对于你们所有人的一个胜利。现在拿下胜
needed that sugar
利，
rush.
拿到了最后一张通往淘汰赛的门票，现在是什么样的心情？是不是有着不一样的意义？
就很激动，很开心。然后
What the heck is that thing? Is that the... Anyway, what is that?
没有想到今天会赢得这么轻松吧。
Oh, it's a hype train. Right. Okay, I got it.
今天场上我觉得每个队友发挥的都很好。就是
No, Peanut. They've already qualified.
我们团战各种方面的都找补回来了，然后或者说我们团战没打好的时候，我们也能从打团啊，或者说就是对线啊找到机会，就边线都能找到机会嘛。我觉得每个人都很棒今天。
是的，每个人都很棒，但其实我觉得可能这一段时间对于西安 WE 来讲，并不是一段很顺利的时候，因为
Yeah, so basically we have 4 teams through from this bracket because we've determined our 4 teams that are going to qualify to play. So we have Top Esports, NIP, IG, and WE. So 4 teams which came through. I kind of forgot about NIP briefly.
整个这段时间，队伍着重在哪些部分进行一些改进、进行准备呢？
就是主要方面是 BP 心态方面，就是 BP 的话。 因为我们很多英雄可能就是一直在玩，然后对面都有防备，然后我们就一直在聊 BP，就是聊了很久的 BP，然后就是各种从 BP 上取得优势啊，对线啊、团战啊，就主要是这方面吧。
那除了 BP， 我还想聊一下 Monkey 选手一些个人的打法风格。我觉得你有一种很特别的魔力，就比如说第一局你的皇子其实是0-3的开局，但你真的就是一波团，硬生生把这个 KDA 打成了6-4-16，最后斩获 MVP。
So yeah, we should get our draws first soon. Any guesses on which 2 LPL teams will make it to first stand? Just AL, BLG? I think it's AL. I think third seed could actually be all over the place. I mean, it depends if JDG mental boom or not, because I think that JDG's jungle support are quite bad when they fall apart. Like, Junger, if he doesn't get an early start, like an early level 1 lead is a really big problem, and Vampire's not very good at vision control. He's not very good at playing when he's soul engage, when Junger falls off. So basically, I think if JDG don't get a good read against BLG in the early game, I think there could be an issue there. But they're better at teamfighting than BLG. They're a better teamfighting team, and I think that, yeah, I think that there's a threat that JDG beat them. Weibo potentially could upset some teams too. There's a chance that Weibo makes it. Today was really fun. Yeah, the Durian diff was fantastic. What do you mean we saw a Rammus support?
对线没处理好啊，导致对面优势很大。我也相信我们的打团是能打赢的。
Okay, so basically, so let's have what happens in the draw show is effectively teams pick their opponents, I believe. So we're gonna have anyone's legend get to choose their opponent. I presume they choose IG. I think IG just can't beat anyone's legend. And then BLG, who do they choose? NIP, I guess. Yeah, I think BLG choose NIP, not top esports. Then Weibo would choose me in top esports and WE. I guess they choose WE, and then JDG top esports to be our last matchup. I think that'll be my eye for it. Hey, thanks, Gaffy. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, I would imagine, folks, we get AL, IG. I reckon we get BLG, NIP, maybe WE. Then I think we get Weibo versus the remainder into JDG top esports. I don't think you pick top esports. Top esports is the best one of the remaining teams.
有什么想要对所有支持你们的朋友们说的话呢？同时也是过跨年了嘛，给大家拜个年。
就是大家新年快乐嘛，然后在临近年前的这个时间点还能来看我们比赛，就非常感谢大家吧。然后注意保暖吧，天气有点凉，别着凉了。
I'm tired as hell, folks. I'm gonna take a couple of days off. I'm gonna go see Angie for Valentine's Day, and that's gonna be cool as well. I'll be streaming a little bit over the next few days, maybe. I might do a short stream on a better time for me. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe the day after. What day is it today? Wednesday? Maybe I'll stream a little bit on Friday, like Friday afternoon. Wait, no, yeah, no, I'm going down on Friday. So I might stream before I go down on Friday. I think I take tomorrow off. I'll stream a little bit on Friday, maybe. I'll stream one of the next 2 days, and then I'm off from Friday evening through to Tuesday, and then I'm back on Wednesday. So I'll stream back again on Wednesday. Yeah, that's probably my schedule. Let's go on to the chill music. I'll take that off. Whoa! This is the final stream before Lunar New Year. Yeah, it is. Yeah, so we've determined we've determined our teams. Oh my god, you couldn't ask much more for 1xN, could you? 1xN really tried his best. Fuck, I feel so bad for him. You doing that with the cameras? You will do that with we'll do that with the camera each time. Whoa. Whoa. Oh god, it makes me laugh. Gotta entertain gotta bring my own entertainment sometimes. What a ridiculous game. I actually think Karis had a pretty bad mid game considering how fed he got. The team fights were difficult. He was playing into, you know, decent CC. A Kha'Zix that could actually duel him on a side of the fight. And then also the Scion, which is blocking off one access route as well. Croco had prepared Rammus for game 5, but we got robbed. Rammus jungle is... Well, it only depends. I only care if he has the Durian diff. Yeah, I might stream tomorrow or the day after. I'll see. I'll just do a short stream because I want to keep the channel live, you know? Sam's going to ask for LCK stuff. Yeah, I guess, I mean, I could just chill and watch LCK for the next couple of... When's LCK actually playing? Is it playing the next couple of days? It is, okay. I mean, if I can get them, then it'd be really cool to do BFX, DNS, and DK DRX. The only problem with the LCK co-stream rest is I don't know if they have, like, a minimum amount of games that you need to do. Because if they do, I obviously, like, LPL takes priority. Starting tomorrow, okay, right. Yeah, because basically, if I can only do a certain amount... if I have to do LPL, right, I have to do a certain amount of LCK to keep co-stream rest. Because that's what happens with LPL. You have to stream at least a certain amount of games a day. Not a day, a certain amount of games a week. So if you only stream, like, one series a week from LPL, you can't do it. LPL has 14 best of 5 in the same amount of time as LEC has their playoffs. What? That's absurd. I guess we're... thank you, Sango, for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, the LCS and LEC just aren't playing enough games. They're just not playing enough games. This is... You can say it as many ways as you want. We say it over the years. The Western regions don't play enough games. Now, I think one of the problems is that one of the problems leading to that is that we don't have as many broadcast days, and I don't think there's that much money in the broadcast right now, which makes it harder to pay for more broadcast days. But, yeah. It does suck to see, like, our teams play a third of the games, even at the top end, compared to top teams. Oh, thank you, Sam. You're fucking scholar.
There you go.
Let's see the food I got. Sam made some oyakodon. Look at that, man. Scran. That's like, it's basically like fried rice with egg on top of it. But that's nice to say. It's very cool. Oh, I needed that. That's really good. Okay, player of the game. I don't know if I agree with that. Wait, do I? Maybe it is. Do I agree with that? Alex and Sam, what do you think? Is LR gone? Unless Riot picks up the phone and just changes the script. Yeah. I think LR won't do anything without external intervention. I think it's run its course. So actually something that came up on Summoning Insight yesterday was, because a viewer question was really on point with this. I actually think, because LCS has a partner team, I think LCS should try and get Lost Returns. I think LCS should just say, screw it. Get them in as a partner team. I don't know what would happen in terms of, like... Yeah, Monkey player of the match, absolutely understood. Yeah. How did WE win game 4? Because eventually, it came down to, like, Elder, basically. They got Infernal Soul, but it came down to Elder. LR brings so many viewers, it'd be so good for health of any league. I mean, as long as it's sustainable, right? Because the question is, you know, does that viewership last long term? Because, you know, we said the same about Karmine Core and MKOI. Oh, this feels so long ago in game 1. This feels so long ago. God. They need to change the roster to be roster compliant, unless the rules change. You know, what happens next year? Because we got the refresh on League next. What happens if LCS just says, look, we're doing away with import slots? Because we're going to do away with import slots. Anyone can play anywhere. Let's play for full content teams. What happens if that happens to LCS? For next year. This is just me spitballing. I haven't heard anything. But if they do that and they get Lost Returns in, just make LCS an international league. That's something that LCS owners had angled for before. There was a rumor about that. I think, yeah, I think that there was a rumor that either on Sheep Esports or on one of the podcasts or whatever, that LCS was trying to become an international league. There is a chance that you get that for next year. I mean, the scripts would have to change. There would have to be some big changes on Riot's end, and I don't know what their decision-making would be, though. Is LEC spot still worth 20 million? I'm actually not sure. I haven't checked up on that in a while, but obviously it's still a lot. This is really good. Sam really outdid himself for this. Or LR could merge with another org. I think that Lost Returns Red Bull. Like the Red Bull returns. That'd be kind of crazy. But the problem is, you know, yeah, the problem is how do you keep up the momentum? Because the reason why this was hype is that we had a whole year of content around them that was doing really, really well. You meant that about things. I think that, yeah, I think that I guess maybe maybe like another LEC org just merges with them, but then at that point they'd give up control of the project, I guess. You can make the argument that because Casual co-streams, you aren't missing much viewership from losing LM. A lot of people said that they were only watching for that team, so I'm not sure about that. What's my adverts looking like? Have we put adverts on? Okay, I'm gonna put some adverts on now. Let LR take OMG's spot. Yeah, get him in LPL, folks. Yeah, get our viewership up here. I guess we're still waiting for the. We gotta still wait for the playoff draw. Instead of OMG, have OMR. Oh my rat, maybe. I saw Caedrel's viewers going from like 250k. Yeah, he was getting well over 200. It was insane numbers. You know, this project has been insane from him.
Monkey player of the match? Absolutely.
Yeah, saying that. I actually think an outside angle is LCS becomes an international tournament, like an international league, and they invite last returns next year. You know, if they're going to change things anyway.
Yeah.
Just change the league, basically. If they already have a guest, or like say that there's an international guest slot, that the guest slot is international. Do you have the partner teams, and then you have the international guest slot?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, screw it. Riot make the rules. They can change it for, as long as it's like not screwing over teams. You do it at the change of a season, so you're not planning a whole year around changed rules. Oh, this was such a crazy game. Was this game one? What an insane series, man. Jokes aside, I have a feeling LEC teams got overall a bit better compared to last year. I think that's what the other teams are saying too. I think that the top end is worse. I think that the actual depth of the region is strong. I think the bottom teams in LEC are stronger than they were. The bottom teams are definitely stronger than they were. Not sure about the whole of the league. And they are best of ones. Yeah, they're best of ones. I feel what you say, but with the new meta of co-streams, it's hard to get back to 2015 to 2019 numbers. Yeah, and I think that stuff like the failure of the LoL Esports website really hurts them too, because LoL Esports used to be very, very good at directing people to any game across LoL Esports. I think it was a huge own goal, really, to basically just unnecessary to let the LoL Esports website just fall into disrepair. And I think it's because they were planning on having their own like broadcasting system, right, where they had like this whole broadcasting platform to compete with Twitch. And I think that basically letting LoL Esports become defunct and just not a useful website has really hurt their ability to drag audiences onto any product that they have. You know, it's much harder now for them to have a collated site. What Caedrel does is basically become the main channel for any good esport game and league. That's the big thing about Caedrel, is that you turn into a stream, you know, you're watching the best League of Legends that's happening at that moment. That is a genuinely very important thing. But LoL Esports used to have the whole array of everything being played. That's how I used to watch LGL. That's how I used to watch LMS as well. You know, even though I wasn't catching. Oh, here with the draw shadow. There we go.
Hello， 各位亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎回来！
Hey,
这里是
Golem.
2026英雄联盟职业联赛第一赛段选队仪式的直播现场，召唤师们晚上好，我是夏安。
So basically, we're gonna get the team captains, like choosing teams.
骑士之路3天的比赛刚刚告一段落，我们淘汰赛晋级的8支队伍也是正式全面出炉，同时也要恭喜我们的8支战队，恭喜各位进入到我们淘汰赛的征途当中。那等一下我们8支战队的队长
It's gotta feel so bad for fucking LNG to miss out on this, man.
那在此之前，也让我们有请我们淘汰赛参与8支战队的队长来跟召唤师们打声招呼吧，好吗？
Like I said, I think realistically, the only difference will be whether a team chooses to face NIP or WE. That'll be the difference.
WBG、北京 JDG， 以及从骑士之路一路打进淘汰赛的滔博、深圳 NIP、IG 以及西安 WE， 恭喜各位！好，也欢迎各位队长。那我们为了让大家能够更好的了解彼此，同时给大家一点小小思考的时间来决定我们淘汰赛最终的对阵和选人，我们首先和大家回顾一下
Alex, we need a jersey tier list. Hey, I'm down with that.
情况。那我们也为大家准备了一些问题。我们的8位队长，大家的身后也有小小的题板。
I think anyone's legend pick
问题后
IG.
把自己心中的答案
Oh,
写到我们的题板
so they have a
上
whiteboard to
一起
choose the
参与
team.
我们的回答。虽然回答对了，我们没有其他的奖励，但是会得到
So they're gonna go down the line. Well, hang on. Why do they have a whiteboard for all of them
没
then?
问
So that
题，
doesn't
而
make
且
sense.
所有弹幕前的我们观看的召唤师们也可以一起参与进来。
还有咱们的2路主播，对吧？一起
没错，
答题。
一起答题。刚才我们看了一下，这的确是有点难度。
Can anyone translate?
没答上来几个。
Fraggy, you around?
巧了，我们来看一下我们的队
Any
长
Mandarin speakers?
答题情况如何？那我们毛毛有请展示我们的。
But you wouldn't need to choose. You wouldn't need whiteboards for the other teams, right?
方大家看不清，我给大家举起来。
是的，第一赛。
Because only the top 4 teams would need to do that. Do you speak Mandarin? Can you tell what they're saying?
是什么 ？A B C D E 代表
Wait, are they doing a quiz?
中下辅。
可以在我们的题板上作答哦。
大家可以互相看一下回答。
以你们对比赛的记忆。
This better be just for fun. Don't tell me we're doing a pop quiz for playoff selection.
我们也有在讨论呢。
我问一下老宋啊，就以你的第一感觉，你觉得哪个位置是最多的？这个赛季。
Yeah, the microphone quality's not been fantastic.
所有的比赛，对吗？嗯。
We have a game show before playoffs draw. Okay.
你不选中
Fine.
那你觉得哪个位置？打野位吗？为什么？
This Chinese edition of The Bachelor, that's the one. Yep. Yeah, we should actually just pop quiz for side selection from now on.
等级，那我问一下，刚刚得胜的打野选手还拿下了 POM， 你觉得是哪个位置？
我也觉得是打野。
我必须要发表一下，我偷偷看到我身边这3位的答案一致。
Oh, which role got most MVPs?
他的回答有些
So they're asking the question, which role had most MVPs?
我选的 C。
选的 C 中路，为什么？
感觉每个赛季中路的 MVP 都挺多的。
I think it's jungle.
主要是聚焦
Maybe
在中
jungle?
野当中，有人有其他的选项吗？
有没有别的位置的？
Might be AD carry.
只能是这2位置。那
Might be AD carry because Gala and Jachi have popped off.
你看，中路都是 B。
I think it might be AD carry.
全选的打野，然后其他位置全选的中路。
叫什么？中路认可打野。
So with most of the players on stage are mid laners, but I do think it's AD carry.
好。 那公布一下我们的答案。
So it's A, B, C, D, E are all the different roles. It was jungle. Okay. Jungle had the most MVPs of the split.
一共33次。
那我想问一下那个 Gala 啊，就是都说这个版本啊是上路和 AD 当大哥的版本。那为什么还是中野你觉得优先级最高的？
前期节奏应该还是要看中野吧。
前期节奏还是太看中野了。
那也没问题。确实，而且我们给 MVP 很多时候前面谁能带动起节奏，就会把 MVP 给到谁，对吧？好，那我们接下来开始我们的第2题。
OK， 那我们来到我们今天的第2题哦，把这题板我先放边上了。
好，
来，各位队长，请看题。
第1赛段常规赛。
So what's this question? Obviously, we see the team names being missed. The LGW top piece was AR.
是总人头数除以比赛时长。拿错了，有点小尴尬，没关系。
This is a white year Pinsless, I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, no.
对，血腥程度最高的
Not sure.
队伍。4个选项都在啊。 A BLG B 西安 WE C 滔博 D AL。
The team with the highest kill count. Oh, highest kill count.
那觉得简单的先
简单的，你来一个回答呢？是你觉得是哪个
I actually think it's
为什么？
总感觉。
就感觉。
就凭刚才看完那场 BO5有这种感觉是吗？
我问一下虎哥，
BLG have gone to 3 games more, but that doesn't necessarily help.
看那个
So it's basically kills per match time. Hey, Armo, oh my god, see. This one I'm not sure on. So who has the highest bloodshed in each game? The most kills per game? Or like the like aggression rate? Why did it become a variety show? No idea, no. I don't think it's WE. I don't think it's WE.
我的人头，包括说可能被击杀的人头都算在里面，是吧？这个血腥程度。
哎，但之前都说就是 BLG 也是爱打架的队伍。
没错。
你觉得你们队伍如果评血腥程度，这个赛季能评第几？
I think it's top esports. I think it's top esports. I think they fight in lane so much. I think they skirmish so much. I think it's top esports. Because remember Jachi getting millions of kills but also dying millions of times? I think it's top esports. Yeah, so it's kills and death spin. It's basically like, yeah, it's the most, it's like the bloodshed rating. It's like, it's not just the kills they get, it's the deaths they get as well. I think it's top esports. Violence per minute. Yeah, violence per minute. That's the one.
你自己选自己，自己选自己。感觉是我们，你就觉得你们是血腥值最高的队？对啊，我觉得我们一直在打架。行，那我们有 AL 的兄弟吗？有没有选 AL 的？Okay,
so which one is it? I think it's top esports. Which one? Who is the bloodiest team in the league, both kills and death? People voting for WE though.
有请夏安为我们公布下正确答案到底是什么？
Is this? I reckon this is from regular season. I don't think they got the stats from these games today, did they? Oh, as of February 6th, it was top esports. Yeah. Okay.
卓哥，就是在你心里啊，你评3个 LPL 最爱打架的队，你来个 top 3。
最爱打架的吗？
对，就是从上的，就是所有的组别加在一起。
ABC， 就我们在 ABC、BLG、W top。
就这仨队。
对我感觉 WE 其实也很爱打，只是每一盘他们拖的时间太久了，所以就是滔博血腥程度最高。
而且我不得不说，可能没有统计到骑士之路。如果把前天包括是今天比赛加进来，可能 WE 就弯道超车，也有可能。
如果加上来 W 血腥程度要突破天际了，哎，天天翻中翻。
确实，但是不得不说打得精彩，是吧？来，好，我们进入到我们第3个问题。 第一赛段常规赛组内赛选取数最高的英雄是什么？哎，这4个英雄都是来自不同的位置。哎
，Dude, we don't even get a post-match thread for that playoff series, which is such a shame. On Reddit.
怎么说
？Someone get on the post-match thread team, man. I mean, I did try and help that out for a bit, and then I ran out of energy casting and doing that at the same time.
直接给出属于自己的心里的选项，分享一下为什么？你的选择是？
怎么说 K 皇
？Highest pick rate: Shinzao, Azir, Star, Yunara. That'll be Shinzao, I think.
一般都是非完 B 体。
云安娜。
So it's highest pick rate champion: Shinzao A, Azir B, Sion C, Yunara D. I think it's Shinzao. I think Yunara's been permabanned in too many series. I think Shinzao is always picked at some point in a series, whereas I think that Azir, Sion, Yunara, Sion is picked less, and I think Azir and Yunara are banned so much that it won't matter. I think it's Shinzao. Shinzao doesn't get banned. It'll be Shinzao. I think the other ones are banned too much. Even though Shinzao isn't the best jungler on the patch, he's the one which is let through the most options.
这个中单兄弟好像很多选择都很相似，虎哥也觉得是赵信是吗？
因为大家不会搬这个英雄，然后 BO3一定会出现一次。
哎，
那我问一下上单兄弟呢？你感觉是哪个？
啊，我感觉是袁娜呀，
还是袁娜？
对对对，
就在你们那儿袁娜优先级也很高。
You would have guessed Lulu?
有没有别的不同的答案的？
我选 C。
谁？
塞恩。
为什么
？One thing which I'd be interested in saying is actually what is the highest ban rate champion? Because well, no, it's either Malphite or Jason. That's actually pretty easy. No, I wouldn't want to know that.
你的选法跟那个小虎有点像。
对，就是应该这个答案应该会出人意料一点吧，就是反心理。
哦。 要是想要答题的话，要考虑出题者的心态。
可以。
哎，好学生。
That was really good.
下来公布一下我们正确答案是什么？
首先排除好学生的这个错误的选项，这个 C 塞恩。有没有人选 B 沙皇的？举个手。
没有一个沙皇吗？
哎，没有一个沙皇吗？那我们正确答案
Now we wait for the draw show, I guess.
数据是咱们截止到。
I guess they're waiting to set things up in the background.
是，大家没想到吧？哎。 啊，怎么说？
那大家有想到这个沙皇有没有想到谁是选沙皇最多的2个选手？
考考大家。
哎，考考大家。
小奶油啊，
小奶油还有谁
？BLG。
啊，小奶油和香克斯确实，小奶油、香克斯
Quickly changing all of the LNG graphics to WE, right?
最多的2位，特别是香克斯，还记得自己沙皇组内赛的胜率是多少吗
不记得。
6胜1负，
就是你的沙皇是现在 LPL 胜率最高的沙皇，就第一赛段来说。那要问一下你，你觉得为什么沙皇的优先级现在放的这么高？就在 LPL，因为你们队是选沙皇选的真的最多的了。
就简单，就是有。
Wait, did I miss the answer?
就好赢吧，反正。
Oh, it's actually Azir? Wait, really? I thought a load of teams just didn't pick the Azir. Wow, it's actually Azir.
沙皇这个英雄优先级到底怎么样？
啊？
沙皇这个英雄优先级到底怎么样？
一般，
很难评，感觉玩沙皇就是
I could have checked on the side actually.
整个队伍去配合，好吧？
没问题。那手大哥呢？咱们今天这个中单有点多。
感觉看队伍吧，每个队伍优先级不一样。
行，那老宋都是中单。
我就不比了，我一般没玩。
行，那咱们 LPL 确实现在把沙皇优先级已经提得非常的高了。
但是确实啊，其他这几个英雄也都是出场率非常高的。那接下来我们进入到我们第4个问答。哎，这第4个问答有一点复杂，大家可以
No, it was Azir, then Nymaera, then
互相一
Ryze.
起讨论
The
一下。
Shinzou's fit, and Sion's
是的，
below
我
that.
们
Alistair
纷
was
纷
above
拥
both
有
of
自
them.
己的大循环。
Oh, is this the circle of suck? Okay, this is finding out the circle of suck. Okay.
中间就是它左边是 AL 击败
AL
了谁，而右
lost to
边是谁
BLG,
击败了
lost to
AL。
JDG, lost to IG,
巧了，
这个有点难。
这个有点难。
咱们 LPL 又闭环了。
lost
是的，第一
to
轮的一个闭环。
Top
因为我们都知道第2
Esports
轮是 AL， 后面是一路连胜。那香克斯这第一轮的要不要给大家一
IG.
点
No,
提示
IG lost to Weibo, lost to AL.
左边是。
你们战胜的队伍。
So I think it's IG. So AL lost to BLG, lost to JDG, lost to IG, lost to Weibo or Top Esports, doesn't matter, lost to anyone's legend. This is in the first round, or is it just in any of the games? But I think, yeah. You need to have AL, BLG, JDG. That's the easy one.
这样吧，给大
So
家一
AL
点点提
to
示。
AL,
那么
BLG,
AL 的
JDG,
这个是 BLG，
then IG because they just lost to, they only won to limited
现在是
teams.
第一轮，这是
谁
第一
击败了
轮啊。
BLG？
So this isn't game. Oh, game score was 3-1 to LNG. Sorry, to AW. 3-1 to WE.
等会儿我再看一眼。
有没有答案给我抄一下？
错，一个循环就是这6
It's
个
AL,
都得登场，前面是对的，
BLG,
后面可以改一改。
咱们可以那
JDG,
个适当的借鉴其他同学的答案啊，适当借鉴。
谁赢了 BLG？
可多
IG,
讨论。
你不是把
Weibo, Top Esports doesn't matter, and then the other one, and
你
then
没赢过吗？
这
个有点难。
I'm missing one there. Oh god, my brain's giving
麦
up
克
on
要
me.
先给大家展示一下了。
写完的可以
Guys, it's taking ages for the draw shot. Come on.
这是第一局第一轮。哦。
这个是 AL， 然后是第一轮 BLG 赢了
Donde
AL，
está la draw show?
京东赢了 BLG， 哎，这都是对的。然后 WBG 战胜了北京 JDG， 哎，也是对的。但是后面2个
AL
有一
Beige.
点点小小的
Oh wait, has he
那
forgotten a
已经
team? He's forgotten a
正常多一
team.
点了
You've forgotten a team night.
已经出来了。
You're Insingers.
坏了，这边木旗抄不着，老苏也抄不着，太远了，他们都看不到。
Insing night.
谁在第一轮战胜了
抄过来，
还在烧脑。
WBG？
Top Esports forgotten. Right, yeah,
回
yeah.
忆，大家得好好回忆。
They've all got to drew the damn circle of suck. That's funny as heck.
我发现了，嘎子是左看一下，右看一下的。嘎子。
对，我已经。
啊，你写好了吗？你写好了可以给大家展示一下，你可以给镜头展示一下。
没写我们队的名字。
我们这边就是，
哦，我的。
我们这边香克斯就是坐在了优秀学生旁边。
没问题。
啊，
虎哥还在帮嘎子检查作业，说没写 WBG 进去。
出现了2次。
OK， 我已经写好了。
哦，那69给大家展示一下，给镜头展示。我们来看看69的答案啊。
I like how they bought into this meme.
69这边是
AL, BG, BLG, JDG, IG, Top Esports, Weibo, AL.
滔博到 IG 到京东。
6
等
teams.
等，我这边有正确答案。
AL, BG, BLG, JDG, IG,
没
Top
事，我
Esports,
这边
Weibo.
好像我感觉出来了一个正确答案了。
69的好像也挺对的。
我这个对不？
I love how the players are collaborating for this one. They shouldn't need to. It's not that crazy. Because the easy thing to say is like AL, BLG, JDG, IG. That's and then the other ones I think you can basically change around.
但是我们给的只有一个标准答案出来的。我来看。
They are just collaborating. Shanks and Knight checking each other's
那
homework.
大家可以把你们写好的题板都展示给镜头，我们来看一看大家答案到底对不对。哎，
这里
目前看上去好像差不多，但是老宋的跟其他人
Yeah, they're trying to guess the circle of suck. Yeah.
这边我们这边这个香克斯是出现了一个
Oh,
标
doing
准答
JDG
案
Top Esports. Yeah, JDG lost to Top Esports as well.
BLG 击败了 AL， 然后京东击败了 BLG，WBG 击败了京东，滔博击败了 WBG， 然后 IG 击败了滔博 AL， 再击败 IG， 形成了一个闭环。当然，这不一定是我们唯一的可能性，更多的可能性交给大家来探索。而且他特别理直气壮的说，那他问说
AL
次的答案，他说我抄你的
So
呀。
AL lost to BLG, lost to JDG, lost to Weibo, lost to Puppy Force, lost to IG, lost to AL. Okay, so they did it the other way around. Is that the second round robin?
不得不说，我还真看了一下，就是我们给
No, that can't be, because that was still first round robin.
很多队伍
And if it was in the
都完
first
成了
round
复仇
robin,
但是出现了2个双杀。
So maybe that's from the first round robin.
K 黄了，如果再面对京东
Because IG also beat JDG in the first round robin, so I thought it would be that way. Because IG also lost to Weibo, I think it was, too, in the first round robin.
哎，我看到
So I think you could replace IG and Weibo on that list and it would still hold true, I think.
嘎子也是
There are yeah, I think you can replace IG and Weibo in that order, and that will still be true,
而
basically.
且你的老朋友就坐在你的身边。
这时候你要面对面放句话，你要跟虎哥说点什么。
None of them were sure, that's funny as heck. I think that's also legit, that one. Gala's one is also legit. Also, damn, he has some real cheekbones, Gala.
没问题，有没有信心？
Wish Weibo didn't have the mustard. It does. Look, the yellow lines on that kit take it from being quite a nice sports outfit to kind of being a McDonald's outfit. It's like a McDonald's tracksuit.
没事，有机会咱赛场见真章，是吧？啊，对，话不多说，赛场见真章。好的，
What was the top
谢谢
esports
大
shirt?
家的
The
一个
top
互动
esports
啊，
shirt's
最后
quite nice.
还是蛮成功的，我们的这个大循环。那接下来进入到我们的最后一个问答环节。
Oh, there's one last question.
赛
Okay.
后采访的时候，我们的选手
What?
们经常会说一些名
That
言
is a
金
lot
句
of。text.
那到目前为止，大家有没有
Support,
什么比较
chat,
深
support.
刻的赛后采访的发言呢？那第一个是斌，现在就是英雄联盟有史以来最好玩的版本。第二个，小奶油在看到阿水看他们比赛的时候是下回我们赢顺畅点吧，不让他心率这么高。那 C 是卓哥说对粉丝说什么？他说别压抑。当然，开放性试题。D
还有很多。
大家可以。
A is the long. I know A is a lot of characters. What the hell does that mean?
任何地方的都可以，对吧？只要是第一赛段大家印象深刻的，什么都可以。大家可以把那个当时咱们在那个休息室畅所欲言的东西都写出来。
Anyone translated it? Yeah.
说实话，这是我看到选手们，我这边选手们落笔最快的一次。
哦，
哎，
我们这边有选手卡住了。
来
Something about interview
怎么
quotes.
说？你有没有什么印象深刻
Oh, asking for the most memorable interview answer.
没有吗？
对，所以我卡住了。
那让他们
Okay, did they ask a group of people to choose the answer, or is this just subjective?
果断给了 A， 认同吗？
认同，就是主要那个
BLG's kit is really cool. I like
评论
BLG's
有点
kit a
搞
lot.
笑，说什么开局领先2刀嘛，这有点就印象特别深刻。
B is others. Oh, okay, others. Right, right, right.
首歌填的什么？
首大哥直接选了 D 啊。
Is this from this split, presumably?
说的话，但感觉微博比较经典一点。
哦，那么是哪句呢？
好像可以直接连接到，是能连
接到上一扇比较。
So they're asking for most memorable interview quotes.
哎，那
Which ones become memes on Weibo? Oh, do you? Oh, is it basically like which one was talked about most on Weibo?
这句话原话是什么？虎哥？
无需多言。
无需多言啊！第一赛段经典话术。
一切尽在不言中。
God.
那我们再连接到。
Go on, just give me the playoffs bracket.
我依旧是 A。
你也是 A， 也是斌哥说的话。
这个主要刷到过很多次。
没问题。
没问题，而且到目前为止，斌哥那个参团率是100%。来，九哥。
啊，我也是 A， 我也是 A。
你也是 A， 九哥为什么？
就印象比较深吧，就会第一时间脑海里想到这句话。
哎，那我有点好奇，因为同样都是上路选手，你觉得他说的话对吗？就是你
See
支
his
持
draw
就是
telling
这个
fans
版
don't
本
be
目前
depressed
就
at
非
their results,
常好玩的一个版本吗
right?
好玩不这版本？
好玩不？
God.
感觉挺好玩的，因为上个版本玩的有点腻了。
啊，
哎。
Can you put some dangling keys on the side? Yeah, I gotta. Let me go find a. Let me go find some like street surfer gameplay.
朗姆凯南。没啥
Let me go find like street surfer.
地位是比之前有所提升，至少在后期的画面里，对吧？
那绝对没什么提升，
没提升，
都吃不到线，好吧？我绝对为上单发言一下，这线都被双 C 吃了。
行，双 C 地位还是太高了。设计师，你听听上单玩家的心声。
哎，
那我看一下卓哥的答案呢？
啊，我选 C， 因为是我自己说的话，我可能不选。然后比较意外的就是，没想到在场的没有一个选 C 的，因为我坐在这里了，大家难道就不会压抑吗？
有点失望了，
对啊，
有点难过，
失望啊！
回想起刚才化妆间的欢声笑语，没想到上来没一个人选自己。
是的，
是的。
而且那我就提前爆料一下，因为我们之前让就是各个队长给粉丝朋友们送个祝福，然后呢。 卓哥给粉丝朋友们送的祝福是希望大家在新的一年里不压抑。哇，我当时听到惊呆了。
没问题，现在卓哥不压抑代言人，好吧？
我要为自己代言的。
确实。
那老宋，
九哥不用失望了。
There you go. Have your Minecraft parkour. What? Why was that so
这个
loud?
老宋很早就写好，他没有临时改答案啊，就很早就写好的。那老宋为什么对这句话特别印象深刻？
其实3球我今天才听到。
Have you on Minecraft parkour?
我有点跟不上版本，然后感觉如果这句话还可以。
还可以，
还可以。
听到就记到了。
God, give us the playoff bracket already.
没事，咱们继续加油，好吧？那梦琪呢？你的答案？
选的 A。
选的 A， 为啥？
就是
Oh.
对 A 印象比较深刻。
Didn't think it would take this long. They're doing a whole damn game show, man.
那为什么我们把这一个放在我们问答环节的最后一个呢？就是希望各位再等一下，我们选对以后，互相可以放狠话，或者说来表达为什么要选择对方的时候，也能多给我们制造一些名言金句啊，就靠各位了，好不好？
行，我相信大家天赋也都不差，对吧？就是放狠话这一块的，都加油。
好。 那通过
Yeah, they need to bring back like the spirit of God Glow for
比
this.
较有趣的一个环节。那在放松之后，我们很快就将正式为大家迎来选队仪式。那首先由我来为大家介绍我们选队仪式的一些规则。登峰组前4的队伍将会依据组内赛的名次，依次选择骑士之路的胜者队伍来作为淘汰赛第1轮的对手。选择的顺序依次为 AL。BLG、WBG、北京 JDG 拥有选择权的队伍，在同步选择开始后，将有1分钟的时间在队伍池中进行选择。超时未选择，将默认选择组内赛排名更低的队伍。若剩余队伍来自不同组别，则默认选择兼一组排名更低的队伍。好，准备好了吗？我们各位队长。 好，准备好了，我想大家准备好
，Let's go！
我们选队仪式正式开始。首先，让我们有请登峰组内赛排名第1的战队。
Oh, so we've got. So these are the seeds. We finally got it. Okay, all right. Let me shut this off.
可以把我们的题板放到身侧，然后来到我们的舞台中。
Okay.
开始你的选择。
So AL get to choose their opponent. So does he have to go over and choose someone? So I'm going to assume that they're going to choose IG. I think they choose IG. They're picking their opponent now. So anyone's legend are choosing their opponent now. Only 1 minute to consider.
各位召唤师们也可以期待一下。好，准备好了吗？好，那么接下来有请单词队长
Who are anyone's legend
选择
picking?
自己的对手。
WE. So they're not choosing IG. They're choosing WE, just the lowest seed. I think that's a little ballsy. I actually think that Monkey's one of the better junglers. I'm somewhat surprised that's the choice. I would have chosen IG. I would have chosen IG. So then BLG, who do they? I guess BLG would choose IG then. BLG get a. I think. Yeah, BLG just choose IG and get away with that. Speed C, speed fair C. Monkey's first to Tarzan's gonna be a good matchup.
好，等着。好，我们一起期待一下。那也请2位队长分享一下对于淘汰赛的一个目标和展望。
目标就是先干掉他们，目标先干掉 WE。
好，来了 ，WE。
被 AL 看清了呢，我觉得就是等着吧，我们会打回来的。
用赛场的表现来证明自己。好，感谢2位，2位也可以非常有仪式感来进行一个碰拳。好，同时回到各自的座位上，我们期待。来吧，我们第2组 BLG 有请队长 Knight 选手。
So BLG, I presume, will choose IG.
准备好了吗？好，请开始你的选择。
NIP。
Oh, they choose NIP. They don't choose IG. They choose NIP.
在最近的采访当中，奈的选手还说想要和卓哥一起去旅行。
Okay. So they're choosing. They're the first team to choose a team out of order. So IG. So basically, they view NIP as weaker than IG, despite the fact that NIP beat IG in the best of 5. I'm surprised that they pick it. I thought that IG didn't look great. I thought they'd choose that. So now Weibo presumably. Ooh. Do Weibo choose JDG, who they beat before? Oh, they can't choose them. It's between top Esports and IG. They'll choose IG. They'll choose IG.
火药味出来了，周哥。
I'm very surprised that they chose them over IG. I thought that IG would be an easy win for BLG personally.
没问题，卓哥。
没问题，好，我们期待一下。好的，感谢2位。那接下来，让我们有请 WBG 的队长小虎来到我们的。
Okay, and they'll choose IG surely, unless IG just look. I mean, IG they just didn't look that great.
说出你的选择。
我选的 IG。
IG. Okay, so we have our matchups now, which means it'll be Weibo, IG, and then JDG Top Esports. We get JDG Top Esports. Top Esports just beat JDG at the end of regular season. I mean, in fairness, I think I do think that everything but matchup 4 is quite one-sided still. I think BLG, it's not a huge difference choosing NIP compared to IG. I think IG can actually beat Weibo on a very good day, but I just don't think that'll be consistent. Weibo looked really good towards the end of regular splits, actually. And then JDG versus Top Esports, they can lose that. They can genuinely lose that. Top Esports look better than them in the end of regular season. Okay, well, we have our matchups. There you go. So I think Anyone's Legend demolish WE unless Monkey... Well, I mean, Monkey does have very good early jungle clear. He has very aggressive early jungle path. But even then, I just think that Anyone's Legend's early game is way better than WE, which has sometimes been their issue. And I think they're the best team fighting team in the LPL. So WE are going to have to pull out some magic drafts. Gala versus 369 there. JDG Top Esports, and one of our best matchups here in the LPL over history. I think IG versus Weibo is winnable for them. IG versus Weibo is actually winnable for them. Okay, well, that's our matchups. I'm probably going to head off now, folks. I think what I do is I radio over to someone. If you're watching on YouTube, the show will end here. And we'll find someone to radio over to. Thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see you next time. We'll see who's online. Good song to Just send you over to Soaz. Soaz is playing. Soaz is playing, so I'm going to send you over to him. Okay, folks, I'll see you in a bit. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll catch you... Well, I'm going to be streaming a little bit in the next few days, but we'll see you back for LPL in a little while. LPL's off for a while. See you in a bit. Bye-bye.